Chapter 6 Operating System. Hello students, welcome to the class. In this chapter, we will learn various skills of operating system. This chapter will cover Introduction of operating system, functions of an operating system, type of operating systems, embedded operating system, network computer operating system, desktop operating system, graphical user interface, GUI, and command line interface, CLI, advantages and disadvantages of GUI, advantages and disadvantages of CLI. Introduction of Windows 10 operating system, understanding Windows 10 user interface, booting a computer, desktop area, taskbar, icons, system tray, the quick launch icons, shortcut icons, start menu, Windows Explorer, File Explorer, task view, multiple desktops, Microsoft Edge, Windows Store, Cortana, Windows 10, control panel and software installation, Windows 10 control panel, software installation, Windows 10 working with files and folders, managing the files, managing files in Windows, working with folder, Windows 10 basic applications and utilities, calculator, math input panel, snipping tool, Windows Mobility Center. Introduction. An operating system, OS, is a program that acts as an intermediary between the user of a computer and computer hardware. OS simplifies and manages the complexity of running application programs efficiently. Operating system simplifies the execution of user programs and makes solving user problems easier. Operating system is system software which makes a computer to actually work. It is the software that enables all the programs we use. The OS organizes and controls the hardware. Without an operating system, computing device is of no use. Operating system is required on many devices containing a computer like mobile devices and video game consoles to web servers and supercomputers. Examples of desktop operating system include Microsoft Windows, Mac OS, Linux, Unix, etc. And mobile operating systems include Android, Windows, iOS, Symbian, etc. Structure of computer system. Let's discuss the basic structure of computer system, which consists of 3 layers. Hardware. It consists of CPU, main memory, input-output devices, etc. System software. Operating system is a component of system software and it includes process management routines, memory management routines, input-output control routines, file management routines. Application software. These are the programs which are accessed by users through a graphical user interface as per user needs and need operating system to function. Functions of an operating system. Friends, the main functions of an operating system are resource management. Operating systems coordinate all the resources required for computing, which includes memory management, processor management, device management, file management, etc. An operating system performs basic tasks such as controlling and allocating memory, prioritizing system requests, controlling input and output devices, facilitating networking and managing file systems, allows sharing of hardware and software resources, makes application software portable and versatile, provide isolation, security, and protection among user programs, improve overall system reliability, error confinement, fault tolerance, reconfiguration. Interface between application and users. OS acts as an interface for end users. Program execution. OS acts as an interface between the application programs and the machine hardware. Type of operating systems. Basically, there are three types of operating system. Let's discuss about these operating system one by one. Embedded operating system, network computer operating system, desktop operating system, embedded operating system. These operating systems are for embedded computer systems like handheld computers or devices like PDAs and smartphones. These are also known as real-time operating systems. Windows CE is one of the popular examples of embedded OS, network computer operating system. The operating systems are used in a network of computers linked together, and they allow shared file, printer access among multiple computers and enable sharing of data, users, applications and other networking functions, typically over a LAN or private network. Examples of these types of OS are NetWare, Windows XP Server, Dell Network OS, etc. Desktop operating system. Desktop operating system is the most commonly used operating system. It works on single computing device. Mac OS, Windows 10, etc. are examples of desktop operating systems. Graphical User Interface GUI and Command Line Interface CLI. Graphical User Interface. Graphical User Interface is an interface that allows users of an electronic device to interact with it using graphical icons and visual indicators as opposed to text-based or command-based navigation in case of command user interface. Examples of GUI include modern versions of Windows, Linux and Mac, etc. Operations of benefit to the user. With a graphical user interface, modern Windows OS versions provide the capability to carry out many varied operations of benefit to the user. Let's discuss these benefits of operations one by one. Be more specific. Use keywords. WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. The image on the screen, text or otherwise, should be an exact image of what you will see on paper. Image scanning. Instant visual representation of the scanned image on screen and so instant feedback from the user. Processable graphics. Applications such as Photoshop and Fireworks as image manipulation packages. Animations and support for multimedia. Now, a very wide application area ranging from visually oriented teaching resources to touch-sensitive information kiosks. Provision for users with disabilities. Configuring desktop interfaces for visually impaired. Background colors to provide sharper contrast. Windows interface, also known as graphical user interfaces, GUIs. It is either mouse-driven or icon-based. Windows are allocated to the use of a particular program or process and contain a title bar, menu bar and widgets. Command Line Interface CLI. Command Line Interface CLI provides a mechanism to combine sequences of commands together. These pseudo-programs are known as scripts or batch files. It can accept input from the user and can output messages to input-output devices and provides ability to create and manipulate variables. It includes the ability to branch and loop and ability to specify arguments to the program command and to transfer those arguments to variables within the program with error detection and recovery. Advantages of GUI operating system. In general, GUI operating system users can readily operate the computer and feel more in control and not intimidated by it. User learning time, in short, does not take long to open the box, assemble the kit and start to do productive work. with prompts and alerts and mouse movements and double-clicking on objects, etc. Users get instant feedback on their actions. Mistakes can be more readily detected than with command line interfaces, and they can be more easily corrected. Once you have learned to use one WIMP, that is Windows Icon Menu Pointer-based operating system, then it is simpler to transfer those skills for using a different OS, example Mac OS. Disadvantages of GUI operating system. Graphical user interfaces need large amount of memory and fast processors to display the images and manipulate them interactively. Skilled users feel that they can accomplish tasks using fewer steps than with a GUI. Example, copying a file. CP, old file name, new file name. Users with certain disabilities like vision or motor can still have trouble using GUIs. Screens can easily become cluttered and difficult to navigate. Advantages of CLI operating system. CLI is more flexible and powerful. It is faster for experienced users and can combine commands. It is easy to implement. It required less hardware and software. Software is less complex and easy to write. Command line interface के लाभ. Command line interface अधिक powerful तथा flexible होता है. ये अनुभवी व्यक्तियों के लिए काफी फास्ट होता है तथा इसमें कमांड्स को जोड़ सकते हैं. इस इंटरफेस को इम्प्लीमेंट करना आसान होता है. इसमें कम हार्डवेयर, सॉफ्टवेयर की भी कम आवश्यकता होती है. सॉफ्टवेयर कम जटिल तथा आसानी से लिखे जा सकते हैं. Disadvantages of CLI operating system. It is more difficult to learn and use. It requires more training to understand. Command should be remembered to do work on CLI-based system. Windows 10 Introduction. Windows 10 is the latest version of personal computer operating system developed by Microsoft. It is a part of the Windows NT family of operating systems and is a successor to Windows 7 and 8.1 versions. It was officially released on July 29, 2015. Earlier popular versions of Microsoft Windows include Windows 8, 8.1, Windows 7, Windows Vista, Windows XP, Windows ME, Windows 2000, Windows 98, Windows NT, Windows 95 and MS-DOS. Booting a computer. Starting or restarting a computing device is called booting. A cold boot is a process in which a computer starts from a powerless state. Rebooting a computer through key combinations or menu is known as warm booting. Desktop area. The desktop is the area that appears right after logging in. It contains a background picture, that is wallpaper, icons and the taskbar. You can copy as many shortcuts as you want onto it, change its background image and do many other things. Taskbar. Windows user interface is characterized by a bar at the bottom of your screen. It may be moved to another edge by left mouse clicking on it and dragging it to the desired edge while continuing to hold down the mouse button. This bar is called the taskbar. It includes Start menu, which contains shortcuts to applications stored on your hard drive. Icons. Tiny picture that represents a program, folder or program function. On the desktop are pictures with text labels under them. These pictures are called icons because they represent something else. Icons usually represent programs, but sometimes they represent collections of data. Double-clicking on one of these icons will open whatever it represents. System tray. The system tray holds icons for programs currently running in background. Over on one side of the taskbar is a clock. Beside the clock are a bunch of icons that represent open invisible programs. This area is called the system tray. On the main part of the taskbar, there is sometimes a small group of icons. This is called the quick launch bar. Clicking on one of these icons open whatever it represents. The quick launch icons are also buttons. Some buttons are raised to look like real buttons, and some only rise up when you put the cursor on top of them. The button on the other side of the start bar from the clock and system tray is called the start button. When you click the start button, it opens the start menu. The start menu has icons for more programs and data collections, although it is usually programs. Shortcut icons that are only links to the things those icons represent. The icons that are on the desktop, the quick launch bar and the start menu are usually shortcuts. On the desktop, shortcuts are often indicated by a small symbol on top of the icon. Icons represent all data collections and programs, even if they are not shortcuts. However, normally the ones on the desktop and in the start menu are shortcuts. Useful tip: there is a difference between icon and shortcut. An icon is any picture that is meant to convey what something is. The icon on the start button represents the fact that it is a major part of Windows, which is why it is a Windows logo. Shortcuts are a link to a program or data collection. The icon on a shortcut represents whatever the shortcut opens. However, the same icon would be on the real thing as well. Start menu. Start menu was not available in Windows 8 and 8.1. It is back in Windows 10 with some improvements, including a space you can personalize with your favorite apps, programs, people and websites. To get to the start menu, select Start in the lower left corner of the taskbar. You can also open the Start menu by pressing the Start button located on your keyboard or device. Account and Power Options. By clicking on account name, you can change your account picture, look your device or sign out of your account. Power. By clicking on this button, you can put your device to sleep mode or shut down the device or restart it. All apps. By clicking on all apps, you can see all your apps and programs listed alphabetically. Looking for a specific app? Just type it in the search box. Search. You can search across your device, your cloud storage on OneDrive, and across the web at the same time. Simply open the Start menu and type in the search box. You can also open Search directly from the taskbar. Click Search and start typing. Search button can also be used to get any kind of help regarding Windows 10. You need to just type the keyword or question and relevant links will be displayed for you. Pin your favorite apps. Pin apps, programs and folders to the Start menu for fast access to the things you use the most. Apps with live tiles will show updates for the people and things that matter. Click Start, select all apps, right-click the app you want to pin and then select Pin to start. Once pinned, your app will show up as a tile on the right. Right-click the tile to change its size. Drag and drop to move it around. Don't worry about running out of space. The Start menu will automatically resize to hold everything. Windows Explorer, File Explorer. The window that appears when you open a folder is called Windows Explorer or File Explorer. Useful tip: there is a difference between multitasking and multiprocessing. Multitasking is a method where multiple tasks processes share common processing resources such as CPU, whereas multiprocessing is a processing mode which simultaneously processes two or more programs or routines by use of multiple CPUs. Multiple desktops. If you are working on a lot of different projects using different apps and programs, try adding a desktop. It will keep things neatly organized for you. Or create a desktop for the things you do at work and one for the things you do at home. Select Task View from the taskbar and then click Add a Desktop. A thumbnail will show up at the bottom of the Task View page. Click the blank thumbnail to open up a clean desktop. To switch between desktops, you can click Task View and then choose a desktop from the bottom of the page. Microsoft Edge. Internet Explorer has been replaced by Microsoft Edge browser in Windows 10 as a default browser. Microsoft Edge is the first browser that lets you take notes, write, doodle, and highlight directly on web pages. Use the reading list icon to save your favorite articles for later, and then read them in Reading View icon. Hover over open tabs to preview them, and bring your favorites and reading list with you when you use Microsoft Edge on another device. Windows Store. You can download music, videos, games, and apps from Windows Store. Icon is located on the taskbar. Cortana. Microsoft Voice-powered personal assistant has been launched with Windows 10 OS. Cortana can be configured to take over the search box, Windows 10 control panel, and software installation. User can modify many aspects of Windows, and intermediate users will have access to all the options they need to control their computer. Mastering the workings of the control panel can be considered as necessary to become a seasoned Windows 10 user. Windows 10 Control Panel. The control panel can be opened either by right-clicking Start button or by typing Control Panel in search box. The control panel contains an address bar and search box like many other folders. The different commands are categorized into 8 groups. सिस्टम और सिक्योरिटी. इस भाग में विंडोज 10 में होने वाले ऑपरेशन और सिक्योरिटी को बताया गया है. यहाँ पर एक्शन सेंटर को खोलकर सिस्टम सेटिंग्स को चेक, विंडो अपडेट सेटिंग को मैनेज, पावर उपयोग ऑप्शन और अन्य कई एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव टूल्स को एक्सेस किया जा सकता है, जैसे कि एक्शन सेंटर, विंडोज सिस्टम, विंडो अपडेट, पावर ऑप्शन, बैकअप और रिस्टोर, बिट लोकेटर ड्राइव इंक्रिप्शन, administrative tools इत्यादि. New button called settings. New button called settings is also available in Windows 10 for faster and efficient personalization as per the user. You can get to settings by selecting the start button and then selecting settings. From there, browse the categories or use search to find what you are looking for, including advanced options in control panel. Software installation. Windows 10 comes equipped with some basic software that will satisfy the needs of most novice users. You can browse the internet, listen to and watch digital media, produce word processing documents, etc. However, there are many varieties of program that are not included with operating systems because the cost and size of the operating system would get out of hand in a hurry. Installing your own programs might sound intimidating, but it really isn't. The programs designed to work with Windows are usually very easy and methodical to install. An example of software installation. As an example, let's install a program that is used to view PDF files, that is, portable document files. A company called Adobe Systems created this file format. First click on exe file of Adobe and it will be asked to allow this program to make changes to your computer. Click Yes to proceed. Eventually, you will see a window showing you the download and installation progress. Once the installation is complete, close the installation window. The program is now ready to use. You will see an icon on your desktop and a new entry in the Start menu. Double-click the desktop icon or click the Start menu icon to open and use the program. For most users, simply clicking the Next button will install the program with all of the default settings. Once you have completed all the setup requirements, click Install or Finish to make the installation program go to work. Some products will require you to restart your computer in order to finalize the installation. This will clear any temporary files from memory and update any files that were in use. You are now ready to use the program. As an example, let's install a program that is used to view PDF files, that is, portable document files. A company called Adobe Systems created this file format. First click on exe file of Adobe and it will be asked to allow this program to make changes to your computer. Click Yes to proceed. Eventually, you will see a window showing you the download and installation progress. Once the installation is complete, close the installation window. The program is now ready to use. You will see an icon on your desktop and a new entry in the Start menu. Double-click the desktop icon or click the Start menu icon to open and use the program. For most users, simply clicking the Next button will install the program with all of the default settings. Once you have completed all the setup requirements, click Install or Finish to make the installation program go to work. Some products will require you to restart your computer in order to finalize the installation. This will clear any temporary files from memory and update any files that were in use. You are now ready to use the program. Driver. A device driver, commonly referred as a driver, is a program that operates and controls the device that is attached to computer like printer, scanner, CD-ROM drive, etc. Installation of external devices will sometimes require installation of device-specific drivers. A file or document is a collection of data that has a name and is stored in a computer. We can organize files by storing them in folders. Disks contain folders that hold documents or files in floppy disks, zip disks, compact disks, that is CDs, hard disks, and these disks can be removed or inserted in a drive. Windows organizes the folders and files in a hierarchy or file system. Windows stores folders and important files that it needs when you turn on the computer in the root directory. Folders stored within other folders are called subfolders. The type of disk you use to store files determines how you organize those files. Storing files on removable media allows you to use simpler organization. The larger the medium, the more levels of folders we should use. My Documents folder or should have a backup or duplicate copy or important files. Windows Explorer. Windows Explorer shows the files, folders and drives on your computer. Panes, Explorer bar, Folders pane, Expand icon, Collapse icon. My Computer shows the drives on your computer. We can create folders using Windows Explorer. Click File on the menu bar. Point to New to display the submenu and then click Folder. We can move and copy files and folders. Moving a file removes it from its current location and places it in a new location you specify. Copying places the file in both locations. We can name and rename the files. File names provide important information about the file, including its contents and purpose. Main part of the file name, .file extension. A file name extension identifies the file's type and indicates the program in which the file was created. Recycle bin. This folder provides temporary storage for files and folders that you delete. A user cannot access the file or folder after deleting it from Recycle bin. Windows 10 Basic Applications Utilities. Windows 10 has inbuilt Basic Application Utilities. Utilities programs manage, repair, and optimize data on a computer. A basic set comes with every OS. Accessories can be accessed by typing its name in search box available on taskbar. Let's discuss these utilities step by step. Calculator. You can use calculator to perform simple calculations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Calculator also offers the advanced capabilities of a programming, scientific and statistical calculator. Math Input Panel. If you use your computer to solve math problems or to create documents or presentations that have typed mathematical expressions in them, Math Input Panel makes the process easier and more natural. Math Input Panel uses the Math Recognizer that's built into Windows 10 to recognize handwritten math expressions. You can then insert the recognized math into a word processing or computational program. Math Input Panel is designed to be used with a tablet pen on a tablet PC, but you can use it with any input device such as a touchscreen, external digitizer, or even a mouse. To open Math Input Panel, press on Tab in Accessories menu. Write a well-formed math expression in the writing area. The recognized math is shown in the preview area. Make any necessary corrections to the math recognition. Tap Insert to put the recognized math into your word processing or computational program. Snipping Tool. You can use Snipping Tool to capture a screenshot or snip of any object on your screen and then annotate, save, or share the image. You can capture any of the following types of snips. Freeform snip. Draw a freeform shape around an object. Rectangular snip. Drag the cursor around an object to form a rectangle. Window snip. Select a window, such as a browser window or dialog box that you want to capture. Full screen snip. Capture the entire screen. Windows Mobility Center. If you use a laptop, you can quickly access settings. For example, speaker volume, wireless network connection status, and display brightness in Windows Mobility Center. Because all these settings are in one location, you save time and don't need to remember where each setting is located. To open Windows Mobility Center, click on Windows Mobility Center in Accessories menu. Mobility Center displays the most commonly used laptop settings, such as brightness, volume, battery status, and wireless network status. Different tiles are displayed depending on your system, and some tiles are added by your laptop manufacturer. Some settings in Mobility Center. Let's discuss some of the settings you might find in Mobility Center. Remember that not all settings are available on all laptops. Brightness. Move the slider to temporarily adjust the brightness of your display. To adjust the display brightness settings for your power plan, Click the icon to open Power Options. Volume. Move the slider to adjust the speaker volume of your laptop, or select the Mute checkbox. Battery status. View how much charge remains on your battery or select a power plan from the list. Wireless network. View the status of your wireless network connection or turn your wireless network adapter on or off. Screen rotation. Change the orientation of your tablet PC screen from portrait to landscape or vice versa. External display. Connect an additional monitor to your laptop or customize the display settings. Sync center. View the status of in-progress file sync. Start a new sync. Set up a sync partnership or change your settings in Sync Center. Paint. Paint is a drawing program you can use to create drawings or edit digital pictures. You can use Paint to save picture files using different file formats. System tools. Through System Tools, unnecessary files on hard disk can be deleted and disk can be defragmented to improve system performance significantly. Disk Defragmenter tool and Disk Cleanup tools can be used for this. Page and section numbers. If you want a page number on each page and you don't want to include any other information such as the document title or the location of the file, you can quickly add a page number from the gallery. Or you can create a custom page number that includes the total number of pages. For example, page X of Y pages. Adding a page number from the gallery. Adding a page number from the gallery. On the Insert tab, in the Header and Footer group, click Page Number. Click the page number location that you want. In the gallery, scroll through the options and then click the page number format that you want. To return to the body of your document, click Close Header and Footer on the Design tab under Header and Footer Tools. Note: the page number gallery includes page X of Y pages formats, in which Y is the total number of pages in your document. Adding a custom page number. Adding a custom page number. Double-click in the header area or the footer area, which is near the top of the page or near the bottom of the page. This opens the Design tab under Header and Footer Tools. To place your page number in the center or on the right side of the page, do the following. To place your page number in the center, click Insert Alignment tab in the Position group of the Design tab. Click Center and then click OK. To place your page number on the right side of the page, click Insert Alignment tab in the Position group of the Design tab. Click Right and then click OK. On the Insert tab in the Text group, click Quick Paths and then click Field. In the Field Names list, click Page and then click OK. To change the numbering format, click Page Number in the Header and Footer group and then click Format Page Numbers. To return to the body of your document, click Close Header and Footer on the Design tab under Header and Footer Tools. Page Break. Page breaks. Word automatically inserts a page break when you reach the end of a page. If you want the page to break in a different place, you can insert a manual page break. Or you can set up rules for Word to follow so that the automatic page breaks are placed where you want them. This is especially helpful if you are working in a long document. Insert a manual page break. Click where you want to start a new page. On the Insert tab in the Pages group, click Page Break. Section Break. Insert a section in Word 2010. Insert a section in Word 2010. Place the cursor in the location where you want to split the document, where you want the new section to begin. Click on the Page Layout tab in the Office ribbon. Click on the Breaks button in the Page Setup section. Click on one of the section breaks listed. Next page inserts a section break to start a new section on the next page. Continuous inserts a section break and starts the new section on the same page. Even page inserts a section break and starts a new section on the next even numbered page. Odd page inserts a section break and starts a new section on the next odd numbered page. Then click on the Show Hide Paragraph Marks buttons. Next page section break. The next page section break starts a new page and starts the new section on the new page. This section break is useful when you want to start new chapters in your document. Continuous section break. A continuous section break doesn't start a new page, so you can actually have several breaks on the same page. You would use a continuous break if you wanted different kinds of formatting on the same page. For example, one section of the page displaying in 2 columns and the rest in one. Even or odd page section break. Inserting an even or odd page section break inserts the section break and then starts the new section on the next odd or even numbered page. Those people wanting their new chapters to always start on an odd or even page should use this option. In addition to inserting section breaks where you need them as you are typing your document, you can also select text and insert section breaks around that text. The method is the same, and you use the same options on the section break menu. Deleting a section break. Deleting a section break. To see section breaks, it's a good idea to switch to Draft View by clicking View, Document Views, Draft. This view shows section breaks as double dotted lines and displays the type of section break present. Click on the double dotted line. Press Delete. When you delete a section break, the text preceding the break adopts the formatting of the section that followed the break. Note that you can't see section breaks in the default print layout view. References tab. The References tab on Microsoft Word 2010's new ribbon offers a quick way to enter your document sources, citations, and choose a style like APA, MLA, etc. On the References tab, you will find things like Table of Contents, footnotes, citations and bibliography, table of figures, captions, indexes, and table of authorities. Let us take a look at what the References tab has to offer. Here is a screenshot of what it looks like. In Table of Contents group, the available options are Table of Contents, add a table or content to the document, add text, add the current paragraph as an entry in the table of contents, update table, update the table of content so that all the entries refer to the correct page number. In Footnotes group, the available options are Insert footnote, add a footnote to the document, Next footnote, navigate to the next footnote in the document, Show notes, used to show the notes. In Citation and Bibliography group, the available options are Insert citation, create a book, general article, or other periodical as the source for the piece of information in the document. As the source for the piece of information in the document. Manage sources. View the list of all the sources as cited in the document. Style. Choose the style of citation to use in the document. Bibliography. Add a bibliography which lists all sources cited in the document. A8101. In Captions group, the available options are Insert caption, add a caption to a picture or image. Insert table of figures, insert a table of figures into the document. Cross-reference. In Index group, the available options are Mark entry, include the selected text in the index of the document. Insert index, insert an index into the document. In the Table of Authorities group, the available options are Mark citation, add the selected text as an entry in the Table of Authorities. Insert Table of Authorities, insert a Table of Authorities in the document. Table of Contents. Creating or updating a table of contents. You create a table of contents by applying heading styles. For example, heading 1, heading 2 and heading 3 to the text that you want to include in the table of contents. Microsoft Word searches for those headings and then inserts the table of contents into your document. When you create a table of contents this way, you can automatically update it if you make changes in your document. Microsoft Word 2010 provides a gallery of automatic table of contents styles. Mark the table of contents entries and then click the table of contents style that you want from the gallery of options. You can also create a custom table of contents with the options you choose and any custom styles that you have applied by using the table of contents dialog box. Or you can manually type a table of contents. Typing a table of content manually. Typing a table of content manually. You can type table of contents entries and use tabs to get the dotted lines or dot leaders between each entry and its page number. For a faster way to create a table of contents, see Create a Table of Contents automatically. Type the first entry. Press Tab and then type the page number for the first entry. Select the tab stop character. Note, if you can't see the tab stop character, click the Home tab and then click Show or Hide in the paragraph group. On the Page Layout tab, click the Paragraph dialog box launcher. Click Tabs. Under Tab Stop position, type where you want the page number to be. Note, to view the ruler so that you can type the right margin location, click the View Ruler button at the top of the vertical scroll bar. Under Alignment, click Right. Under Leader, click the option that you want and then click OK. Press Enter and then type your next entry. Press Tab and then type the page number for your second entry. Repeat until your table of contents is complete. Creating a table of contents automatically. The easiest way to create a table of contents is to use the built-in heading styles. You can also create a table of contents that is based on the custom styles that you have applied. Or you can assign the table of contents levels to individual text entries. Mark entries by using built-in heading styles. Select the text that you want to appear in the table of contents. On the Home tab, in the Styles group, click the style that you want. For example, if you selected text that you want to style as a main heading, click the style called Heading 1 in the Quick Style gallery. Note, if you don't see the style that you want, click the arrow to expand the Quick Style gallery. If the style that you want does not appear in the Quick Style gallery, press Ctrl, Shift and S to open the Apply Styles task pane. Under Style Name, click the style that you want. Creating a table of contents from the gallery. Creating a table of contents from the gallery. After you mark the entries for your table of contents, you are ready to build it. Click where you want to insert the table of contents, usually at the beginning of a document. On the References tab, in the Table of Contents group, click Table of Contents and then click the Table of Contents style that you want. Note, if you want to specify more options, for example, how many heading levels to show, click Insert Table of Contents to open the Table of Contents dialog box to find out more about the different options. Creating a custom table of contents. Creating a custom table of contents. On the References tab in the Table of Contents group, click Table of Contents and then click Insert Table of Contents. In the Table of Contents dialog box, do any of the following. To change how many heading levels are displayed in the Table of Contents, enter the number that you want in the box next to Show Levels under General. To change the overall look of your Table of Contents, click a different format in the Formats list. You can see what your choice looks like in the Print Preview and Web Preview areas. To change the type of line that appears between the entry text and the page number, click an option in the Tab Leader list. To change the way heading levels are displayed in the Table of Contents, click Modify. In the Style dialog box, click the level that you want to change and then click Modify. In the Modify Style dialog box, you can change the font, the size and the amount of indentation. To use custom styles in the Table of Contents, click Options and then do the following. Under Available Styles, find the style that you applied to the heading in your document. Under TOC Level, next to the style name, type a number from 1 to 9 to indicate the level that you want the heading style to represent. Note, if you want to use only custom styles, delete the TOC level numbers for the built-in styles such as Heading 1. Repeat Step 1 and Step 2 for each heading style that you want to include in the Table of Contents. Click OK. Choose a Table of Contents to fit the document type. Printed document. If you are creating a document that readers will read on a printed page, create a Table of Contents in which each entry lists both the heading and the page number where the heading appears. Readers can turn to the page that they want. Online document. For a document that readers will read online in Word, you can format the entries in the Table of Contents as hyperlinks so that readers can go to a heading by clicking its entry in the Table of Contents. Updating the Table of Contents. 8109. Updating the Table of Contents. If you added or removed headings or other Table of Contents entries in your document, you can quickly update the Table of Contents. On the References tab in the Table of Contents group, click Update Table. Click Update Page Numbers Only or Update Entire Table. Deleting a Table of Contents. Deleting a Table of Contents. On the References tab in the Table of Contents group, click Table of Contents. Click Remove Table of Contents. Footnotes and Endnotes. Inserting or creating footnotes and endnotes. Footnotes and endnotes are used in printed documents to explain, comment on, or provide references for text in a document. You might use footnotes for detailed comments and endnotes for citation of sources. Note: if you want to create a bibliography, you can find commands for creating and managing sources and citations on the References tab in the Citations and Bibliography group. About footnotes and endnotes. A footnote or an endnote consists of two link parts: the note reference mark and the corresponding note text. Footnote and endnote reference marks. Separator line. Footnote text, endnote text. Inserting a footnote or an endnote. Microsoft Word automatically numbers footnotes and endnotes for you. You can use a single numbering scheme throughout a document, or you can use different numbering schemes within each section in a document. Commands for inserting and editing footnotes and endnotes can be found on the References tab in the Footnotes group. Insert footnote. Insert endnote. Footnote and endnote dialog box launcher. Footnote and endnote dialog box launcher. When you add, delete, or move notes that are automatically numbered, Word renumbered the footnote and endnote reference marks. Note: if the footnotes in your document are numbered incorrectly, your document may contain tracked changes. Accept the tracked changes so that Word will correctly number the footnotes and endnotes. In Print Layout view, click where you want to insert the note reference mark. On the References tab in the Footnotes group, click Insert Footnote or Insert Endnote. Word inserts the note reference mark and places the insertion point in the text area of the new footnote or endnote. Keyboard shortcut. To insert a footnote, press Ctrl, Alt and F. To insert an endnote, press Ctrl, Alt and D. By default, Word places footnotes at the end of each page and endnotes at the end of the document. Type the note text. Double-click the footnote or endnote reference mark to return to the reference mark in the document. To change the location or format of footnotes or endnotes, click the Footnote and Endnote dialog box launcher and do one of the following. To convert footnotes to endnotes or endnotes to footnotes under Location, choose either Footnotes or Endnotes and then click Convert. In the Convert Notes dialog box, click OK. To change the numbering format, click the desired formatting in the Number Format box and click Apply. To use a custom mark instead of a traditional number format, click Symbol next to Custom Mark and then choose a mark from the available symbols. This will not change the existing note reference marks. It will only add new ones. Changing the number format of footnotes or endnotes. Changing the number format of footnotes or endnotes. Place the insertion point in the section in which you want to change the footnote or endnote format. If the document is not divided into sections, place the insertion point anywhere in the document. On the References tab, click the Footnote and Endnote dialog box launcher. Click Footnotes or Endnotes. In the Number Format box, click the option that you want. Click Apply. Changing the starting value for footnotes or endnotes. Changing the starting value for footnotes or endnotes. Word will automatically number footnotes beginning with 1 and endnotes beginning with I, or you can choose a different starting value. Note: if the footnotes in your document are numbered incorrectly, your document may contain track changes. Accept the track changes so that Word will correctly number the footnotes and endnotes. On the References tab, in the Footnotes group, click the Footnote and Endnote dialog box launcher. In the Started box, choose the desired starting value. Click Apply. Creating a footnote or endnote continuation notice. Creating a footnote or endnote continuation notice. If a footnote or endnote is too long to fit on a page, you can create a continuation notice to let readers know that a footnote or endnote is continued on the next page. Make sure that you are in draft view by going to the View tab and clicking Draft. On the References tab in the Footnotes group, click Show Notes. If your document contains both footnotes and endnotes, a message appears. Click View Footnote Area or View Endnote Area and then click OK. In the Note pane list, click Footnote Continuation Notice or Endnote Continuation Notice. In the Note pane, type the text that you want to use for the continuation notice. Changing or removing a footnote or endnote separator. Changing or removing a footnote or endnote separator. Word separates document text from footnotes and endnotes with a short horizontal line called a note separator. If a note overflows onto the next page, Word prints a longer line called a note continuation separator. You can customize separators by adding text or graphics. Make sure that you are in Draft View by going to the View tab and clicking Draft. On the References tab in the Footnotes group, click Show Notes. In the Notepad list, click and choose the type of separator you want to change or remove. To change the separator that appears between the document text and notes, click Footnote Separator or Endnote Separator. To change the separator for notes that continue from the previous page, click Footnote Continuation Separator or Endnote Continuation Separator. Select the separator and make changes. To remove the separator, press Delete. To edit the separator, insert a clip art divider line or type text. To restore the default separator, click Reset. Deleting a footnote or an endnote. Deleting a footnote or an endnote. When you want to delete a note, you work with the note reference mark in the document window, not the text in the note. Note reference mark. If you delete an automatically numbered note reference mark, Word renumbers the notes in the new order. Delete a note. In the document, select the note reference mark of the footnote or endnote that you want to delete and then press Delete. Creating a bibliography. A bibliography is a list of sources, usually placed at the end of a document, that you consulted or cited in creating the document. In Microsoft Word 2010, you can automatically generate a bibliography based on the source information that you provide for the document. Each time that you create a new source, the source information is saved on your computer so that you can find and use any source you have created. You can choose the bibliography style that you want, and you can add new bibliography styles. Adding a new citation and source to a document. Adding a new citation and source to a document. When you add a new citation to a document, you also create a new source that will appear in the bibliography. On the References tab, in the Citations and Bibliography group, click the arrow next to Style. Click the style that you want to use for the citation and source. For example, social sciences documents usually use the MLA or APA styles for citations and sources. Click at the end of the sentence or phrase that you want to cite. On the References tab, in the Citations and Bibliography group, click Insert Citation. Do one of the following. To add the source information, click Add New Source. To add a placeholder so that you can create a citation and fill in the source information later, click Add New Placeholder. A question mark appears next to placeholder sources in Source Manager. Begin to fill in the source information by clicking the arrow next to Type of Source. For example, your source might be a book, a report, or a website. Fill in the bibliography information for the source. To add more information about a source, click the Show All Bibliography Fields checkbox. Finding a source. Finding a source. The list of sources that you consult or cite can become quite long. At times, you might search for a source that you cited in another document by using the Manage Sources command. On the References tab in the Citations and Bibliography group, click Manage Sources. If you open a new document that does not yet contain citations, all of the sources that you used in previous documents appear under Master List. If you open a document that includes citations, the sources for those citations appear under Current List. All the sources that you have cited, either in previous documents or in the current documents, appear under Master List. To find a specific source, do one of the following. In the sorting box, sort by author, title, citation, citation tag name, or year, and then search the resulting list for the source that you want to find. In the search box, type the title or author for the source that you want to find. The list dynamically narrows to match your search term. Note: you can click the Browse button in Source Manager to select another master list from which you can import new sources into your document. For example, you might connect to a file on a shared server, on a research colleague's computer or server, or on a website that is hosted by a university or research institution. Editing a citation placeholder. Editing a citation placeholder. Occasionally, you may want to create a placeholder citation and then wait until later to fill in the complete bibliography source information. Any changes that you make to a source are automatically reflected in the bibliography if you have already created one. A question mark appears next to placeholder sources in Source Manager. On the References tab in the Citations and Bibliography group, click Manage Sources. Under Current List, click the placeholder that you want to edit. Note: placeholder sources are alphabetized in Source Manager, along with all other sources based on the placeholder tag name. By default, placeholder tag names contain the word placeholder and a number, but you can customize the placeholder tag name with whatever tag you want. Click Edit. Begin to fill in the source information by clicking the arrow next to Type of Source. For example, your source might be a book, a report, or a website. Fill in the bibliography information for the source. Use the Edit button to fill in fields instead of having to type names in the appropriate format. To add more information about source, click the Show All Bibliography Fields checkbox. Creating a bibliography. Creating a bibliography. You can create a bibliography at any point after you insert one or more sources in a document. If you don't have all of the information that you need about a source to create a complete citation, you can use a placeholder citation and then complete the source information later. Note: placeholder citations do not appear in the bibliography. Click where you want to insert a bibliography, usually at the end of the document. On the References tab, in the Citations and Bibliography group, click Bibliography. Click a pre-designed bibliography format to insert the bibliography into the document. Captions in Word. A caption is a numbered label which you can add to a figure, a table, an equation, or another object. Label that you select. Number that Microsoft Word inserts for you. You can vary the caption label and number format for different types of items. For example, Table 2 and Equation 1a. You can also add descriptive text to the label. If you later add, delete, or move captions, you can easily update the caption numbers all at once. Adding captions. Adding captions. You can add captions to figures, equations, or other objects. You can also use those captions to create a table of the captioned items, for example, a table of figures or a table of equations. If the objects in your document are formatted as floating objects, follow the instructions for adding captions to floating objects. Add a caption. Select the object, that is, table, equation, figure, or another object that you want to add a caption to. On the References tab, in the Captions group, click Insert Caption. In the label list, select the label that best describes the object, such as a picture or equation. If the list doesn't provide the correct label, click New Label. Type the new label in the label box and then click OK. Type any text, including punctuation, which you want to appear after the label. Select any other options you want. Adding a caption to a floating object. Adding a caption to a floating object. If you want to be able to wrap text around the object and caption, or you want to be able to move the object and the caption together, you need to insert both the object and the caption into a text box. On the Insert tab, in the Text group, click Text Box and then click Draw Text Box. In your document, drag to draw the text box over the object. On the Drawing Tools Format tab, in the Shape Styles group, click Shape Fill and then click No Fill. In the Arrange group, click Wrap Text and then click the text wrapping option that you used for the object. In the Arrange group, click Wrap Text and then click Behind Text. Right-click the text box and then click Format Shape. Click Text Options, Text Box and then set the internal margin values to 0. Select the object and then click Cut in the Clipboard group on the Home tab or press Ctrl X. Click in the text box and then click Paste in the Clipboard group on the Home tab or press Ctrl V. Select the object and insert the caption. Including chapter numbers in captions. Including chapter numbers in captions. To include chapter numbers in captions, you must apply a unique heading style to chapter headings. For example, if you use the Heading 1 style for chapter headings, do not use the Heading 1 style for any other text in the document. Step 1. Apply numbering to the chapter headings in your document. Select the first chapter heading in your document. On the Home tab in the Paragraph group, click the arrow next to Multi-Level List. Click a chapter numbering list definition, that is, one that includes the text heading 1 or chapter 1. The chapter numbering list definition is applied to the heading styles in your document. To add the next numbered heading, click to select the heading and then click the heading style in the Quick Styles gallery. Include chapter numbers in captions. Select the item that you want to add a caption to. On the References tab in the Captions group, click Insert Caption. In the label list, select the item for which you want Microsoft Office Word to insert a caption. Type any text that you want to appear after the label. Click Numbering. Select the Include Chapter Number checkbox. In the Chapter Starts with Style list, select the heading style that was applied to the chapter heading. In the Use Separator list, select a punctuation mark to separate the chapter number from the caption number. Updating caption numbers. Updating caption numbers. If you insert a new caption, Microsoft Word automatically updates the caption numbers. However, if you delete or move a caption, you must manually update the captions. Click anywhere in the document and press Ctrl A to select the entire document. Right-click and then click Update Field on the shortcut menu. Index. An index lists the terms and topics that are discussed in a document, along with the pages that they appear on. To create an index, you mark the index entries by providing the name of the main entry and the cross-reference in your document, and then you build the index. About index entries. You can create an index entry for an individual word, phrase or symbol for a topic that spans a range of pages. When you select text and mark it as an index entry, Microsoft Word adds a special XE, that is, index entry field that includes the marked main entry and any cross-reference information that you choose to include. After you mark all the index entries, you choose an index design and build the finished index. Word collects the index entries, sorts them alphabetically, references their page numbers, finds and removes duplicate entries from the same page, and displays the index in the document. Marking index entries and create an index. To create an index, you mark the entries, select a design, and then build the index. Marking index entries. To mark index entries, do one of the following. Mark words or phrases. Mark entries for text that spans a range of pages. Page Layout menu. Page Layout tab contains various groups such as themes, page setup, page background, paragraph, etc. Themes group. The available options are Themes. Change the overall design of the document. Colors. Change the color of the current theme. Fonts. Change the font of the current theme. Effect. Change the effect of the current theme. Page Setup group. In Page Setup group, the available options are Margins. In Page Setup group, the available options are Orientations. Switch the page between portrait and landscape layout. Size. Choose the paper size of the current section. Columns. Split text into 2 or more columns. Breaks. Add page, section or column breaks. Line numbers. Add line number in the margin alongside of each line of the document. Hyphenation. Turn on hyphenation, which allows the word to break lines between the syllables of words. Page background group. Through this option, you can insert a watermark, which is a ghosted text or picture behind the content of the page. Page color, which is the color for the background of the page. Page borders. Add or change the border around the page. In paragraph group, the available options are indent. Move in the left or right side of the paragraph by a certain amount. Spacing. Change the spacing between the paragraphs by adding spaces below the selected paragraph. Arrange group. In arrange group, the available options are position. Position the selected object on the page. Wrap text. Change the way text wraps around an image or selected object. Bring forward. Bring the selected object forward. Send backward. Send the selected object backward. Selection pane. Show the selection pane to help select individual objects and to change their order and visibility. Align. Align the edges of multiple selected objects. Group. Group objects together. Rotate. Rotate or flip the selected object. Page and section numbers. Marking words or phrases. Marking words or phrases. To use existing text as an index entry, select the text. To enter your own text as an index entry, click where you want to insert the index entry. On the References tab in the Index group, click Mark Entry. To create the main index entry that uses your own text, type or edit the text in the main entry box. If you want, you can customize the entry by creating a sub-entry. By creating a sub-entry, a third-level entry, or a cross-reference to another entry. To create a sub-entry, type the text in the sub-entry box. To include a third-level entry, type the sub-entry text followed by a colon and then type the text of the third-level entry. To create a cross-reference to another entry, click Cross-Reference under Options and then type the text for the other entry in the box. To format the page numbers that will appear in the index, select the bold checkbox or the italic checkbox below Page Number Format. To format the text for the index, select the text in the main entry or sub-entry box. Right-click and then click Font. Select the formatting options that you want to use. To mark the index entry, click Mark. To mark all occurrences of this text in the document, click Mark All. To mark additional index entries, select the text, click in the Mark Index Entry dialog box, and then repeat Step 3 through Step 6. Creating the index. Creating the index. After you mark the entries, you are ready to select an index design and insert the index into your document. Click where you want to add the index. On the References tab, in the Index group, click Insert Index. Do one of the following. Click a design in the Formats box to use one of the available index designs. Design a custom index layout. In the Formats box, click From Template and then click Modify. In the Style dialog box, click the index style that you want to change and then click Modify. Under Formatting, select the options that you want. To add the style changes to your template, click All Documents based on the template. Click OK twice. Select any other index options that you want. Note: to update the index, click the index and then press F9, or click Update Index in the Index group on the References tab. If you find an error in the index, locate the index entry that you want to change. Make the change and then update the index. If you create an index in a master document, expand the subdocuments before you insert or update the index. Editing or formatting an index entry and updating the index. If you don't see the XC fields, click Show or Hide in the Paragraph group on the Home tab. Find the XC field for the entry that you want to change. For example, XC Callisto by T. Simons. To edit or format an index entry, change the text inside the quotation marks. To update the index, click the index and then press F9, or click Update Index in the Index group on the References tab. Editing or formatting an index entry and updating the index. If you don't see the XC fields, click Show or Hide in the Paragraph group on the Home tab. Find the XC field for the entry that you want to change. To edit or format an index entry, change the text inside the quotation marks. To update the index, click the index and then press F9, or click Update Index in the Index group on the References tab. Deleting an index entry and updating the index. Deleting an index entry and updating the index. Select the entry. Select the entire index entry field, including the braces, and then press Delete. If you don't see the XC fields, click Show or Hide in the Paragraph group on the Home tab. To update the index, click the index and then press F9, or click Update Index in the Index group on the References tab. Table of Authorities. A table of authorities lists the references in a legal document, along with the numbers of the pages the references appear on. To create a table of authorities, you mark citations, and Microsoft Word inserts a special TA, that is, Table of Authorities entry field in your document. You can then search the document for the next long or short citation to mark, or you can automatically mark each subsequent occurrence of the citation. If you don't want to use the existing categories of citations, such as cases of statutes, you can change or add categories of citations. When you build a table of authorities, Word searches for the marked citations, organizes them by category, references their page numbers, and displays the table of authorities in the document. For example, the field TA Baldwin vs. Alberti 58 Win 2D 243 1961 Baldwin vs. Alberti creates the following entry in the cases category of a table of authorities: Baldwin vs. Alberti 58 WN 2D 243 1961 5-6. Mailing tab. Mailings. Mailings tab has various important groups like Create, Start Mail Merge, Write, and Insert Fields, Preview Results, and Finish Group. Using Mail Merge. Mail Merge is a powerful tool for writing and sending a personalized letter or email to many different people at the same time. You can also use it to create envelopes or labels with each recipient information. Mail merge imports data from another source such as Excel and then uses that data to replace placeholders throughout your message with the relevant information for each individual you are messaging. You can use it to quickly create personalized messages for hundreds of people at once. You can also use mail merge to create a catalog or directory. The same kind of information such as name and description is shown for each item, but the name and description in each item is unique. Click Directory to create this type of document. A set of envelopes. The return address is the same on all the envelopes, but the destination address is unique on each one. A set of mailing labels. Each label shows a person's name and address, but the name and address on each label is unique. A set of email messages. The basic content is the same in all the messages, but each message goes to the individual recipient and each message contains information that is specific to that recipient, such as the recipient's name or some other piece of information. You can use commands on the Mailings tab to perform a mail merge. When the mail merge is run, the word processing system creates an output document for each row in the database, using the fixed text exactly as it appears in the template, but substituting the data variables in the template with the values from the matching columns. Steps of mail merge. Setting up the main document. The main document contains the text and graphics that are the same for each version of the merged document. For example, the return address in a form letter. Connecting the document to a data source. A data source is a file that contains the information to be merged into a document. For example, the names and addresses of the recipients of a letter. Refining the list of recipients or items. Microsoft Word generates a copy of the main document for each recipient or item in your data file. If you want to generate copies for only certain items in your data file, you can choose which items or records to include. Adding placeholders called mail merge fields to the document. When you perform the mail merge fields are filled with information from your data file. Previews, changing individual documents and completing the merge. You can preview each copy of the document before you print the whole set, and you can change individual copies of the document. Setting up the main document. Setting up the main document. Start Word. A blank document opens by default. Leave it open. If you close it, the commands in the next step are not available. On the Mailings tab, in the Start Mail Merge group, click Start Mail Merge. Click Start Mail Merge. Click Letters. Connect the document to a data source. Connect the document to a data source. To merge information into your main document, you must connect the document to a data source or a data file. If you don't already have a data file, you can create one during the mail merge process. Choose a data file. On the Mailing tab, in the Start Mail Merge group, click Select Recipients. Use an existing data source file. If you have a Microsoft Excel worksheet, a Microsoft Access database, or another type of data file, click Use Existing List and then locate the file in the Select Data Source dialog box. For Excel, you can select data from any worksheet or named range within a workbook. For Access, you can select data from any table or query that is defined in the database. Refine the list of recipients or items. Refine the list of recipients or items. When you connect to a certain data file, you might not want to merge information from all the records or rows in that data file into your main document. To narrow the list of recipients or use a subset of the items in your data file, on the Mailings tab in the Start Mail Merge group, click Edit Recipient List. In the Mail Merge Recipients dialog box, select Individual Records. This method is most useful if your list is short. Select the checkboxes next to the recipients you want to include and clear the checkboxes next to the recipients you want to exclude. If you know that you want to include only a few records in your merge, you can clear the checkbox in the header row and then select only those records that you want. Similarly, if you want to include most of the list, select the checkbox in the header row and then clear the checkboxes for the records that you don't want to include. Filter records. This is useful if the list contains records that you know you don't want to see or include in the merge. After you filter the list, you can select or clear the checkboxes to include or exclude records. Add recipients. To add recipients to the list, do the following. Under Data Source, click the name of your data file. Click Edit. In the Edit Data Source dialog box, click New Entry and then type the information for that recipient. About Mail Merge Fields. About Mail Merge Fields. The placeholders such as address and greeting are called Mail Merge Fields. Fields in Word correspond to the column headings in the data file that you select. Columns in a data file represent categories of information. Fields that you add to the main document are placeholders for these categories. Rows in a data file represent records of information. Word generates a copy of the main document for each record when you perform a mail merge. By putting a field in your main document, you indicate that you want a certain category of information, such as name or address, to appear in that location. Typing the content and adding the placeholders or fields. Typing the content and adding the placeholders or fields. In the main document, type any content that you want to appear on every copy of the document. To add a picture, such as a logo, click Picture in the Illustrations group on the Insert tab. Click where you want to insert the field. Use the Write and Insert Fields group on the Mailings tab. Add either of the options available. Address blocks with name, address, and other information. Click Address block. In the Insert Address Block dialog box, select the address elements that you want to include and the formats that you want, and then click OK. If the Match Fields dialog box appears, Word may have been unable to find some of the information that it needs for the address block. Click the arrow next to Not Matched and then select the field from your data source that corresponds to the field that is required for the mail merge. Greeting line. Click Greeting line. Select the greeting line format, which includes the salutation, name format, and following punctuation. Select the text that you want to appear in cases where Microsoft Word can't interpret the recipient's name. For example, when the data source contains no first or last name for a recipient, but only a company name. Click OK. If the Match Fields dialog box appears, Word may have been unable to find some of the information that it needs for the greeting line. Click the arrow next to Not Matched and then select the field from your data source that corresponds to the field that is required for the mail merge. Individual fields. Individual fields. You can insert information from individual fields such as first name, telephone number, or the amount of a contribution from a list of donors. To quickly add a field from your data file to the main document, click the arrow next to Insert Merge field and then click the field name. For more options with inserting individual fields in the document, do the following. On the Mailings tab in the Write and Insert Fields group, click Insert Merge field. In the Insert Merge field dialog box, do one of the following. To select address fields that will automatically correspond to fields in your data source, even if the data source's fields don't have the same name as your fields, click Address Fields. To select fields that always take data directly from a column in your data file, click Database Fields. In the Fields box, click the field you want. Click Insert and then click Close. If the Match Fields dialog box appears, Microsoft Word may have been unable to find some of the information it needs to insert the field. Click the arrow next to Not Matched and then select the field from your data source that corresponds to the field that is required for the mail merge. Note: if you insert a field from the database fields list and then later switch to a data source that doesn't have a column with the same name, Word won't be able to insert that field information into the merged document. Previewing the merge. Previewing the merge. You can preview your merged documents and make changes before you actually complete the merge. To preview, do any of the following in the Preview Results group of the Mailings tab. Click Preview Results. Page through each merged document by using the Next Record and Previous Record buttons in the Preview Results group. Preview a specific document by clicking Find Recipient. Note: click Edit Recipient List in the Start Mail Merge group on the Mailings tab to open the Mail Merge Recipients dialog box, where you can filter the list or clear recipients if you see records that you don't want to include. Completing the merge. Completing the merge. You can print the merged documents or modify them individually. You can print or change all or just a subset of the documents. If you want to print a subset of the documents, you can specify the set by a range of record numbers. If you want to print pages instead of specifying record numbers, follow the instructions in the Change Individual Copies of the Documents section. Print the merged documents. On the Mailings tab in the Finish group, click Finish and Merge, and then click Print Documents. Choose whether to print the whole set of documents, only the copy that's currently visible, or a subset of a set which you specify by record number. Changing individual copies of the document. Changing individual copies of the document. On the Mailings tab in the Finish group, click Finish and Merge, and then click Edit Individual Documents. Choose whether you want to edit the whole set of documents, only the copy that's currently visible, or a subset of the set, which you specify by record number. Word compiles the copies that you want to edit into a single file, with a page break between each copy of the document. After you finish editing the new file of documents, you can print the documents by clicking the File tab. clicking Print and then clicking the Print button. Saving the main document. Saving the main document. Remember that merged document that you save are separate from the main document. It's a good idea to save the main document itself if you plan to use it for another mail merge. When you save the main document, you can also save its connection to the data file. The next time that you open the main document, you are prompted to choose whether you want the information from the data file to be merged again into the main document. If you click Yes, the document opens with information from the first record merged in. If you click No, the connection between the main document and the data file is broken. The main document becomes a standard Word document. Fields are replaced with the unique information from the first record. Review tab comprises groups like proofing, language, comments, tracking, changes, compare and protect groups. Proofing groups contain spelling and grammar, research, thesaurus and word count options. Language groups has translate and language options. Comments groups has new comment, delete previous and next options. Tracking groups has track changes, final show markup and reviewing pane options. Changes groups has accept, reject, previous and next options. Compare groups has compare and combine options. Protect group has block authors and restrict editing options. You should explore all the tabs and commands in the practical sessions in order to better understand their actual application. Track changes in a document. Tracking changes in a document. Track changes is a way for Microsoft Word to keep track of the changes you make to a document. You can then choose to accept or reject those changes. This feature provides a means for editors and colleagues to communicate with you right within the document, proposing corrections and additions as needed. This feature is especially handy for identifying errors that inevitably occur in a piece of writing, such as typos. Even better, using track changes allows an editor to help create consistency within a report, especially helpful when a report is created by a group of researchers writing different sections at different times. Enabling track changes. Open the document that you want to revise. On the Review tab in the Tracking group, click the Track Changes button. The Track Changes button becomes highlighted. Make the changes that you want by inserting, deleting, moving or formatting text or graphics. Proofreading. Setting the proofing language. Proofreading. Setting the proofing language. To set the proofing language for text and check your spelling, follow these steps. Select the text that you want to set the language for. On the Review tab, in the Language group, click Language and then click Set Proofing Language. In the Set Proofing Language pane, verify that the correct language is associated with the text. If it is not, you need to select the language that you want to use for the dictionary. Click in the note to close the dictionary pane. Repeat steps 1 to 4 for each section of text that you want to check. Check spelling. On the Review tab, click Spelling. Note: if the spelling command is not available, press F7 to start the spelling checker. Hello students, welcome to the class. In this chapter, we will learn some further advanced word processing skills of Microsoft Word 2010 application. This chapter will cover Introduction to Styles, that is Home tab, Insert tab, which includes tables and word art, Introduction to Flowchart, Working with Graphics, Charts, Header and Footer, Page and Section Numbers, Bookmark and Hyperlink, Working with Connectors, Page Layout tab, which includes Themes, Page Setup, Page Breaks and Section Break, Page Background, Paragraph, Paragraph Indenting and Spacing, Arrange Group, Advanced features of Microsoft Word, References tab, Table of Contents, Mailings tab, Mail Merge, Review tab, Track Changes, Proofreading, View tab, Different view options, Switch windows. Introduction to Styles, starting with Styles Group, available under Home tab. Styles Group deals with the font style of textual content. You can use styles to format your document, so you can quickly and easily apply a set of formatting choices consistently throughout your document. Use the preset styles in Word, or if you want formatting choices that are not available from the built-in styles and themes, you can modify an existing style and customize it to suit your needs. Right-click a style in the Styles gallery and click Modify. For easy access, add your style to the Styles gallery. Click Add to the Styles gallery. You can also define if the styles applies to the current document or to all your documents. Insert menu. You can insert a lot of objects in your document using this menu. You can also access the Insert tab by clicking on the Insert tab on ribbon. You can also notice that when you insert any object like a picture or chart or smart art graphics, some additional tabs appear on the ribbon. These tabs are called contextual tabs. Cover page. Microsoft Word offers a gallery of convenient pre-designed cover pages. Choose a cover page and replace the sample text with your own. On the Insert tab, in the Pages group, click Cover Page. Click a cover page layout from the gallery of options. After you insert a cover page, you can replace the sample text with your own text by clicking to select an area of the cover page, such as the title, and typing your text. If you insert another cover page in the document, the new cover page will replace the first cover page you inserted. To replace a cover page. To replace a cover page created in an earlier version of Word, you must delete the first cover page manually and then add a cover page with a design from the Word gallery. To delete a cover page. To delete a cover page inserted with Word, click the Insert tab. Click Cover Pages in the Pages group and then click Remove Current Cover Page. Page break. Inserting a page break. Word automatically inserts a page break when you reach the end of a page. If you want the page to break in a different place, you can insert a manual page break. Or you can set up rules for Word to follow so that the automatic page breaks are placed where you want them. This is especially helpful if you are working in a long document. Inserting a manual page break. Click where you want to start a new page. On the Insert tab, in the Pages group, click Page Break. Control where Word places automatic page breaks. If you insert manual page breaks in documents that are more than several pages in length, you might have to change those page breaks as you edit the document. To avoid the difficulty of manually changing page breaks, you can set options to control where Word positions automatic page breaks. Preventing page breaks in the middle of a paragraph. Select the paragraph that you want to prevent from breaking onto two pages. On the Page Layout tab, click the Paragraph dialog box launcher and then click the Line and Page Breaks tab. Select the Keep Lines Together checkbox. Specify a page break before a paragraph. Specify a page break before a paragraph. Click the paragraph that you want to follow the page break. On the Page Layout tab, click the Paragraph dialog box launcher and then click the Line and Page Breaks tab. Select the page break before checkbox. Tables. Tables are an efficient way to display information in a concise and simple manner. You can use tables for presentations, tutorials, articles, and more. A table is a grid of cells arranged in rows and columns. Inserting tables. Inserting tables. The quickest way to add a table is to select the size you think you want on the table grid. Click the Insert tab, click Table, and then move the cursor over the grid until you highlight the right numbers of rows and columns. Click and the table appears in the document. The Table Tools Design and Layout tabs also appear with options for choosing different colors, table styles, and borders. Later, you can add or delete rows or columns in your table. Other ways to add a table. The grid inserts a basic table. If you need to do something different, you have 3 ways to make a table. For more control over the table size, click the Insert tab, click Table, and then click Insert Table. Then you can set the exact number of rows and columns and use the Auto Fit Behavior options to adjust the table size. If you have some text that will look better in a table, Word can change it into a table. And if the information is too complicated to fit in a basic grid, the Draw Table tool helps you draw exactly the table you want. Converting text to a table. You can use table templates to insert a table that is based on a gallery of pre-formatted tables. Table templates contain sample data to help you visualize what the table will look like when you add your data. In the text that you want to convert, insert a tab or a comma each place you want to start a new column. In the text that you want to convert, insert a tab or a comma each place you want to start a new column. Insert a paragraph. Mark each place you want to start a new row. Select the text. Click the Insert tab. Click Table and then click Convert Text to Table. Table command on the Insert tab. In the Convert Text to Table dialog box, under Separate Text at, click Tab or comma. Drawing a table. Click where you want to create the table. Click the Insert tab. Click Table and then click Draw Table. The pointer changes to a pencil. Draw a rectangle to make the table's borders. Then draw lines for columns and row inside the rectangle. To erase a line, click the Table Tools Design tab. Click Eraser and then click the line that you want to erase. Adding more cells, columns or rows to add more cells, columns or rows to your table, put the cursor in the table where you want the new addition and right-click. The following menu will appear. Click on Insert and make a selection. Resizing the column or row. Rest your mouse on the edge of the column. It turns into a double-sided arrow. Click and drag to the desired size, moving the table to a different location in your document. To move the table to a different location in your document, move your mouse anywhere over the table. A small square will appear in the upper left corner of the table. And hold that square and drag your table to a new location in your document. Changing the border of the table. To change the border of the table, right-click anywhere in the table. Click Table Properties and then Borders and Shading. Make your changes and click OK. Deleting a table. From the page where the table is displayed, in the ribbon, click the Page tab and then click the Edit command. Click in the table you want to delete. In the ribbon, under Table Tools, click the Layout tab. In the Rows and Columns group, click Delete and then in the drop-down menu, select Delete Table. Quick tables are tables that are stored in galleries as building blocks. You can access and reuse quick tables at any time. If you frequently use a table with specific formatting, you can save a copy of the table in the Quick Tables gallery so that you don't need to recreate the table each time that you want to use it. Click where you want to insert a table. On the Insert tab in the Tables group, click Table. Point to Quick Tables and then click the table that you want. If necessary, replace the placeholder data in the table with the data that you want. Now let's see how to add a table to the Quick Tables gallery. Click in the table that you want to add. Under Table Tools, click the Layout tab. In the Table group, click Select and then click Select Table. On the Insert tab, in the Tables group, click Table. Point to Quick Tables and then click Save Selection to Quick Tables gallery. Fill out the information in the Create New Building Block dialog box. Name. Type a unique name for the building block. Gallery, select tables from the list. Category, select a category such as General or Built-in, or create a new category. Description. Type a description of the building block. Save and click Building Blocks in the list. You can select a different template in the Save in list if you want the table to be available in that template. A template must be open to be displayed in the list of template names. Options. Choose one of the following. Select Insert in Own Paragraph to make the content into its own paragraph, even if the cursor is in the middle of a paragraph. Select Insert Content in its own page to place the building block on a separate page, with page breaks before and after the building block. Smart Art Graphics. A smart art graphic is a visual representation of your information that you can quickly and easily create, choosing from among many different layouts to effectively communicate your messages or ideas. To see a video of a user creating smart art graphics, go to Community Video, add illustrations with smart art. Inserting a smart art illustration. Inserting a smart art illustration. Place the insertion point in the document where you want the graphic to appear. Select the Insert tab. Select the Smart Art command in the Illustrations group. A dialog box appears. Select a category to the left of the dialog box and review the smart art graphics that appear in the center. Select the desired smart art graphic and then click OK. To see more details about a graphic, click any image and a larger preview of the graphic with additional text details. To see more details about a graphic, click any image and a larger preview of the graphic with additional text details will appear on the right side of the dialog box. Creating a smart art graphic and adding text to it. Creating a smart art graphic and adding. Creating a smart art graphic and adding text to it. On the Insert tab, in the Illustrations group, click Smart Art. In the Choose a Smart Art Graphic dialog box, click the type and layout that you want. Enter your text by doing one of the following. Click Text in the text pane and then type your text. Copy text from another location or program. Click Text in the text pane and then paste your text. Notes. If the text pane is not visible, click the Control. Text pane control. To add text in an arbitrary position close to or on top of your smart art graphic, on the Insert tab in the Text group, click Text box to insert a text box. If you want only the text in your text box to appear, right-click your text box. Click Format Shape or Format Text Box and then set the text box to have no background color and no border. Click in a box in the Smart Art graphic and then type your text. For best results, use this option after you add all of the boxes that you want. Adding or deleting shapes in Smart Art Graphic. Adding or deleting shapes in Smart Art Graphic. Click the Smart Art Graphic that you want to add another shape to. Click the existing shape that is located closest to where you want to add the new shape. Under Smart Art Tools on the Design tab in the Create Graphic group, click the arrow under Add Shape. If you don't see the Smart Art Tools or Design tabs, make sure that you have selected the Smart Art Graphic. Do one of the following. To insert a circle after the selected shape that will overlap the selected shape, click Add Shape After. To insert a shape before the selected circle that will overlap the selected shape, click Add Shape Before. Note: to add a shape from the text pane, click an existing shape. Move your cursor before or after the text where you want to add the shape, and then press Enter. To delete a shape from your Smart Art Graphic, click the shape you want to delete, and then press Delete. To delete your entire Smart Art Graphic, click the border of your Smart Art Graphic, and then press Delete. Change the colors of an entire Smart Art Graphic. Change the colors of an entire Smart Art Graphic. You can apply color variations that are derived from the theme colors to the shapes in your Smart Art Graphic. Click your Smart Art Graphic. Under Smart Art Tools on the Design tab in the Smart Art Styles group, click Change Colors. If you don't see the Smart Art Tools or Design tabs, make sure that you have selected a Smart Art Graphic. Click the color variation that you want. Applying a Smart Art style to a Smart Art Graphic. Applying a Smart Art style to a Smart Art Graphic. A Smart Art style is a combination of various effects such as line style, bevel, or 3D that you can apply to the shapes in your Smart Art Graphic to create a unique and professionally designed look. Click your Smart Art Graphic. Under Smart Art Tools on the Design tab in the Smart Art Styles group, click the Smart Art style that you want. To see more Smart Art styles, click the More button. Tips. Tips. If you already have text on a slide, you can convert the text to a Smart Art Graphic. You can also customize your Smart Art Graphic by adding individual shapes, removing shapes, moving shapes, resizing shapes, and formatting text. To start with a blank layout, delete all the placeholder text, such as text in the text pane, or press Ctrl A and then press Delete. If you are using Office PowerPoint 2010, you can animate your Smart Art Graphic to emphasize each shape or each hierarchical level. To resize your entire Smart Art Graphic, click the border of your Smart Art Graphic and then drag the sizing handles in or out until your Smart Art Graphic is the size that you want. For new Smart Art Graphics layouts, see free new Smart Art Graphics available. Flowchart. Introduction to Flowchart. Flowcharts are planning tools that represent an algorithm or process. Flowchart is a great tool for breaking down difficult to understand processes into accessible concepts. They are commonly used by software developers and system analysts to design systems. MS Word 2010 has a good variety of basic options for preparing simple flowcharts. Once the flowchart has been illustrated, it is easy to take a bird's eye view and understand the whole process. Just the process of drawing the flowchart can help to clear your own logic and give you insights to make it better. Flowchart helps you examine any process. You can use it to communicate steps to other people involved in a process. Flowcharts organize a process by removing redundant steps. It helps identify and troubleshoots potential problems. It allows improving a process. Inserting a canvas. Inserting a canvas. Word flowcharts are best contained within a drawing canvas. You can insert shapes directly into a Word document, but using a canvas has several advantages. They act as a container for the shapes, making it easier to position or reposition a flowchart in a document. Certain features like arrows that connect to shapes only work in a canvas. You can add formatting to the canvas itself, giving the flowchart an attractive backdrop. To insert a canvas, click the Insert tab on the Word ribbon and click the Shapes drop-down button. Below the gallery of shape types, select the bottom menu item labeled New Drawing Canvas as shown to the right side. Drawing flowcharts. Drawing flowcharts. Start with a blank Word document. Place your title at the top. Generally, you will want to center it. Click Insert and then Shapes on the ribbon under Illustration command group and select a shape in the Flowchart section of the Shapes menu. You then use the plus-shaped cursor to position and choose the size of the shape. It will be apparent how it looks once you let go of the mouse button. You can alter the position by left-clicking the shape and moving it. Adding a flowchart shape. Adding a flowchart shape. Adding shapes is pretty straightforward. Click the Insert tab on the ribbon. Click the Shapes drop-down. Click on the shape type you want to add. Click in the canvas area, holding the left button down while dragging the mouse to add the shape. Aligning shapes. The best approach is to select all the shapes you want to align, which will cause Word to display the Format tab. On the Format tab, click the Align drop-down menu shown below, making sure the Align Selected Objects item is checked. You can then use the Alignment tool to align the shapes automatically. Resizing and rotating shapes. Resizing and rotating shapes. If you click on a shape, resize handles appear on the shape's border, allowing you to click and drag a side or corner. The green dot at top is the rotation adjustment handle. Alternately, you can right-click on the shape and select Format Auto Shape from the context menu. Clicking the Size tab on the Format Auto Shape window will allow you to set the height, width and rotation angle to specific values. Graphics. Inserting clip art. Graphics. Inserting clip art. The term clip art refers to the pre-made images that Word has stored and you can use to illustrate your document. You can browse through many different options or search for a specific image. Select the Insert tab. Select the Clip Art option. A search box appears on the right side of your screen. Type your search terms in the entry field labeled Search For. Your search results appear below. Scroll through and select the image that you would like to use in your document. Deleting clip art. Select on the clip art image you would like to delete. Press the Delete key on your keyboard. Inserting and deleting images saved on your computer. Inserting and deleting images saved on your computer. You can insert your own images into a Word document to complement a set of directions, a presentation, or anything similar. You can insert any images saved on your computer into your document. Inserting an image saved on your computer. Inserting and deleting images saved on your computer. Inserting and deleting images saved on your computer. You can insert your own images into a Word document to complement a set of directions, a presentation, or anything similar. You can insert any images saved on your computer into your document. Inserting an image saved on your computer. Select the Insert tab. Select the Picture option. Your Documents box appears. The Picture option is almost directly beneath the Insert tab. Browse through your folders until you find the picture you wish to insert. Select the Insert option. Word inserts the selected image into your document. You can insert an image that is saved almost anywhere on your computer. Deleting an image. Deleting an image. Select the image you wish to delete. Press the Delete key on your keyboard. Charts. Charts are excellent for conveying information in a concise and efficient manner. You can use charts for many different things, such as presentations, lectures, and tutorials. In Microsoft Word 2010, you can insert many kinds of data charts and graphs, such as column charts, line graphs, pie charts, bar charts, area graphs, scatter graphs, stock charts, surface charts, donut charts, bubble graphs, and radar graphs. Inserting a chart. Select the Insert tab. Select the Chart option. A box appears on your screen. You can pick what type of chart to use from the various options Word offers. Select the type of chart you want to insert into your document. Select OK. Your screen splits and the chart appears on the left in a Word document, while a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet with the chart's dimensions appears in another. You can edit the exact dimensions of your chart in the Excel spreadsheet your computer provides. Your changes automatically appear in your Word document. Editing a chart. Enter your preferences in the Excel spreadsheet on the right half of the screen. You can change the chart dimensions, the names of certain sections, and more. Your changes automatically appear in your Word document. Make the changes in the actual Word document when editing the title. Deleting a chart. Select the chart you wish to delete. Press the Delete key on your keyboard. Editing a chart. Enter your preferences in the Excel spreadsheet on the right half of the screen. You can change the chart dimensions, the names of certain sections, and more. Your changes automatically appear in your Word document. Make the changes in the actual Word document when editing the title. Deleting a chart. Select the chart you wish to delete. Press the delete key on your keyboard. Tips. Tips. To get a good idea of what you can add to or change in your chart, under Chart Tools, click the Design, Layout and Format tabs, and then explore the groups and options that are provided on each tab. Note: if you don't see the Chart Tools, make sure that you click anywhere inside the chart to activate it. You can also access design, layout and formatting features that are available for specific chart elements, such as chart axis or the legend, by right-clicking those chart elements. Header and footer. Header and footer. Headers and footers are areas in the top, bottom and side margins of each page in a document. You can insert or change text or graphics in headers and footers. For example, you can add page numbers, the time and date, a company logo, the document title or file name, or the author's name. Inserting the same header or footer on each page. Microsoft Office Word 2010 includes many pre-designed headers or footers that you can insert into your document, or you can create a header or footer from scratch. See information later in this chapter for steps to include the following popular items in the header or footer: page number, file name, document title, author's name or other document property, current date. Inserting a predefined header or footer. Inserting a predefined header or footer. On the Insert tab in the Header and Footer group, click Header or Footer. Click the header or footer design that you want. Note: if you don't see a gallery of header or footer designs, there might be a problem with the building blocks template on your computer. The header or footer is inserted on every page of the document. Notes: if necessary, you can format the text in the header or footer by selecting the text and using the formatting options on the mini toolbar, which is a part of the Microsoft Office Fluent interface. If you want to switch to a different predefined header or footer, repeat these steps and choose a different header or footer from the gallery. Inserting a custom header or footer. Inserting a custom header or footer. On the Insert tab in the Header and Footer group, click Header or Footer. Click Edit Header or Edit Footer. Type text or insert graphics and other content by using the options in the Insert group on the Design tab under the Header and Footer Tools tab. Tip: to save the header or footer that you created to the gallery of header or footer options, select the text or graphics in the header or footer and then click Save Selection as New Header or Save Selection as New Footer. Make the first page header or footer different from the rest of the pages. Make the first page header or footer different from the rest of the pages. On the first page of the document, double-click the header or footer area. Under Header and Footer Tools, on the Design tab, in the Options group, select the Different First Page checkbox. Note: if your document includes a cover page from the gallery of cover pages in Office Word 2007, the Different First Page option is already turned on. Inserting or editing a header or footer on this page does not affect the other pages in the document. Create a header or footer, or make changes to the existing header or footer on the first page. Different or no header footer for the first page. Different or no header footer for the first page. On the first page of the document, double-click the header or footer area. Under Header and Footer Tools, on the Design tab, in the Options group, select the Different First Page checkbox. Note: if the Different First Page checkbox is already checked, do not clear it. Go on to the next step. In the first page header or first page footer area, delete the contents of the header or footer. Making the header or footer different for odd and even pages. For example, you can use the title of the document on odd numbered pages and the chapter title on even numbered pages. Or for a booklet, you can place page numbers on odd numbered pages to be on the right side of the page and page numbers on even numbered pages to be on the left side of the page. This way, the page numbers are always on the outside edge when the pages are printed on both sides of the paper. Click an odd numbered page, such as the first page of your document. On the Insert tab, in the Header and Footer group, click Header or Footer. In the gallery of headers or footers, click a design labeled Odd Page, such as Austere, that is Odd Page. Under Header and Footer Tools, on the Design tab, in the Options group, select the Different Odd and Even Pages checkbox. Under Header and Footer Tools, on the Design tab, in the Navigation group, click Next section to advance the cursor to the header or footer for even numbered pages. Under Header and Footer Tools, on the Design tab, in the Header and Footer group, click Header or Footer. In the gallery of headers or footers, click a design labeled Even Page, such as Austere, that is Even Page. Notes: if necessary, you can format text in the header or footer by selecting the text and using the formatting options on the Office Fluent mini toolbar. If you want to switch to a different predefined header or footer, repeat these steps and choose a different header or footer from the gallery. Creating odd and even headers or footers in a document that already has headers or footers. Creating odd and even headers or footers in a document that already has headers or footers. Double-click in the Header or Footer area. Under Header and Footer Tools, on the Design tab, in the Options group, select the Different Odd and Even Pages checkbox. The existing header or footer is now configured for odd-numbered pages only. Under Header and Footer Tools, on the Design tab, in the Navigation group, click Next section to advance the cursor to the header or footer for even-numbered pages, and then create the header or footer for even-numbered pages. making the header or footer different in each section or chapter. If your document is divided into sections, you can vary the headers and footers so that they display different content for each section. For example, if your document is divided into chapters by using sections breaks, the chapter title can be displayed in the header of each chapter. Tip: if you are unsure whether your document has sections, you can search for them. Click Drafts on the status bar. On the Home tab in the Find group, click Go To. Click Section. Click Next to find section breaks in the document. Draft View makes it easy to see the section breaks in the document. Adding section breaks to a document. If your document is not divided into sections, you can insert section breaks where you want the header or footer to vary. Starting at the beginning of the document, place the cursor at the beginning of the page where you want to start varying the header or footer. On the Page Layout tab in the Page Setup group, click Breaks, and then under Section Breaks, click Next Page. Place the cursor at the beginning of the next page where you want to vary the header or footer, such as the first page of a new chapter. On the Page Layout tab in the Page Setup group, click Breaks, and then under Section Breaks, click Next Page. Repeat steps 3 and 4 for every section break that you want in the document. Using a document section breaks to vary the header or footer. Using a document section breaks to vary the header or footer. If your document is already divided into sections, you can use the section breaks to configure headers and footers. Starting at the beginning of the document, click in the first section for which you want to vary the header or footer. On the Insert tab in the Header and Footer group, click Header or Footer. Click Edit Header or Edit Footer. On the Headers and Footers tab in the Navigation group, click Link to Previous to break the connection between the header or footer in this section and the previous section. Change the existing header or footer, or create a new header or footer for this section. In the Navigation group of the Design tab, Header and Footer Contextual tab, click Next Section to advance the cursor to the header or footer of the next section. On the Headers and Footers tab in the Navigation group, click Link to Previous to break the connection between the header or footer in this section and the previous section. Change the existing header or footer, or create a new header or footer for this section. Repeat the previous 3 steps for all of the sections in the document. Inserting a page number. If your document already has content in the header or footer, you can add the page number to the header or footer. If you want to use one of the pre-formatted page number designs, but you want more information in the header or footer than just the page number, it is easiest to start with a page number and then add other text or graphics to the header or footer. Note: many of the footer designs in the gallery of footers already include the page number as a part of the content. Inserting file name of the document in header footer. In inserting file name of the document in header footer, place the cursor where you want to insert the file name in the header or footer. Under Header and Footer Tools, on the Design tab, in the Insert group, click Quick Paths and then click Field. In the Field Names list, click File Name. If you want to include the path as part of the file name, select the Add Path to File Name checkbox. Security note: because field codes can be visible to anyone reading your document, be sure that the information you place in field codes is not information that you want kept private. Inserting document title, author's name, or other document property. Inserting document title, author's name, or other document property. Place the cursor where you want to insert the document property in the header or footer. Under Header and Footer Tools, on the Design tab, in the Insert group, click Quick Paths. Point to Document Property and then click the document property that you want. Inserting current date. Inserting current date. Place the cursor where you want to insert the date in the header or footer. Under Header and Footer Tools, on the Design tab, in the Insert group, click Date and Time. In the Available Formats list, click the format in which you want the date and time if you want to appear. Removing the header or footer. Removing the header or footer. Click anywhere in the document. On the Insert tab, in the Header and Footer group, click Header or Footer. Click Remove Header or Remove Footer. The headers or footers are removed from the entire document. Important: if you created different first page or odd and even headers or footers, or if there are sections that are not linked, be sure to remove the headers or footers from each different page or section. Bookmark. Bookmark. A bookmark identifies a location or a selection of text that you name and identify for future reference. For example, you might use a bookmark to identify text that you want to revise at a later time. Instead of scrolling through the document to locate the text, you can go to it by using the bookmark dialog box. You can also add cross-references to bookmarks. For example, after you insert a bookmark in a document, you can refer to that bookmark from other places in the text by creating cross-references to the bookmark. Adding a bookmark. Adding a bookmark. Select the text or item to which you want to assign a bookmark, or click where you want to insert a bookmark. On the Insert tab, in the Links group, click Bookmark. Under Bookmark Name, type or select a name. Bookmark's name must begin with a letter and can contain numbers. You cannot include spaces in a bookmark name. However, you can use the underscore character to separate words. For example, first heading. Click Add. Linking to bookmarks within your document. Linking to bookmarks within your document. Highlight and select with your cursor the text that will be linked to a bookmark. From the Insert tab, select Hyperlink. From the Insert Hyperlink window, select Place in this document. Select a bookmark to link your text to from the list. The highlighted text you selected should be displayed in the Insert Hyperlink window. When you are finished, click the OK button. Your text should now be hyperlinked to your bookmark. To test the link, press and hold the Control key on your keyboard and click the text. It should take you to your bookmark. Delete a bookmark. Delete a bookmark. On the Insert tab in the Links group, click Bookmark. Click either name or location to sort the list of bookmarks in the document. Click the name of the bookmark you want to delete. Click Delete. Hyperlinks. When adding a hyperlink to a document or project of some sort, it is messy to simply place the entire URL into the document. You can add hyperlinks to link to a web page or outside document, or you can add internal hyperlinks that link to a section later in your document. Adding hyperlinks to your document can help readers quickly access contact information, other parts of the document, and any additional information online that you want to share. Hyperlinks have two basic parts: the address of the web page, email address, or other location they are linking to, and the display text or image. Creating hyperlinks. Right-click a desired word or portion of the document and select Hyperlink. Linking to existing file or web page. Linking to existing file or web page. It will bring up Insert Hyperlink dialog. From the left sidebar, select Existing File or Web Page. From right sidebar, select the file for which you want to create a hyperlink. And from Text to Display, enter text you want to display instead of a file path. Under Address, for creating hyperlink for a web page, enter web page address. Click OK to continue. Linking within document. Linking within document. Move to Insert Hyperlink dialog, and from the left sidebar, select Place in this document. From Main dialog, you can select Headings, Bookmarks to create hyperlink with. From Text to Display, enter text you want to display. Click OK to continue. As we have linked heading in the document, thus, upon click, it will lead us to specified heading. Removing a hyperlink. Removing a hyperlink. Right-click the hyperlink. Click Remove Hyperlink. After you create a hyperlink, you should test it. If you have linked to a website, your web browser should automatically open and display the site. If it doesn't work, check the hyperlink address for misspellings. Working with connectors. Connectors. Working with connectors. A connector is a line that has connection points at the ends of the line and stays connected to the shapes that you attach it to. They are different from conventional lines because connectors, as the name implies, stay connected to the shapes they are linked to. Move any connected shape and the connectors move and reorient with the shapes automatically. The three types of connectors are straight, elbow that is angled, and curved. Formatting connectors in Word 2010 is straightforward. Just as with flowchart shapes, when you click a connector, the Format tab will be active, and a list of built-in styles is available for quick selection. When you rearrange shapes that are joined with connectors, the connectors remains attached to and move with the shapes. If you move either end of a connector, that end detaches from the shape, and you can then attach it to another connection site on the same shape or attach it to another shape. After the connector attaches to a connection site, the connector stays connected to the shapes no matter how you move each shape. Steps to connect two flowchart shapes. Steps to connect two flowchart shapes. Insert two flowchart shapes. Now access the Insert tab of the ribbon and click the Shapes button. This will bring up the Shapes drop-down gallery. Select the arrow shape, which is second shape within the lines category. This shape is a connector that has an arrowhead at one end. We need the arrowhead end of the connector to be connected to first shape, and the non-arrowhead end will emanate from the second shape. When you select the required connector, the cursor changes into a crosshair. Notice that as you move the cursor near to the second shape, you'll find several blue round handles highlighted on the shape. Click on any of these blue handles to establish one end of your connector. Move the cursor towards the shape you want to connect. Click again on any of the blue round handles on the second shape to create the connector between two shapes. Note that the arrowhead of the connector will show at this end. Save your document. This creates a connector. Select any shape and click on the arrow keys on your keyboard to nudge the shape. You will find that the connector reorients according to the new position of the shape. Chapter 9. Microsoft Excel 2010. Hello students, welcome to the class. In this chapter, we will learn basic spreadsheet skills of Microsoft Excel 2010 application. This chapter will cover Introduction to Excel, Basic User Interface, Concept of Sheet and Workbook, Basics of Excel, which includes creating a new workbook in MS Excel, creating a new worksheet, Save and Save As, Opening using GUI and Shortcut, Working with columns, rows, and cells using Home tab, which includes clipboard group, font group, alignment, number group, styles group, cells group, and editing group, basic formulas and functions, freezing and splitting panes, printing a worksheet workbook, which includes printing of a worksheet and workbook, scaling options for printing, and print titles in Excel. Introduction to Excel. Microsoft Excel is a spreadsheet application developed by Microsoft for Microsoft Windows, Mac OS X, and iOS. It is used for storing, organizing, and analyzing data. It features calculation, graphing tools, pivot tables, and a macro programming language called Visual Basic for applications. Excel forms part of Microsoft Office. Basic User Interface. Let's understand the basic user interface of Microsoft Excel 2010 application first. Microsoft Excel 2010 interface is similar to Microsoft Word 2010, which consists of a customizable tabs and command groups. In Excel 2010, you can create custom tabs and groups and rename or change the order of the built-in tabs and groups. The only difference is that in Excel, there are some additional tabs and command groups useful for calculations in a spreadsheet. Simulation showing basic user interface of Excel 2010. At the top, you can see the ribbon containing various tabs and command groups similar to Microsoft Word 2010. The ribbon contains all of the commands you will need in order to perform any task in Excel 2010. There are multiple tabs with multiple command groups, which can be customized as per needs. Some groups have an arrow in the bottom right corner called as Dialog Box Launcher, which gives some more options beyond the commands available under groups. Just above the ribbon is the Quick Access toolbar, which lets you access common commands irrespective of the tab you are on. By default, it shows the save, undo, and repeat commands. You can also add other commands to make it more convenient for you. The name box tells you the location or the name of a selected cell. The name box tells you the location or the name of a selected cell. When you are on a cell, let's say row number 5 of column C, name box will display C5. Next to name box is the formula bar, where you can enter or edit data, a formula, or a function which will appear in a specific cell. When a cell is selected and you enter any data in formula bar, it will be displayed in the cell. A column is a group of cells that runs from the top of the page to the bottom. In Excel 2010, columns are identified by letters. When you click on the column header, all the cells under the column are highlighted. Similarly, a row is a group of cells that runs from the left of the page to the right and is identified by numbers. When you click on the row number, all the cells of that row are highlighted. At the top of the Excel application, you can see the title bar with workbook name. At the bottom, you have status bar which displays ready. Status bar can be customized by right-clicking on it and selecting desired options. On the right end of the status bar, you can see that there are 3 workbook or worksheet view options in Excel 2010, that is Normal View, Page Layout View and Page Break Preview. By default, Normal View is activated and highlighted. Using Page Layout View, you can divide your worksheet into pages, and using Page Break View, you can preview the complete worksheet and see where page breaks have been added. Page breaks can also be modified in this view. Using Zoom slider, you can zoom in or zoom out in your spreadsheets. Horizontal and vertical scroll bars are available to scroll through the cells when data is entered in cells beyond the display screen. Customizing Excel ribbon. To customize the ribbon, right-click on it and click Customize the ribbon. Ribbon can also be customized by adding commands to new custom tabs or groups created. Maximizing or minimizing Excel ribbon. To minimize the ribbon, click arrow on top right corner. To maximize the ribbon, click on the same arrow again. Backstage view. After you click the File tab, you can see the Microsoft Office Backstage view. The Office Backstage view gives options for saving, opening, printing, and sharing the document as demonstrated to you in Microsoft Word chapter. Various options available in Backstage view are Save, Save As, Open, Close, Info, Recent, New, Print, Save and Send, Help, Options, and Exit. Concept of sheet and workbook. Constituents of workbook. An Excel document is called workbook, which consists of multiple worksheets and charts. When you open a new workbook, it contains 3 worksheets by default. You can also add more than 3 worksheets if required. To add more worksheet, you can simply click on Insert Worksheet icon next to Sheet 3 in the application, or a shortcut combination of Shift and F11 key can also be used, which adds 1 extra worksheet. In total, there are 1,48,575 rows and 16,384 columns in a worksheet. Cell. Now, let's understand what a cell exactly is. A cell is the smallest unit of MS Excel where we store data, and it is basically the intersection point of row and column. For example, the top left most cell has the address A1, in which A stands for the column and 1 is the row number. In MS Excel 2010, a cell can contain any of the following items: a number and any associated punctuation such as decimal points, commas, and currency symbols. Textual content, including any combination of letters, numbers, and symbols that are not number related. A formula, which is a math equation. A function, which is a named equation that shortcuts an otherwise complex operation. Basics of Excel. Creating a new workbook in MS Excel. Creating a new workbook in MS Excel. Click on the Start button. Click on All Apps. Click Microsoft Office. And then click Microsoft Office Excel 2010. Then click on Microsoft Office button. Click on New and then click on Blank Workbook. By default, Excel opens a blank workbook. Creating a new worksheet. Creating a new worksheet. It is very simple to create a new worksheet in MS Excel. As explained earlier, by default, each new Excel workbook contains 3 worksheets. 3 tabs displaying Sheet 1, Sheet 2 and Sheet 3 will be displayed at the bottom of the workbook to indicate the separate sheets. To add a new worksheet, simply click on the tab after the tab that says Sheet 3. You can also rename the worksheets by right-clicking and selecting Rename. Similarly, worksheets can be deleted, copied and moved to different position of same workbook or to a new workbook. 2 or more worksheets can also be grouped if you want changes in one worksheet to be reflected in multiple worksheets. In order to group worksheets, select the first worksheet, press and hold Ctrl, select other worksheets to be grouped and release Ctrl. Save and Save As. By default, Excel will create new workbook in Excel 2010 XLSX format. After creating the workbook, it may be saved on the computer for accessing it later. To save a newly created workbook, go to File tab and select Save As. It will open a dialog box. Save the workbook at desired location with desired name. For a newly created workbook, Save and Save As are the same as workbook is not already saved on your local drive. To save work done on an existing workbook, click Save from Quick Access toolbar or Ctrl S. By default, Excel 2010 auto-saves every 10 minutes. If you are editing a workbook for less than 10 minutes, Excel may not create an auto-saved version. Compatibility mode. Sometimes you may need to work with spreadsheets that were created in earlier versions of Microsoft Excel, such as Excel 2007 or Excel 2003. When you open these types of documents, they will appear in compatibility mode. Compatibility mode will automatically disable certain features, so few commands may not be enabled in such documents. You can convert the workbook to the current version type to enable all the features of Excel 2010. You can share your documents with anyone using Excel 2010 or 2007 because they use the same file format with an extension XLSX. However, earlier versions of Excel use a different file format, that is extension XLS. So, if you want to share your spreadsheet with someone using an earlier version of Excel, you'll need to save it as Word 97 2003 document. Let's see how to do it. Compatibility mode. Sometimes you may need to work with spreadsheets that were created in earlier versions of Microsoft Excel, such as Excel 2007 or Excel 2003. When you open these types of documents, they will appear in compatibility mode. Compatibility mode will automatically disable certain features, so few commands may not be enabled in such documents. You can convert the workbook to the current version type to enable all the features of Excel 2010. You can share your documents with anyone using Excel 2010 or 2007 because they use the same file format with an extension XLSX. However, earlier versions of Excel use a different file format, that is extension XLS. So, if you want to share your spreadsheet with someone using an earlier version of Excel, you'll need to save it as Word 97 2003 document. Let's see how to do it. To save in compatibility mode, select File. Select Save As option. Type file name. Choose Save As Type option to save the document in compatible format. Choose Excel 97 2003 document option available in drop-down. Click on Save button. At the top of the document, title bar will display Compatibility Mode in brackets. Auto Recover Manage Versions feature in Excel 2010. Auto Recover Manage Versions feature in Excel 2010. Excel saves the work you do in your worksheets automatically to a temporary folder. If you forget to save your changes or if the application crashes, you can recover the auto-saved file. To do this, you need to open the workbook that was previously closed without saving. In Backstage view, click Info. If there are auto-saved versions of your file, they will appear under Versions. Click on the file to open it. By default, Excel autosaves every 10 minutes. If you are editing a workbook for less than 10 minutes, Excel may not create an auto-saved version. To auto-recover version, click on File tab. Select Info. Locate and select Manage Versions and then click on Recover Unsaved Document option. Choose the file name to recover the required file. If there is no auto-saved version of the current document, it will not displaying anything here. Saving as PDF. You can also save an Excel file as other formats like PDF. To save as PDF, click on the File tab. Select Save As. In the Save As Type drop-down menu, select PDF. Select the location where you want to save the document. Enter desired name for the document. You can choose to optimize the PDF as per your needs by selecting one of the optimization options displayed, that is, Standard Publishing and Minimum Size. Second option will reduce the size of the PDF, but quality of the output may be compromised and it may not be very high quality output for printouts. Click on the Save button. Your workbook will be saved as PDF file. PDF file will open automatically after publishing if you have not deselected the option before saving. Opening MS Excel 2010 using GUI and shortcut. To open an existing file, click on the Start button. Click on All Apps. Click Microsoft Office and then click Microsoft Office Excel 2010 and select Open. In the Open dialog box, navigate to the folder which contains the desired file and then double-click the file. Working with columns, rows, and cells using tabs. A cell can be formatted using various command groups available under Home tab. By default, all columns and rows of a workbook or worksheet have same height and width. This may be changed as per user requirements using the format options available under Cells command group in Home tab. New rows, columns or worksheets may be inserted using Insert menu available under Home tab. Right-clicking a particular row, column or worksheet will also show the options to insert new ones. Similarly, rows, columns or cells may be deleted if required. Formatting of cell content. Formatting of cell content can be done using options available under Home tab. Clipboard group, font group, alignment group, number group, style, cells and editing. Clipboard group commands. Clipboard group commands. Clipboard contains paste, cut, copy, format, painter commands. You can use the cut, copy and paste commands in Microsoft Excel 2010 to move or copy entire cells or their contents. You can also copy specific contents or attributes from the cells. For example, you can copy the resulting value of a formula without copying the formula itself, or you can copy only the formula. Let's understand it in detail. First of all, we need to understand the cell selection methods. Selection can be done using arrow keys as well as using the mouse. To select a single cell, click the cell or press the arrow keys to move to the cell. A range of cells. Click the first cell in the range and then drag to the last cell, or hold down Shift while you press the arrow keys to extend the selection. You can also select the first cell in the range and then press F8 to extend the selection by using the arrow keys. To stop extending the selection, press F8 again. A large range of cells. Click the first cell in the range and then hold down Shift while you click the last cell in the range. You can scroll to make the last cell visible. All cells on a worksheet. Click the Select All button. To select the entire worksheet, you can also press Ctrl A. If the worksheet contains data, Ctrl A selects the current region. Pressing Ctrl A second time selects the entire worksheet. Non-adjacent cells or cell ranges. Select the first cell or range of cells and then hold cell or range of cells and then press Shift F8 to add another non-adjacent cell or range to the selection. To stop adding cells or ranges to the selection, press Shift and F8 again. An entire row or column. Click the row or column heading. You can also select cells in a row or column by selecting the first cell and then pressing Ctrl, Shift and arrow key right arrow or left arrow for rows, up arrow or down arrow for columns. Adjacent rows or columns. Drag across the row or column headings, or select the first row or column. Then hold down Shift while you select the last row or column. Non-adjacent rows or columns. Click the column or row heading of the first row or column in your selection. Then hold down Ctrl while you click the column or row headings of other rows or columns that you want to add to the selection. Further, you can also use mouse and drag it to select the desired cells. Moving a cell selection. To move a cell selection with cut and paste, select the cells containing data you want to move. Click the Cut button in the clipboard group on the Home tab. That is the button with the scissors icon. Alternatively, press Ctrl X. The program surrounds the cell selection with a marquee and displays the following message on the status bar. Select Destination and press Enter or choose Paste. Move the cell cursor or click the cell in the upper left corner of the destination range. When you indicate the destination range, you don't have to select a range of blank cells that matches the shape and size of the cell selection you are moving. Excel only needs to know the location of the cell in the upper left corner of the destination range. Press Enter or Ctrl V to complete the move operation. Alternatively, you can click the Paste button in the clipboard group on the Home tab. The cell contents disappear from where they begin and reappear in their new location. Copying a cell selection. Copying a cell selection with the copy and paste commands follows a nearly identical procedure to the one you use with the cut and paste commands. After selecting the range to copy, you click the Copy button on the Home tab or press Ctrl C. An advantage to copying a selection with the copy and paste commands with the clipboard is that you can paste the information multiple times. Just make sure that instead of pressing Enter to complete the first copy operation, you click the Paste button on the Home tab of the ribbon or press Ctrl V. After you select the first cell of the next range where you want the selection copied, choose the Paste command again. When you make the last copy, press Enter. If you forget and choose Paste, you can remove the marquee around the original cell range by pressing the Escape key. Right after you click the Paste button on the Home tab or press Ctrl V to paste cell entries that you copy, that is not cut. Excel displays a Paste Options button with its own drop-down button at the end of the pasted range. Click the button to see options that you can select to modify the paste operation. For example, you can select Formatting Only to copy only the formatting, or select Keep Source Column Widths to also copy the column widths. Moving or copying entire cells. When you move or copy a cell, Excel moves or copies the entire cell, including formulas and their resulting values, cell formats, and comments. Select the cells that you want to move or copy. Format Painter. You can use the Format Painter to quickly apply formatting from text, shapes, and pictures to another text selection, shape, or picture. For example, you can quickly copy a picture border from one picture to another, or copy shape formatting from one shape to multiple shapes. using Format Painter. Select the shape, text or worksheet cell that has the formatting that you want to copy. On the Home tab in the Clipboard group, click Format Painter. The pointer changes to a paintbrush. Double-click the Format Painter button if you want to copy the formatting to multiple selections. Select the shape, text or worksheet cell that has the formatting that you want to format. To copy the formatting to a single cell, several cells or a ranges of cell, drag the mouse pointer across the cells or ranges of cells that you want to format. To stop formatting, press Escape. You can quickly copy column widths. To copy the width of one column to a second column, select the heading of the first column. Click Format Painter and then click the heading of the column that you want to apply the column width to. You cannot copy the column width if a merged cell includes the column from which you want to copy the width. Font Group Commands. Now let's understand the functions of font group commands. You can change the font or font size for selected cells or ranges in a worksheet. You can also change the default font and font size that are used in new workbooks. Font group contains commands like changing font and font size, bold, italic and underline, adding borders, changing font color, adding fill color for a cell or group of cells. Change the font or font size in a worksheet. Select the cell, range of cells, text or characters that you want to format. On the Home tab in the Font group, do the following. To change the font, click the font that you want in the font box. To change the font size, click the font size that you want in the font size box until the size you want is displayed in the font size box. Change the default font or font size for new workbooks. Change the default font or font size for new workbooks. Click the File tab. Under Excel, click Options. In the General category, under When creating new workbooks, do the following. In the Use this font box, click the font that you want to use. In the Font Size box, enter the font size that you want to use. Click any other tab to return to your file. Applying borders to the cell. By using predefined border styles, you can quickly add a border around cells or ranges of cells. If predefined cell borders do not meet your needs, you can create a custom border. Cell borders that you apply appear on printed pages. If you do not use cell borders but want worksheet grid line borders for all cells to be visible on printed pages, you can display the grid lines. Creating a custom cell border. You can create a cell style that includes a custom border and then apply that cell style when you want to display the custom border around selected cells. On the Home tab in the Styles group, click Cell Styles. Click New Cell Style. In the Style name box, type an appropriate name for the new cell style. Click Format. On the Border tab, underline. In the Style box, click the line style that you want to use for the border. In the Color box, select the color that you want to use. Under Border, click the border buttons to create the border that you want to use. Click OK. In the Style dialog box, under Style Includes, Clear the checkboxes for any formatting that you do not want to include in the cell style. Click OK. Applying a custom cell style. Select the cells that you want to format with the custom cell border. On the Home tab in the Styles group, click Cell Styles. Under Custom, click the cell style that you want to apply. Applying or removing cell shading. You can add shading to cells by filling them with solid colors or specific patterns. If you have trouble printing the cell shading that you applied in color, verify that print options are set correctly. Filling cells with solid colors. Select the cells that you want to apply shading to or remove shading from. On the Home tab, in the Font group, do one of the following. To fill cells with a solid color, click the arrow next to Fill Color and then under Themes Color or Standard Colors, click the color that you want. To fill cells with a custom color, click the arrow next to Fill Color. Click More Colors and then in the Colors dialog box, select the color that you want. To apply the most recently selected color, click Fill Color. Microsoft Excel saves your 10 most recently selected custom colors. To quickly apply one of these colors, click the arrow next to Fill Color and then click the color that you want under Recent Colors. Tip: if you want to use a different background color for the whole worksheet, click the Select All button before you click the color that you want to use. This will hide the grid lines, but you can improve worksheet readability by displaying cell borders around all cells. Alignment Group Commands. Alignment Group Commands. Change text alignment in Excel. In Excel 2010, the text or contents of a cell can be aligned vertically and horizontally. By default, text of cell is left aligned and numbers is right aligned. All cells use bottom align also. But you can change alignment of a cell easily using alignment commands from Alignment Group on the Home tab. Also, you can use Alignment tab of the Format Cells dialog box for more options. Few alignment options are available under Home tab itself, but more options can be seen when you click on dialog box launcher for Alignment Group. To do this, select cells and click right button of mouse. Shortcut menu will appear. Step 2. Click Format Cells on Shortcut menu. Format Cells dialog box will appear. Step 3. Choose Alignment command from Format Cells dialog box. Step 4. Under Alignment command, you may choose different options from drop-down list of horizontal and vertical in Text Alignment Group. Horizontal text alignment. Horizontal text alignment. Horizontal alignment has several options to distribute text across the width of cells. 3 horizontal alignment options are available on ribbon itself. Left aligns the cell contents to the left side of the cell. The text of cell is wider than the width of cell. Then text spills over to the left adjacent cells. If left adjacent cell is not empty, texts are truncated and not completely visible. Center aligns the cell contents to the center of the cell. The text of cell is wider than width of cell. Then text spills over to the left adjacent cells. If left adjacent cell is not empty, texts are truncated and not completely visible. Right aligns the cell contents to the right of the cell. The text of cell is wider than width of cell. Then text spills over to the left adjacent cells. If left adjacent cell is not empty, texts are truncated and not completely visible. Other horizontal alignment option can be accessed using the dialog box launcher. Available options are Fill. Fill option repeats the contents of the cell until the cell's width is filled. Justify. This justifies the contents of the cells to the left and right of the cells. If the text of cell is wider than cell width, it starts new line in the same cell. Center across selection. It centers the texts of cells and texts are spilled over to the left cell. It spills again equally to left and right adjacent cells. This option doesn't alter width of cells but changes height only. Distributed. Distributes contents or texts of cell evenly like center, but it doesn't alter cell width, changes height only. Vertical text alignment. Vertical text alignment. Vertical alignment has several options to distribute text across the height of cells. 3 vertical alignment options are available on ribbon itself. Top. Align cell contents to top across the height of the cell. Also available in ribbon. Center. Align cell contents to center across the height of the cell. Also available in ribbon. Bottom. Align cell contents to bottom across the height of the cell. Also available in ribbon. Other vertical alignment options can be accessed using the dialog box launcher. Available options are Justify. Justifies the content vertically in the cell. If text spills over to adjacent left cells, this option brings them in same cell by using new line. This is also applicable if cells are wrapped. Distributes contents or texts of cell vertically, but it doesn't alter cell width, changes height only. Merging cells. Merge and center. Merging cells. Merge and center. You can't split an individual cell, but you can make it appear as if a cell has been split by merging the cells above it. For example, you want to split cell A2 into 3 cells that will appear side by side under cell A1. That is, you want to use cell A1 as a heading. It is not possible to split cell A2, but you can achieve a similar effect by merging cells A1, B1 and C1 into one single cell. You then enter your data in cells A2, B2 and C2. These 3 cells appear as if they are split under one large cell, that is A1, that acts as a heading. When you merge 2 or more adjacent horizontal or vertical cells, the cells become one larger cell that is displayed across multiple columns or rows. In the following example, using the merge and center command centers the text in the merged cell. Merge adjacent cells. Merge adjacent cells. Select 2 or more adjacent cells that you want to merge. On the Home tab, in the Alignment group, click Merge and Center. To change the text alignment in the merged cell, select the cell and then click any of the alignment buttons in the Alignment group on the Home tab. Formula references in other cells are adjusted automatically to use the cell reference of the merged cell. Because sorting requires that all cells to be sorted are using the same size. You cannot sort a range that contains a combination of merged and unmerged cells. Split a merged cell or unmerged cells. Split a merged cell or unmerged cells. To split a merged cell, you must select it first. Select the merged cell that you want to unmerge. When you select a merged cell, the Merge and Center button also appears selected in the Alignment group on the Home tab. To split the merged cell, click Merge and Center or click the arrow next to Merge and Center and then click Unmerged Cells. The contents of the merged cell will appear in the upper left cell of the range of split cells. Find merged cells. Find merged cells. On the Home tab, in the Editing group, click Find and select. Click Find. On the Find tab, click Options and then click Format. On the Alignment tab, under Text Control, select the Merge Cells checkbox and then click OK. Do one of the following. To find the next occurrence of a merged cell, click Find Next. Excel selects the next merged cell on the worksheet. To find all merged cells, click Find All. Excel displays a list of all merged cells in the bottom selection of the Find and Replace dialog box. Wrap text. Wrap text. Sometimes we may need to keep column width fixed and wrap cell text into multiple rows. To wrap text in a worksheet, select the cells that you want to format. On the Home tab, in the Alignment group, click Wrap Text button image. Data in the cell wraps to fit the column width. When you change the column width data, wrapping adjusts automatically. If complete text is not visible completely after wrapping, it may be because of row height specifications. To correct this, select the cell or range for which you want to adjust the row height. On the Home tab, in the Cells group, click Format. The Cells group on the Home tab, under Cell Size. To Cells group on the Home tab, under Cell Size. To automatically adjust the row height, click Auto Fit Row Height. Number Group Commands. Number Group Commands. In some cases, numbers in a worksheet are actually formatted and stored in cells as text, which can cause problems with calculations or produce confusing sort orders. The issues sometimes occurs after you import or copy data from a database or other external data source. Numbers that are formatted as text are left aligned instead of right aligned in the cell and are often marked with an error indicator. Convert text formatted numbers by using Paste Special. In this technique, you multiply each selected cell by 1 in order to force the conversion from a text formatted number to a regular number, because you are multiplying the contents of the cell by 1. The result in the cell looks identical. However, Excel actually replaces the text-based contents of the cell with a numerical equivalent. Select a blank cell and verify that its number format is general. How to verify the number format? On the Home tab, in the Number group, click the arrow next to the Number Format box and then click General. In the cell, type 1 and then press Enter. Select the cell and then press Ctrl+C to copy the value to the clipboard. Select the cells or ranges of cells that contain the numbers stored as text that you want to convert. On the Home tab in the Clipboard group, click the arrow below Paste and then click Paste Special. Under Operation, select Multiply and then click OK. To delete the content of the cell that you typed in Step 2 after all numbers have been converted successfully, select the cell and then press Delete. Apply a number format to text formatted numbers. Apply a number format to text formatted numbers. In some scenarios, you don't have to actually convert numbers stored as text back to numbers. Instead, you can just apply a number format to achieve the same result. For example, if you enter numbers in a workbook and then format those numbers as text, you won't see a green error indicator appear in the upper left corner of the cell. In this case, you can apply number formatting. Select the cells that contain the numbers that are stored as text. On the Home tab in the Clipboard group, click the arrow below Paste and then click Paste Special. Under Operation, select Multiply and then click OK. To delete the content of the cell that you type after all numbers have been converted successfully, select that cell and then press Delete. Style Group Commands. Apply, create or remove a cell style. To apply several formats in one step and to make sure that cells have consistent formatting, you can use a cell style. A cell style is a defined set of formatting characteristics such as fonts and font sizes, number formats, cell borders, and cell shading. To prevent anyone from making changes to specific cells, you can also use a cell style that locks cells. Microsoft Office Excel has several built-in cell styles that you can apply or modify. You can also modify or duplicate a cell style to create your own custom cell style. Apply a cell style. Select the cells that you want to format. Apply a cell style. Select the cells that you want to format. Create a cell style by modifying an existing cell style. Create a cell style by modifying an existing cell style. On the Home tab in the Styles group, click Cell Styles. Do one of the following. To modify an existing cell style, right-click that cell style and then click Modify. To create a duplicate of an existing cell style, right-click that cell style and then click Duplicate. In the Style name box, type an appropriate name for the new cell style. To modify the cell style, click Format. On the various tabs in the Format Cells dialog box, select the formatting that you want and then click OK. In the Style dialog box under Style Includes, select or clear the checkboxes for any formatting that you do or do not want to include in the cell style. Cells Group Commands. Insert or delete cells, rows and columns. You can insert blank cells above or to the left of the active cell on a worksheet. When you insert blank cells, Excel shifts other cells in the same column down or cells in the same row to the right to accommodate the new cells. Similarly, you can insert rows above a selected row and columns to the left of a selected column. You can also delete cells, rows and columns. Insert blank cells on a worksheet. Select the cell or the range of the cells where you want to insert the new blank cells. Select the same number of cells as you want to insert. For example, to insert 5 blank cells, select 5 cells. Insert rows on a worksheet. Do one of the following. To insert a single row, select either the whole row or a cell in the row above which you want to insert the new row. For example, to insert a new row above row 5, click a cell in row 5. To insert multiple rows, select the rows above which you want to insert rows. Select the same number of rows as you want to insert. For example, to insert 3 new rows, you select 3 rows. To insert non-adjacent rows, hold down Ctrl while you select non-adjacent rows. On the Home tab, in the Cells group, click the arrow next to Insert and then click Insert Sheet Rows. Insert blank cells on a worksheet. Select the cell or the range of the cells where you want to insert the new blank cells. Select the same number of cells as you want to insert. For example, to insert 5 blank cells, select 5 cells. Insert rows on a worksheet. Do one of the following. To insert a single row, select either the whole row or a cell in the row above which you want to insert the new row. For example, to insert a new row above row 5, click a cell in row 5. To insert multiple rows, select the rows above which you want to insert rows. Select the same number of rows as you want to insert. For example, to insert 3 new rows, you select 3 rows. To insert non-adjacent rows, hold down Ctrl while you select non-adjacent rows. On the Home tab, in the Cells group, click the arrow next to Insert and then click Insert Sheet Rows. Insert columns on a worksheet. Do one of the following. To insert a single column, select the column or a cell in the column immediately to the right of where you want to insert the new column. For example, to insert a new column to the left of column B, click a cell in column B. To insert multiple columns, select the columns immediately to the right of where you want to insert columns. Select the same number of columns as you want to insert. For example, to insert 3 new columns, you select 3 columns. To insert non-adjacent columns, hold down Ctrl while you select non-adjacent columns. On the Home tab in the Cells group, click the arrow next to Insert and then click Insert Sheet Columns. Delete cells, rows or columns. Select the cells, rows or columns that you want to delete. On the Home tab, in the Cells group, click the arrow next to Delete and then do one of the following. To delete selected cells, click Delete Cells. To delete selected rows, click Delete Sheet Rows. To delete selected columns, click Delete Sheet Columns. If you are deleting a cell or a range of cells in the Delete dialog box, you need to select one of the options. That is, Shift Cells Left, Shift Cells Up, Entire Row or Entire Column. If you are deleting rows or columns, other rows or columns automatically shift up or to the left. Editing Group Commands. Editing Group Commands. When you fill in data based on adjacent cells by dragging the Fill handle in Microsoft Excel, the Autofill Options button is displayed just below and to the right of your filled selection. When you click the Autofill Options button, a list of options appears that allows you to choose to the fill of the cells with text or data, and whether or not to be include the format of the initial selection or to copy only the format. The Autofill Options button is also displayed after you select the autofill option in the series dialog box. To show the series dialog box, use one of the following procedures. Click the Home tab and then click Fill in the editing groups. The options that are available depend on the type of content in the cells, that is, text or numbers, and on the format of the data. You can use the series command to find the autofill option and other options. Sorting and filtering. Sorting basically organizes the data of your worksheet in a specific order. For example, list of students of a school may be sorted alphabetically or class-wise or roll number-wise or in date of birth order or any other order. Sorting in alphabetical order. Select a cell in the column you want to sort. Click the Sort and Filter command in the editing group on the Home tab. Select Sort A to Z. Now, the information in the category column is organized in alphabetical order. To sort from smallest to largest. Select a cell in the column you want to sort, that is, a column with numbers. Click the Sort and Filter command in the editing group on the Home tab. Select from smallest to largest. Now, the information is organized from the smallest to largest amount. Note: one can sort in reverse numerical order by choosing from largest to smallest in the list. To sort by specific criteria, select a single cell anywhere in the range that you want to sort. On the Data tab, in the Sort and Filter group, choose Sort. Sort command in the Sort and Filter group on the Data tab in Excel. The Sort dialog box appears. In the Sort by list, select the first column on which you want to sort. In the Sort on list, select either values, cell color, font color, or cell icon. In the Order list, select the order that you want to apply to the sort operation. Alphabetically or numerically, ascending or descending, that is, A to Z or Z to A for text, or lower to higher or higher to lower for numbers. Filtering. Similarly, filtering feature can be used to narrow down the results and display only limited data as per requirement. For example, if you want to display only those rows which contains data of students who have scored more than 70 marks in a subject, data can be filtered using marks column. To filter, select the data that you want to filter. On the Data tab, in the Sort and Filter group, click Filter. The Sort and Filter group on the Data tab. Click the Filter drop-down arrow in the column header to display a list in which you can make filter choices. To select by values in the list, clear the Select All checkbox. This removes the check marks from all the checkboxes. Then select only the values you want to see and click OK to see the results. Basic formulas and functions. Formulas are equations that perform calculations on values in your worksheet. The basic formulas in MS Excel are addition, done using the operator plus sign. Subtraction, done using the operator minus sign. Multiplication, done using the operator asterisk sign. Division, done using the operator / sign. Multiple operations in a formula. Similarly, multiple operations can also be done in a single formula like is equals to 5 plus 89 asterisk 56 by 8. For multiple operations in a cell, Excel calculates formulas based on the following order of operations. Operations enclosed in parentheses. Exponential calculations to the power of, multiplication and division, whichever comes first, addition and subtraction, whichever comes first. Functions. Using formulas for calculations can be a very tedious task as the number of calculations increase. In order to resolve this, Excel has a predefined library of functions which can do those calculations in a much faster and efficient way. A function is thus a predefined formula which performs calculations using specific values in a particular order. Some basic functions used frequently in Excel 2010 calculations are: function sum. Result adds values of all the cells in argument. Function average. Result returns average of values of all the cells in argument. Function count. Result counts number of items in a cell range. Function COUNTIF. Result counts number of items if a criteria mentioned is fulfilled. Function MAX. Result returns maximum value out of all the cells selected in argument. Function minimum. Result returns minimum value out of all the cells selected in argument. Function concatenate. Result joins two or more text strings. Function lift. Result returns specified number of characters starting from left of a string. Function right. Result returns specified number of characters starting from right of a string. Function len. Result returns length of a text string. Function trim. Result removes duplicate spaces and spaces at the start and end of a text string. Function lower. Result converts all the characters of a text string to lowercase. Function upper. Result converts all the characters of a text string to uppercase. Function VLOOKUP. Result looks up a value in the first column of a table and returns the corresponding value from another column, that is, maybe in different worksheet or workbook. Function round. Result rounds a number to given number of digits. Function round down. Result rounds a number towards 0 to give number of digits. Function round up. Result rounds a number away from 0 to given number of digits. There are many functions available in the Excel 2010 library under Formulas tab that you can explore as per your requirements. In case you are not sure which function is to be used or what is the syntax of that function, you can use Insert Function command available in Function Library command group under Formula tab. Here you can type a brief description of the function and it will suggest the appropriate functions which you can use after reading their descriptions. Let's do some calculations and learn to use average function now. This function returns the average arithmetic mean of the arguments. For example, if the range A1 is to A20 contains numbers, the formula is equals to average A1 is to A20 returns the average of those numbers. Average A2 is to A6 is average of the numbers in cells A2 through A6. Average A2 is to A6, 5 is average of the numbers in cells A2 through A6 and the number 5. Average A2 is to C2 is average of the numbers in the cells A2 through C2. There can be other functions related to a function, like for average we have other functions such as average year, average if, etc. Freezing and splitting panes. Freeze panes. Specific rows and columns can be frozen in a worksheet. Just frozen portion of the worksheet remains visible all the time and rest of the cells can be scrolled by using this feature. Text. When you freeze panes, Microsoft Excel keeps specific rows or columns visible when you scroll in the worksheet. For example, if the first row in your spreadsheet contains labels, you might freeze that row to make sure that the column labels remain visible as you scroll down in your spreadsheet. A solid line under row 1 indicates that the row is frozen to keep column labels in place when you scroll. Before you choose to freeze panes in a worksheet, it's important to consider the following. You can freeze rows at the top and columns on the left side of the worksheet only. You cannot freeze rows and columns in the middle of the worksheet. The freeze panes command is not available when you are in cell editing mode or when a worksheet is protected. To cancel cell editing mode, press Enter or Escape. For information about how to remove protection from a worksheet. Splitting panes. When you split panes, either 2 or 4 separate worksheet areas that you can scroll within, while rows or columns in the non-scrolled area remain visible. Freezing and splitting panes. Freeze panes. Specific rows and columns can be frozen in a worksheet. Just frozen portion of the worksheet remains visible all the time and rest of the cells can be scrolled by using this feature. Text. When you freeze panes, Microsoft Excel keeps specific rows or columns visible when you scroll in the worksheet. For example, if the first row in your spreadsheet contains labels, you might freeze that row to make sure that the column labels remain visible as you scroll down in your spreadsheet. A solid line under row 1 indicates that the row is frozen to keep column labels in place when you scroll. Before you choose to freeze panes in a worksheet, it's important to consider the following. You can freeze rows at the top and columns on the left side of the worksheet only. You cannot freeze rows and columns in the middle of the worksheet. The freeze panes command is not available when you are in cell editing mode or when a worksheet is protected. To cancel cell editing mode, press Enter or Escape. For information about how to remove protection from a worksheet. Splitting panes. When you split panes, Excel creates either 2 or 4 separate worksheet areas that you can scroll within, while rows or columns in the non-scrolled area remain visible. This worksheet has been split into 4 areas. Notice that each area contains a separate view of the same data. Think of the worksheet areas as multiple views of your worksheet. If you make a change in one worksheet area, those changes will automatically be reflected in the other worksheet areas. Splitting panes is useful when you want to see different parts of a large spreadsheet at the same time. To freeze panes, you can choose to freeze just the top row of your worksheet, just the left column of your worksheet, or multiple rows and columns simultaneously. For example, if you freeze row 1 and then decide to freeze column A, row 1 will no longer be frozen. If you want to freeze both rows and columns at the same time, you must choose to freeze them at the same time. On the worksheet, do one of the following. To lock rows, select the row below the row or rows that you want to keep visible when you scroll. To lock columns, select the column to the right of the column or columns that you want to keep visible when you scroll. To lock both rows and columns, click the cell below and to the right of the rows and columns that you want to keep visible when you scroll. On the worksheet, do one of the following. To lock rows, select the row below the row or rows that you want to keep visible when you scroll. To lock columns, select the column to the right of the column or columns that you want to keep visible when you scroll. To lock both rows and columns, click the cell below and to the right of the rows and columns that you want to keep visible when you scroll. To unfreeze panes. To unfreeze panes, on the View tab in the Window group, click the arrow below Freeze Panes. Click Unfreeze Panes. Split panes, to lock rows or columns in separate worksheet areas. Note: you cannot split panes and freeze panes at the same time. When you freeze panes within a split pane, all rows above and columns to the left of the selected cell will be frozen and the split bar will be removed. To split panes, point to the split box at the top of the vertical scroll bar or at the right end of the horizontal scroll bar. When the pointer changes to a split pointer resize pointer, that is double-headed arrow, drag the split box down or to the left to the position that you want. To remove the split, double-click any part of the split bar that divides the pane. Unsplit panes. To restore a window that has been split into two scrollable areas, double-click any part of the split bar that divides the panes. Text. To remove all split panes at once, in the Window group, click Split. Printing a workbook or worksheet. Printing a workbook or worksheet. You can do a lot of customization for improving the printouts visually. Some of these we will learn in this module, and finally we will learn how to print the worksheet after these customizations. Scaling a worksheet for printing. You can scale a worksheet for printing by shrinking or enlarging its size to better fit the printouts. You can also scale a worksheet to fit the paper width of printed pages, or specify the number of pages that you want to use for the printed worksheet. To shrink or enlarge a worksheet, click anywhere in the worksheet that you want to print. Click the Page Layout tab. In the Page Setup group, click the dialog box Launcher button image next to Page Setup. The Page Setup dialog box appears. On the Page tab, under Scaling, click Adjust to, and then enter the percentage of the normal size that you want to use in the Adjust to box. To fit a worksheet to the paper width of printed pages, click anywhere in the worksheet that you want to print. On the Page Layout tab, in the Page Setup group, click the dialog box Launcher button image next to Page Setup. The Page Setup dialog box appears. On the Page tab, under Scaling, click Fit to. In the first Fit to box, enter 1 to fit the worksheet to the width of 1 page. In the second Fit to box, delete the value so that the number of pages tall is unspecified. To print a worksheet on a specific number of pages, click anywhere in the worksheet that you want to print. On the Page Layout tab, in the Page Setup group, click the dialog box Launcher button image next to Page Setup. The Page Setup dialog box appears. Under Scaling, click Fit to. To print a worksheet on a specific number of pages in both Fit to boxes, enter the number of pages that is wide and tall on which you want to print the work. Print titles in Excel. If a worksheet spans more than 1 page, you may also print row and column headings or labels, also called print titles on every page to ensure that the data is properly labeled. Select the worksheet that you want to print. On the Page Layout tab in the Page Setup group, click Print Titles. Note, the Print Titles command will appear dimmed if you are in cell editing mode, if a chart is selected on the same worksheet, or if you don't have a printer installed. On the Sheet tab, under Print Titles, do one or both of the following. In the Rows to Repeat at top box, type the reference of the rows that contain the column labels. In the Columns to Repeat at left box, type the reference of the columns that contain the row labels. For example, if you want to print column labels at the top of every printed page, you can type $1:$1 in the Rows to Repeat at the top box. Printing. Select the worksheet or worksheets that you want to preview. Choose File, Print. You can also press Ctrl P. Note, the preview window will display in black and white, regardless of whether your worksheet or sheets, whether your worksheets includes color, unless you are configured to print on a color printer. To preview the next and previous pages at the bottom of the print preview window, choose Next Page and Previous Page. To set the printing options, do the following. To change the printer, use the drop-down box under Printer and select the printer that you want. To make page setup changes, including changing page orientation, paper size, and page margins, select the options that you want under Settings. To scale the entire worksheet to fit on a single printed page, under Settings, click the option that you want in the Scale Options drop-down box. To print the workbook, do one of the following. To print a portion of a worksheet, select the worksheet and then select the range of data that you want to print. To print the entire worksheet, select the worksheet to activate it. Click Print. Chapter 10, Microsoft Excel 2010 Advanced. In this chapter, we will learn advanced skills of Microsoft Excel 2010 application. This chapter will cover charts, elements of a chart, chart types, selecting right chart type, creating a new chart, modifying and formatting a chart, sparklines, creating sparklines, modifying sparklines, working with tables in Excel, what-if analysis, scenario manager, goal seek, data analysis, pivot tables, introduction, creating and editing a pivot table, pivot charts, other features in Excel 2010, slicers, conditional formatting, working on duplicates, text to column wizard, protecting a worksheet, charts. Charts are graphical representation of data in Excel. Through charts, your audience can see meaning behind the numbers, and showing comparisons and trends becomes much easier. A chart has many elements, out of which some are displayed by default, while others can be added as per requirement. You can also change the display or remove various chart elements. Elements of a chart. Elements of a chart. A chart has many elements. You can change the display of the chart elements by moving them to other locations in the chart, resizing them, or by changing the format. Some chart elements may also be removed if you do not want them to display. Let's learn about various elements of a chart. Chart title is the title illustrating chart description. Chart area, plot area, vertical axis or value axis. The value axis is the numerical scale which shows the value of the data point. Horizontal axis or category axis. It is the line where the various data series are organized. It is the horizontal part of the chart. Legend. It identifies which data series each color on the chart represents. For complex charts, it is crucial element. Data points. Data points are the horizontal bars, lines, columns, and other data markers. Data series. Data points which are from the same row or column in a worksheet are grouped together in data series. The data series includes all the related data points in a chart. If there are multiple data series in the chart, they will have a different color or style. Data labels. Actual value of the data point is called data label. Grid lines. Horizontal lines displayed in plot area are called grid lines. Chart types. Now let's see what are the different chart types available in Excel 2010. Column. A column chart allows comparison of two or more items in different categories. Values are represented as vertical bars. Each column represents a single value in the worksheet. They are normally used to show variation of different items over a period of time. In a column chart, categories appear horizontally and values appear vertically. But in a bar chart, category appears vertically. Bar charts. Bar charts are similar to column charts, except that bars are represented horizontally rather than vertically. A bar chart emphasizes the comparison between items at a fixed period of time. Pie charts. Pie charts are mainly used to show contribution of each value to a total. Pie charts make it easy to compare shares. Each value is shown as a slice of the pie, so it's easy to see which values make up the percentage of a whole. Pie charts contain just one chart data series. All values should be positive for this type of chart. Line charts. A line chart is ideal for showing trends over time, where regular time intervals are plotted on the horizontal or x-axis. In this, data points are connected with lines, making it easy to see whether values are increasing or decreasing over time. The line chart emphasizes trends rather than the amount of change. Area charts. An area chart shows both the change over time as well as the sum of these changes. They are similar to line charts, except the areas under the lines are filled in. An area chart shows the relative importance of values over time. XY scatter charts. XY charts are scatter charts. XY charts or scatter charts are used to analyze the relationship between two sets of data points or variables, and they compare pair of values. The data need not be regularly spaced unlike in a line chart. It uses numeric values along both axes in place of values along the vertical axis and categories along the horizontal axis. Legend is used to show what the line represents. Stock charts. This chart is often used to illustrate stock prices. This chart can also be used for scientific data like indicating temperature changes. Surface charts. They can be used to pinpoint the high and low points resulting from two changing variables. Surface charts allow you to display data across a 3D landscape. They work best with large data sets, allowing you to see a variety of info at the same time. Surface charts plot trends in values across two dimensions in a continuous curve. The trends in a surface chart imply the combined effects of two variables on a third. In order to use a surface, you need minimum two data series, both of which are numeric as with an XY chart. Bubble charts. A bubble chart is a kind of scatter chart. The size of the bubbles indicates the values of a third variable. To arrange your data, place the X values in one row or column and corresponding Y values and bubble sizes in the adjacent rows or columns. Duff nut charts. The duff nut chart is a variation of the pie chart. The pie chart is restricted to one data series, but duff nut chart does not have any such restriction. Radar charts. A radar chart is used to show the relationship between individual and group results. It has a special use. Each category in a radar chart has its own axis radiating from the center point. Data points are plotted beside each spoke, and data points of same series are connected by lines. Chart preparing process. Chart preparing process has four basic steps: finalizing purpose or message of the chart, arranging data for chart, preparing the chart, formatting the chart, selecting right chart type. As you learned, Excel has a variety of chart types available for different purpose and different scenarios. Whenever we display data visually, most important is choosing the right chart type. All charts display the data visually, but different charts present the data in very different ways. For example, line charts are useful for showing changes over time, whereas pie charts are useful for showing the relationship of parts to the whole. Frequent use of Excel 2010 will make you more familiar and proficient in choosing the perfect chart type available and the best formats for those chart types. Using the best chart type and format will help you display your data visually in the most meaningful way. Finalizing purpose or message of the chart. Basic purposes of a chart are comparison, showing the distribution, understanding the relationship, showing parts of whole, finding out deviations. Let us understand these reasons along with the type of charts that go well with these. Analyzing purpose or message of the chart. Basic purposes of a chart are comparison, showing trend over time, showing the distribution, understanding the relationship, showing parts of whole, finding out deviations. Let us understand these reasons along with the type of charts that go well with these. Charts that can be used for comparison. For comparing some values with another, for example, comparing sales of two products in different regions, following charts can be used: bar charts, column charts, scatter plots, pie charts, and line charts. Trend over time. For showing trends over time, for example, admissions in a course in last 12 months or price of a share during last 6 months. Charts that can be used are column charts and line charts. Charts that can be used to show distribution. Distribution, for example, call waiting times in a call center of telecom operator or any other call center, may be shown using the charts such as column charts, scatter plots, line charts, and box plots. For showing relationship between two or more variables, charts that can be used are scatter plot and line chart. For showing parts of whole, for example, weightage of a subject in course or examination compared to total marks, charts that can be used are column charts, bar charts, or pie charts. For finding out deviations from normal, for example, chart showing marks obtained by learners in mathematics examination and displaying deviations, that is, weak students. Charts that can be used are column charts, bar charts, or line charts. Creating a new chart. For most charts, like column and bar charts, you can plot the data that you arrange in rows or columns on a worksheet into a chart. However, some chart types like as pie and bubble charts require a specific data arrangement. On the worksheet, arrange the data that you want to plot in a chart. Excel automatically determines the best way to plot the data in the chart. Select the cells that contain the data that you want to use for the chart. If you select only one cell, Excel automatically plots all cells that contain data that is adjacent to that cell into a chart. On the Insert tab in the Charts group, click the chart type and then click a chart subtype that you want to use. To see all available chart types, click Insert Chart dialog box and then click the arrows to scroll through the chart types. Select any chart type. By default, the chart is placed on the worksheet as an embedded chart. Tip: in Excel 2010, you can create combination charts also, which are combination of two or more chart types available in Excel. Modifying, formatting charts. Once you insert a chart, a set of chart tools consisting of 3 tabs will appear on the ribbon. These are visible only when the chart is selected. You can use these 3 tabs to modify your chart, that is, Design, Layout, and format. Applying a predefined chart layout. Click anywhere in the chart that you want to format by using a predefined chart layout. This displays the chart tools, adding the design, layout, and format tabs. On the Design tab in the Chart Layouts group, click the chart layout that you want to use. Apply a predefined chart style. Click anywhere in the chart that you want to format by using a predefined chart style. On the Design tab in the Chart Styles group, click the chart style that you want to use. Changing the layout of chart. Changing the layout of chart elements manually. Click the chart element for which you want to change the layout. On the Layout tab in the Labels, Axis or Background group, click the chart element button that corresponds with the chart element that you selected, and then click the layout option that you want. Change the format of chart elements manually. Click the chart element for which you want to change the style. On the Format tab, to format any selected chart element in the current selection group, click Format Selection and then select the formatting options that you want. To format the shape of a selected chart element in the Shape Styles group, click the style that you want or click Shape Fill, Shape Outline or Shape Effects and then select the formatting options that you want. To format the text in a selected chart element by using Word Art. In the Word Art Styles group, click a style. You can also click Text Fill, Text Outline or Text Effects and then select the formatting options that you want. Add a chart title. Click anywhere in the chart to which you want to add a title. On the Layout tab, in the Labels group, click Chart Title. Click Centered Overlay Title or Above Chart. In the Chart Title text box that appears in the chart, type the text that you want. To format the text, select it and then click the formatting options that you want on the mini toolbar. Add Access Titles. Click anywhere in the chart to which you want to add Access Titles. On the Layout tab, in the Labels group, click Access Titles. To add a title to a primary horizontal category axis, click Primary Horizontal Axis Title and then click the option that you want. To add a title to primary vertical, that is value axis, click Primary Vertical Axis Title and then click the option that you want. To add a title to a depth, that is series of axes, click Depth Axis Title and then click the option that you want. In the Axis Title text box that appears in the chart, type the text that you want. To format the text, select it and then click the formatting options that you want on the mini toolbar. Add data labels. To add a data label to all data points of all data series, click the chart area. To add a data label to all data points of a data series, click anywhere in the data series that you want to label. To add a data label to a single data point in a data series, click the data series that contains the data point that you want to label and then click the data point that you want to label. This displays the chart tools, adding the Design, Layout and Format tabs. On the Layout tab, in the Labels group, click Data Labels and then click the display option that you want. Move or resize a chart. To move a chart, drag it to the location that you want. To resize a chart, click the chart and then drag the sizing handles to the size that you want. Or on the Format tab, in the Size group, enter the size in the Shape Height and Shape Width box. Customizing chart using Design tab. Type command group. Change chart type. Changes chart type to a different type. Save as template. Saves formatting and layout of the chart as a template for applying to future charts. Data command group. Switch row or column. Immediately swaps or interchanges worksheet data used for legend entries with axis labels in the chart. Select data. Changes source data range included in the chart. Layout tab. Labels commands group. Customizing chart layouts using Layout tab. Layout tab has various command groups and each command group has various command buttons. Let's understand these command groups and command button. Labels commands group. Chart title command button. Adds, removes or positions chart title. Axis titles command button. Adds, removes or positions text used to label axis. Legend command button. Adds, removes or positions chart legend. Data labels command button. Adds, removes or positions data labels. Data table command button. Adds a data table to the chart. Axis command group. Axis command group. Axis command button. Changes formatting and layout of each axis. Grid lines command button. Turns grid lines on or off. Background command group. Background command group. Background command group. Plot area command button. Turns plot area on or off. Chart wall command button. Formats charts walls. Chart floor command button. Formats 3D charts floor. 3D rotation command button. Drop-down menu enables you to change 3D viewpoint of chart like 3D shadow and rotation. Formatting chart elements using the Format tab. Format tab has various command groups and each command groups has various commands button. Let's understand these command groups and commands buttons one by one. Shape Style command group. Shape Styles command button. Drop-down gallery enables to preview and select visual style of the chart element. Shape Fill Styles command button. Displays a drop-down color palette for previewing and selecting fill color for chart element. Shape Outline Styles command button provides option to specify color, width and line style for outlining the chart element. Shape Effect Styles command button applies visual effects to the selected chart element such as shadow, glow, reflection or 3D rotation. Word Art Styles command group. Word Art Styles command group. This command group has various command buttons which are Word Art Styles command button. Preview and select visual style for the text. Text Fill command button. Preview and select text fill color for selected titles of chart or to all titles if nothing is selected. Text Outline command button. Preview and select text outline for selected titles of chart or to all titles if nothing is selected. Text Effects command button applies visual effects to the selected chart element such as shadow, glow, reflection or 3D rotation. Arrange command group. Arrange command group. This command group has also various command buttons which are Bring Forward command button. Bring the selected object forward one level or to the front of all objects. Send backward command button sends the selected object backward one level or behind all the objects. Selection pane command button shows selection pane to help select individual objects and change their order or visibility. Align command button aligns the edge of multiple selected objects which can be centered or distributed evenly across the page. Group command button groups objects together so that they can be treated a single object. Rotate command button rotates or flips the selected object. Sparklines. Sparklines. Excel 2010 version has introduced new types of miniature charts called sparklines that fit into a single cell and represent trends or variations in collected data. It is also a convenient alternative to charts. Because of their compactness, you can place a large number of them in your worksheets. For example, you could place one sparkline on each row to show trends within that row. In Excel 2010, sparklines are of the height of the worksheet cells, whose data they represent, and is any one of the following three types. Line, which represents the selected worksheet data as a connected line showing their relative value. It is similar to a line chart. Column, which represents the selected worksheet data as miniature columns. It is similar to a column chart. Win or loss, which represents the selected worksheet data as a win or loss chart, where wins are represented by blue squares that appear above the red squares, which represent losses. It is similar to column chart, except that it only shows whether each value is positive or negative, instead of how high or low the values are. Let's understand what is the need of sparklines. Sparklines are basically charts. So why should we use sparklines instead of charts? Sparklines have certain advantages that make them more convenient in many cases. Let's say you have thousands of rows of data. If you place a sparkline on each row, it will be right next to source data, thereby making it easy to see the connections between the numbers and the sparkline. If you used a traditional chart, it would need to have thousands of data series in order to represent all of the rows, and you would probably require scrolling a lot to find relevant data in the worksheet. Ideally, sparklines are used in situations where you want to make the data clear and more eye-catching, and where you don't need all of the features of a full chart. On the other hand, charts are ideal for situations where you want to represent the data in greater detail, and they are mostly better for comparing different data series. Creating sparklines. Creating sparklines. To add sparklines to the cells of your worksheet, you need to follow some steps like: select the cells in the worksheet with the data you want represented by a sparkline. Click the desired type of chart you want for your sparkline in the Sparklines group of the Insert tab. Select the cell or range of cells where you want your sparkline to appear in the location range text box. Working with tables in Excel. Tables. To make working with data easier, you can organize data in a table format on a worksheet. Tables provide easy filtering in addition to calculated columns and total rows, which make calculations simple. Create a table. You can use one of two ways to create a table. You can either insert a table in the default table style, or you can format your data as a table in a style that you choose. Insert a table using the default table style. On a worksheet, select the range of cells that you want to include in the table. The cells can be empty or can contain data. On the Insert tab in the Tables group, click Table. Keyboard shortcut you can also press is Ctrl-L or Ctrl-T. If the selected range contains data that you want to display as table headers, select My Table Has Headers checkbox. Table headers display default names if you do not select the My Table Has Headers checkbox. You can change the default names by selecting the default header that you want to replace and then typing the text that you want. Insert a table using a style of your choice. On the worksheet, select a range of empty cells or cells that contain the data that you want to quickly format as a table. On the Home tab, in the Styles group, click Format as Table. Note, when you use Format as Table, Excel automatically inserts a table. Under Light, Medium or Dark, click the table style that you want to use. If the selected range contains data that you want to display as table headers, click a table style that includes a header row. Custom table styles are available under Custom after you create one or more of them. Delete a table without losing the data or table formatting. After you create a table, you might not want to keep working with the table functionality that it includes. Or you might want a table style without the table functionality. To stop working with your data in a table without losing any table style formatting that you applied, you can convert the table to a regular range of data on the worksheet. Click anywhere in the table. Tip: this displays the table tools. Adding the Design tab. A cell in the table must be selected for the Design tab to be visible. On the Design tab in the Tools group, click Convert to Range and then click Yes. Table features are no longer available after you convert the table back to a range. For example, the row headers no longer include the sort and filter arrows, and structured references, that is, references that use table names, that were used in formulas turn into regular cell references. What if analysis? Goal Seek. Goal Seek. Goal Seek is a useful what-if analysis tool available in Excel. If you know the result that you want from a formula but are not sure what input value the formula needs to get that result, you can use the Goal Seek feature. For example, suppose that you need to borrow some money. You know how much money you want, how long you want to take to pay off the loan, and how much you can afford to pay each month. You can use Goal Seek to determine what interest rate you will need to secure in order to meet your loan goal. Goal Seek works only with one variable input value. If you want to accept more than one input value, for example, both the loan amount and the monthly payment amount for a loan, you can use the Solver add-in. Let us understand this with an example. Because you want to calculate the loan interest rate needed to meet your goal, you use the PMT function. The PMT function calculates a monthly payment amount. In this example, the monthly payment amount is the goal that you seek. Preparing data for Goal Seek. Open a new blank worksheet. First, add some labels in the first column to make it easier to read the worksheet. In cell A1, type loan amount. In cell A2, type term in months. In cell A3, type interest rate. In cell A4, type payment. Next, Add the values that you know. In the cell B1, type 2 lakh. This is the amount that you want to borrow. In cell B2, type 180. This is the number of months that you want to pay off the loan. Next, add the formula for which you have a goal. For the example, use the PMT function. In cell B4, type is equals to PMT in bracket B3 by 12, B2, B1. This formula calculates the payment amount. In this example, you want to pay rupees 2000 each month. You don't enter that amount here because you want to use goal seek to determine the interest rate. Because there is no value in cell B3, Excel assumes a 0% interest rate and, using the values in the example, returns a payment of rupees 1111.11. You can ignore that value for now. Use goal seek to determine the interest rate. On the Data tab, in the Data Tools group, click What If Analysis and then click Goal Seek. In the Set Cell box, enter the reference for the cell that contains the formula that you want to resolve. In the example, this reference is cell B4. In the To Value box, type the formula result that you want. In the example, this is 2000. Note that this number is negative because it represents a payment. In the By Changing Cell box, enter the reference for the cell that contains the value that you want to adjust. In the example, this reference is cell B3. Click OK. Goal Seek runs and produces a result. Finally, format the target cell B3 so that it displays the result as a percentage. On the Home tab in the Number group, click Percentage. You can see that by using Goal Seek, you have found that with an interest rate of 8.76%, you can meet your rupees 2 lakh loan goal in 180 months by paying rupees 2000 per month. Scenario Manager. A scenario is a set of values that Excel saves and can substitute automatically in cells on a worksheet. You can create and save different groups of values on a worksheet and then switch to any of these new scenarios to view different results. For example, suppose you have two sales scenarios, a worst case and a best case. You can use the Scenario Manager to create both scenarios on the same worksheet and then switch between them. For each scenario, you specify the cells that change and the values to use for that scenario. When you switch between scenarios, the result cell changes to reflect the different changing cell values. Data Analysis. Pivot Tables. Pivot table make the data in your worksheets much more manageable by summarizing the data and allowing you to manipulate it in different ways. Pivot tables can be an important tool when it is used with large and complex spreadsheets, but it can be used with smaller spreadsheets as well. We will now learn the basics of creating and manipulating pivot tables. To create a pivot table, select the table or cells, including column headers, containing the data you want to use. From the Insert tab, click the Pivot Table command. The Create Pivot Table dialog box will appear. Click OK. A blank pivot table will appear on the left, and the field list will appear on the right. Appropriate fields may be added to change the report. Change a pivot table report to compact, outline or tabular form. Click anywhere in the pivot table report. This displays the pivot table tools, adding an Options and a Design tab. On the Design tab in the Layout group, click Report Layout. To keep related data from spreading horizontally off the screen, And to help minimize scrolling, click Show in Compact Form. In compact form, fields are contained in one column and indented to show the nested column relationship. To outline the data in the classic pivot table style, click Show in Outline Form. To see all data in a traditional table format and to easily copy cells to another worksheet, click Show in Tabular Form. Add fields to a pivot table report. Select the checkbox next to each field name in the Fields section. The field is placed in a default area of the Layout section, but you can rearrange the fields if you want. By default, text fields are added to the Row Labels area. Numeric fields are added to the Values area and Date Time to the Column Labels area. Right-click the field name and then select the appropriate command. Right-click the field name and then select the appropriate command. Add to report filter, add to column label, add to row label, or add to values. To place the field in a specific area of the layout section, or click and hold the field name and then drag the field between the field section and an area in the layout section. Change row labels. Drag any existing fields out of the row labels area and they will disappear. Drag a new field from the pivot table field list into the row labels area. The pivot table will adjust to show the new data. Add column labels. Drag a field from the pivot table field list into the column labels area. To show multiple columns, we'll need to add column labels. Tips for pivot tables. Just like with normal spreadsheets data, you can sort the data in a pivot table using the Sort and Filter command on the Home tab. You can also apply any type of formatting you want. For example, you may want to change the number format to currency. However, be aware that some types of formatting may disappear when you modify the pivot table. If you change any of the data in your source worksheet, the pivot table will not update automatically. To manually update it, select the pivot table and then go to Options, Refresh. Using a pivot chart. A pivot chart is like a regular chart, except it displays data from a pivot table. As with a regular chart, you'll be able to select a chart type, layout, and style to best represent the data. To create a pivot chart, select any cell in your pivot table. The Options tab will appear on the ribbon. From the Options tab, click the Pivot Chart command. The pivot chart will appear in the worksheet. If you want, you can move it by clicking and dragging. If you make any changes to the pivot table, the pivot chart will adjust automatically. Other features in Excel 2010. Slicers. Slicers were introduced in Excel 2010 to make filtering data easier and more interactive. They are basically just report filters, but they are more interactive and faster to use because they let you quickly select items and instantly see the result. If you filter your pivot tables a lot, you might want to use slicers instead of report filters. To add a slicer, select any cell in your pivot table. The Options tab will appear on the ribbon. From the Options tab, click the Insert Slicer command. A dialog box will appear. Select any cell in your pivot table. The Options tab will appear on the ribbon. From the Options tab, click the Insert Slicer command. A dialog box will appear. Select any cell in your pivot table. The Options tab will appear on the ribbon. From the Options tab, click the Insert Slicer command. A dialog box will appear. Conditional formatting. By applying conditional formatting to your data, you can quickly identify variances in a range of values with a quick glance. Select the data that you want to conditionally format. On the Home tab, in the Styles group, click the arrow next to Conditional Formatting and then click Color Scales. Hover over the color scale icons to see a preview of the data with conditional formatting applied. In a 3-color scale, the top color represents higher values, the middle color represents medium values, and the bottom color represents lower values. You can experiment with the available styles on your data and see the results. Working with duplicates. In Microsoft Excel, you have several ways to filter for unique values or remove duplicate values. To filter for unique values, use the Advanced command in the Sort and Filter group on the Data tab. To remove duplicate values, use the Remove Duplicate command in the Data Tools group on the Data tab. To highlight unique or duplicate values, use the Conditional Formatting command in the Style group on the Home tab. Filter for unique values. Select the range of cells or make sure the active cell is in a table. On the Data tab, in the Sort and Filter group, click Advanced. In the Advanced Filter dialog box, to filter the range of cells or table in place, click Filter the list in place. In the Advanced Filter dialog box, to copy the results of the filter to another location, click Copy to another location. In the Copy to box, enter a cell reference. Select the Unique Records Only checkbox and click OK. The unique values from the selected range are copied to the new location. The original data is not affected. Remove duplicate values. When you remove duplicate values, only the values in the range of cells or table are affected. Any other values outside the range of cells or table are not altered or moved. Select the range of cells or make sure that the active cell is in a table. On the Data tab, in the Data Tools group, click Removes Duplicates. Under Columns, select one or more columns. Click OK. Excel displays a message indicating how many duplicate values were removed and how many unique values remain, or if no duplicate values were removed, click OK. Conditionally format unique or duplicate values. Select one or more cells in a range or table. On the Home tab, in the Styles group. On the Home tab, in the Styles group, click the arrow next to Conditional Formatting and then click Highlight Cells Rules. Select Duplicate Values. Enter the values that you want to use and then select a format. Convert to text. Convert text to columns wizard. You can use the Convert Text to Column wizard to separate simple cell content, such as first names and last names, into different columns. Depending on the way your data is arranged, you can split the cell content based on a delimiter, such as a space or a character, such as a comma, a period, or a semicolon. Or you can split it based on a specific column break location within your data. Split content based on a delimiter. Use this method if your names or content you want to split are separated by delimiters like space, comma, or other characters. Select the range of data that you want to convert. On the Data tab, in the Data Tools group, click Text to Columns. In Step 1 of the Convert Text to Columns wizard, click Delimited and then click Next. In Step 2, select the space checkbox and then clear the other checkboxes under delimiters. The data preview box shows the first and last names in two separate columns. Click Next. In step 3, click a column in the data preview box and then under column data format, click Text. Repeat this step for each column in the data preview box. If you want to insert the separated content into the columns next to the full name, click the icon to the right of the destination box and then select the cell next to the first name in the list. If you do not specify a new destination for the new columns, the split data will replace the original data. Click the icon to the right of the Convert Text to Columns wizard. Click Finish. Protecting a worksheet and its elements. By default, when you protect a worksheet, all the cells on the worksheet are locked and users cannot make any changes to a locked cell. You cannot insert, modify, delete or format data in a locked cell. However, you can specify which elements users will be able to change when you protect the worksheet. Select the worksheet that you want to protect. To unlock any cells or ranges that you want other users to be able to change, select each cell or range that you want to unlock. On the Home tab, in the Cells group, click Format and then click Format Cells. On the Protection tab, clear the Logged checkbox and then click OK. To hide any formulas that you do not want to be visible in the worksheet, select the cells that contain the formulas that you want to hide. On the Home tab, in the Cells group, click Format and then click Format Cells. On the Protection tab, select the Hidden checkbox and then click OK. To unlock any graphic objects such as pictures, clip art, shapes or smart art graphics that you want users to be able to change, hold down Ctrl and then click each graphic object that you want to unlock. This displays the picture tools or drawing tools, adding the Format tab. On the Format tab, in the Size group, click the dialog box launcher button image next to Size. On the Properties tab, clear the Logged checkbox and then click OK. On the Review tab, in the Changes group, click Protect Sheet. In the Allow all users of this worksheet to list, select the elements that you want users to be able to change. In the Password to Unprotect Sheet box, type a password for the sheet. Click OK and then retype the password to confirm it. Hello students, welcome to the class. In this chapter, we will learn some basic skills of Microsoft PowerPoint 2010 application. This chapter will cover Introduction to Microsoft PowerPoint 2010, Starting PowerPoint application, User interface, File tab, Getting started, Creating a new presentation, Working with slides, slide layouts, applying themes, slide background, slide transitions, inserting text or objects in slides, text, images, shapes, smart art graphics, audio, video, hyperlinks, action buttons, custom animations, timing, entrance effects, exit effects, emphasis effects, motion paths, using the animation pane, advanced animation, slideshow, printing a presentation, view tab. Introduction to MS PowerPoint 2010. Microsoft Office PowerPoint 2010 is a program that enables you to create effective slideshow presentations. The PowerPoint application has expanded graphics and formatting capabilities, making it easier to create, view, and present slideshows that combine shapes, text, graphs, pictures, animation, charts, videos, and much more. It is powerful tool to create dynamic presentations that include video, images, and notes. Starting PowerPoint application. First of all, let's learn how to access MS PowerPoint 2010 application on your computer. You can do this by many ways. First is using the Start button. Second, using Windows search option. And third, using the Run command. Have a look at this simulation which demonstrates and shows how to open MS PowerPoint 2010 using the Start button. Click on the Start button of Microsoft Windows 10. When you will click on the Start button, a window will open which will look like this. Click on All Apps option. Scroll through the list of all apps or programs and navigate to Microsoft Office. Click on Microsoft Office. And finally, click on Microsoft PowerPoint 2010. MS PowerPoint 2010 application will open. Navigating through PowerPoint 2010 user interface. Navigating through PowerPoint 2010 user interface. PowerPoint uses slides to build a presentation. To create an engaging presentation, PowerPoint allows you to add text, bulleted lists, images, charts, and video to your slides. You can add as many slides as you want to a presentation. And at any time, you can view or play back your presentation by selecting one of the slideshow play options. Many components of PowerPoint 2010 user interface which differ from other Office applications are: the Slides tab allows you to view and work with the slides in your presentation. You can add, delete, duplicate, and rearrange slides in the Slides tab. You can also add sections to the Slides tab to organize and divide your slides. The Outline tab conveniently displays the text content of each slide. You can edit your text directly from the outline view. The ribbon contains all of the commands you will need in order to perform common tasks. It has multiple tabs, each with several groups of commands, and you can add your own tabs to customize your favorites. In addition, special tools tabs, that is, contextual tabs, will appear when you are formatting certain items like images and tables. Slide view options. You can adjust your slide view by choosing one of the available options. Normal view is selected by default and shows the slide and outline tabs, along with displaying the current slide. Slide sorter view displays smaller versions of all of the slides in the presentation. Reading view displays only the slides with buttons at the bottom of the screen for navigation. Slideshow will play your slides as an actual presentation. Other user interface options like Quick Access Toolbar, Status Bar, Title Bar, Zoom Bar are exactly similar to other Microsoft Office 2010 applications like MS Word and MS Excel. Backstage View, File tab. Backstage View, File tab. The File menu in PowerPoint 2010 is also known as Backstage View. You can set many program options and manage files, that is, open, save, print, find info, etc. The menu on the left provides access to the hidden features of PowerPoint available only to those who venture backstage. Commonly, Backstage View displays information about the current presentation. Backstage option covers Save. Save the currently opened file. Save as. Save the existing file with different name. Open. Open an existing PowerPoint presentation. Close. Close the currently open PowerPoint presentation. Recent. Find the recently worked PowerPoint presentations and locations, newest at the top. New. Choose type of presentation. Default is blank. Then click Create. Print. Open the printer setup page or window. The preview appears on the right side of the screen. Options. General options for working with PowerPoint. Categories are on the left. When making changes to options, make changes slowly so you can test and be sure PowerPoint is working the way you would like it to work. Exit. Exit the PowerPoint application. Getting started. In this section, we will learn about creating a new presentation, opening a presentation, closing a presentation, naming and saving your PowerPoint, creating a new presentation. Now, let's understand how to create a presentation. To create a presentation, click the File tab and then click New. In the middle pane, you can choose from available themes and templates. Click Blank Presentation and then click Create. To reuse a template that you have recently used, click Recent Templates, click the template that you want and then click Create. To use one of the built-in templates installed with PowerPoint, click Sample Templates. Click the template that you want and then click Create. When you create a presentation from a template, the presentation inherits various design elements collectively called the theme, as well as pre-written content that's stored in the template. Click Themes to display a list of sample themes installed on your computer. Creating a presentation from a theme is similar to creating a presentation from a template, except that the new presentation doesn't contain any pre-written content. Click My Templates to bring up a separate dialog box that lets you locate templates to create your presentation from. Select the template that you want and then click OK. Double-click New from Existing to create a new presentation based on an existing one. Use this option if you want to create a presentation that is similar to one that you created previously. To find a template on office.com, under office.com templates, click a template category. Select the template that you want and then click Download to download the template from office.com to your computer. Opening a presentation. To open a presentation, click the File tab and then click Open. In the left pane of the Open dialog box, click the drive or folder that contains the presentation that you want. In the right pane of the Open dialog box, open the folder that contains the presentation. Click the presentation and then click Open. Closing a presentation. You don't have to close a file before exiting PowerPoint. If you exit PowerPoint without closing a file, PowerPoint automatically closes the file for you. If you have made changes since the last time you saved the file, PowerPoint offers to save the changes for you. Click Save to save the file before closing it. When you close all the open PowerPoint presentations, you might discover that most of the PowerPoint commands become gray or unavailable. When you open a presentation or create a new one, the commands returns to life. There are multiple ways to close a file. Click on the File tab and then clock or choose Close option. You can click the Close button that appears at the top right of the PowerPoint window. Use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+W. Naming and saving your PowerPoint. Students, let's understand how to name and save your presentation work. As with any software program, it is a good idea to name and save your presentation right away and then to save your changes frequently while you work. Click the File tab, point to Save As, and then for a presentation that can be opened only in PowerPoint 2010, click PowerPoint Presentation. For a presentation that can be opened in either PowerPoint 2010 or earlier versions of PowerPoint, click PowerPoint 97 to 2003 Presentation. Now, to save the PowerPoint, click on the Save As dialog box. In the Save In drop-down menu, select the folder or other location where you want to save your presentation. In the File Name box, accept the default name or type a new name for your presentation. In the Save As type box, select the file type. The default is .pptx. Then click Save. You can also press Ctrl S or click Save near the top of the screen to save your presentation quickly at any time. PowerPoint 2007 and 2010 presentations have the special extension .pptx added to the end of their file names, whereas earlier version 2003 has an extension .ppt. Working with slides. In this section, we will learn about Introduction to Slide, creating new slide, slide layouts, applying themes, slide background, slide transitions. Introduction to slides. Every PowerPoint presentation is composed of a series of slides. To begin creating a slideshow, you'll need to know the basics of working with slides. You'll need to feel comfortable with tasks such as inserting a new slide, changing the layout of a slide, arranging existing slides, changing slide view, and adding notes to a slide. Dotted borders identify placeholders, where you can type text or insert pictures, charts, and other objects. Creating slides via templates. Wizard, blank slide. To insert a new slide into your presentation, click on Home tab in the Slides group. Click the arrow below New Slide and then click the slide layout that you want. Duplicating selected slide. Select the slide or slides you want to duplicate. Then open the Home tab on the ribbon. Click the arrow at the bottom of the Add Slide button in the Slides group and choose the Duplicate Selected Slides button. A duplicate of the slide is inserted into your presentation. Alternately, you can select the slide that you want to duplicate in the Slides pane, that is located on the left side of the screen, and then press Ctrl D. Importing slides from outline. PowerPoint allows you to import the outline for a presentation from other applications like Word document, text files, and/or rich text files. It keeps the source formatting and inserts the appropriate number of slides, thus enabling you to quickly prepare a presentation. This is particularly beneficial for preparing a presentation on already formatted report or outlined document. Reusing slides. Many times, user can save a lot of time by copying or reusing slides from the previously saved presentations. PowerPoint 2010 also allows users to copy slides from other presentation with the flexibility to keep or discard the source formatting. A new slide will be inserted at the cursor position or after the current slide selected in the presentation. Deleting a slide. To delete a slide in a presentation, you can simply move to the slide that you want to delete and click the Delete button in the Slides group of the Home tab on the ribbon. Another way to delete a slide is to click the miniature of the slide in the Slide Preview pane, which is on the left side of the screen, and then press the Delete key or the Backspace key. Slide layouts. Placeholders are arranged in different layouts that can be applied to existing slides or chosen when you insert a new slide. A slide layout arranges your content using different types of placeholders, depending on what information you might want to include in your presentation. For example, in the layout called Title and Content layout, title and content placeholders are included. While each layout has a descriptive name, you can also tell from the image of the layout how the placeholders will be arranged. Changing the layout of a slide. Select the slide you want to change. Click the Layout command in the Slides group on the Home tab. A menu will appear with your options. Choose a layout from the menu. The slide will change in the presentation. Deleting a placeholder. You can easily customize your layout by deleting placeholders from any slide. Position your mouse on the dotted border of the placeholder so it changes to a cross with arrows. Click the border to select it. Press Backspace or Delete on your keyboard. The placeholder will be removed from the slide. Applying themes. PowerPoint 2010 provides a wide variety of design themes that make it easy to change the overall look of your presentation. A theme is a set of design elements that provides a specific, unified appearance for all of your office documents by using particular combinations of colors, fonts, and effects. PowerPoint 2010 automatically applies the Office theme to presentations that are created by using the blank presentation template. But you can change the look of your presentation at any time by applying a different theme. On the Design tab in the Themes group, click the document theme that you want to apply. To preview how the current slide looks with a particular theme applied, rest your pointer on the thumbnail of that theme. To see thumbnails of additional themes, click the arrows next to the row of thumbnails. Unless you specify otherwise, PowerPoint 2010 applies themes to the entire presentation. To change the appearance of only selected slides, on the Slides tab, press and hold Ctrl while you click each slide that you want to change. When all of the slides are selected, right-click the theme that you want to apply to them, and then click Apply to selected slides on the shortcut menu. Slide background. You may set the background colors and pictures for a slide or group of slides using background command group available under Design tab. You can use a picture or color or gradient fill or other background effect as a slide background. Changing background of a presentation. A background style is a combination of a background color chosen from a theme color scheme and a background fill effect. You can insert a picture, including clip art, behind your entire slide. You can also insert a color behind your slide as a background. By adding a picture as a background to one or all of your slides, you can make your PowerPoint presentation unique. The color scheme always includes 4 colors that can be used for the background, 2 light colors and 2 dark colors. In addition, you can choose from 3 background fill effects. These 3 fills are subtle, moderate, and intense. Using a picture as slide background. Click the slide that you want to add a background picture to. To select multiple slides, click a slide and then press and hold Ctrl while you click the other slides. On the Design tab, in the Background group, click Background Styles and then click Format Background. Click Fill and then click Picture of Texture Fill. Choose the option from where you want to select the picture. To insert a picture from a file, click File and then locate and double-click the picture that you want to insert. To paste a picture that you copied, click Clipboard. To use clip art as a background picture, click Click Art and then in the search textbook, type a word or phrase that describes the clip that you want or type all or part of the file name of the clip. Choose the option whether you want to apply background to all or selected slides. To use the picture as a background for the slides that you selected, click Close. To use the picture as a background for all of the slides in your presentation, click Apply to All. Using a color as slide background. Click the slide that you want to add a background color to. To select multiple slides, click a slide and then press and hold Ctrl while you click the other slides. On the Design tab, in the Background group, click Background Styles and then click Format Background. Click Fill and then click Solid Fill. Click Color and then click the color that you want. To change to a color that is not in the theme colors, click More Colors and then either click the color that you want on the Standard tab or mix your own color on the Custom tab. Custom colors and colors on the Standard tab are not updated if you later change the document theme. To change the background transparency, move the transparency slider. You can vary the percentage of transparency from 0% fully opaque, the default setting, to 100%, that is fully transparent. Using a gradient fill as slide background. You may have noticed that the slide background used in many PowerPoint templates is not a solid color. Instead, the color is gradually shaded from top to bottom. This type of shading gradient fill creates an interesting visual effect. You can create your own custom gradient fill by these steps. Choose the slide that you want to shade. This step is not necessary if you want to apply the shading to all slides in the presentation. Click the Background Styles button in the Background group of the Design tab on the ribbon. The Background Styles gallery appears. Click Format Background. Select the Fill option on the left if it is not already selected. Select the Gradient Fill Radio button if it is not already selected. Select the Gradient Fill options the way you want them. Click OK. Using other background effect as slide background. You can also use the Format Background dialog box to create several other interesting types of backgrounds. For example, you can use one of several predefined patterns supplied with PowerPoint. To use a texture, click the Picture or Texture Fill Radio button. Then, click the Texture button to reveal the texture gallery. The remaining controls on this dialog box let you further tweak the appearance of the picture or text you select. Slide transitions. Slide transitions are animation-like effects that occur when you move from one slide to another during slideshow. PowerPoint 2010 provides many types of slide transitions, including standard fades, dissolves, cuts, and vibes, as well as more unusual transitions such as Ferris wheels and checkerboards. Applying a slide transition. Select the slide you want to modify. Click the Transitions tab. Locate the transition to this slide group. By default, none is applied to each slide. Transition to this slide group. Click the More drop-down arrow to display all of the transitions. Click a transition to apply it to the selected slide. This will automatically preview the transition as well. Modifying duration of transition. Select the slide that includes the transition you want to modify. In the duration field in the timing group, enter the amount of time you want the transition to take. In this example, we will specify the length as 2 seconds or 2 minutes. Modifying the duration of a transition. Adding sound. Select the slide that includes the transition you want to modify. Click the Sound drop-down menu in the timing group. You will hear the sound and see a live preview of the transition as you hover over each sound. Adding sound to a transition. Click a sound to apply it to the selected slide. Removing a transition. Select the slide you want to modify. Choose None from the gallery in the transition to this slide group. Removing a transition. Repeat this process for each slide you want to modify. Advancing slides automatically. In slideshow view, you would typically advance to the next slide by clicking your mouse or pressing Enter on your keyboard. Using the Advanced Slide settings in the timing group, you can set your presentation to advance on its own instead and display each slide for a specific amount of time. This is useful for unattended presentations such as at an exhibition. Select the slide you want to modify. Locate the timing group on the Transitions tab. Under Advanced Slide, uncheck the box next to on mouse click. In the After field, enter the amount of time you want to display the slide. In this example, we'll advance the slide automatically after 1 minute 30 seconds or 1 hour 30 minutes. Advancing the slide automatically. Select another slide and repeat the process until all the desired slides have the appropriate timing. Inserting text or objects in slides. In this section, we will learn about inserting various objects in a slide like text, shapes, images, smart art graphics, audio, video, hyperlinks, action buttons. Adding text box. You can add text directly in the text placed holders available in slide layouts, or if you are using a blank slide, you can add text boxes. Text boxes allow you to add to your current layout, so you can place text wherever you want on your slide. You can also move or resize a placeholder or text box as per your requirements. To add a text box, from the Insert tab, click the text box command. Your cursor will turn into an upside down cross. Click, hold and drag your mouse to draw a text box. A text box will appear. Formatting text. You can help your text stand out on the slide by changing its formatting, including font size, color, and style. You can also insert bulleted text, adjust alignment of the text to make it visually appealing. Adding or modifying text effects. Select a text box or select some text inside of the text box. The Format tab will appear. Click the Format tab. Click the Text Effects command in the Word Art Styles group. A drop-down menu will appear, showing the different effect categories. Hover over an effect category, a drop-down menu will appear. You can hover the mouse over the different presets to see a live preview. Select the desired effect preset. The effect will be applied to your text. If you want, you can combine several different effects. In inserting shapes, PowerPoint's large shape collection allows you to organize and design the image you want. While you may not need shapes in every presentation you create, they can add visual appeal. Inserting a shape. Select the Insert tab. Click the Shapes command. Select a shape from the drop-down menu. Click and drag the mouse until the shape is in the desired size. Release the mouse button. Resizing a shape or text box. Click the shape to select it. Click and drag one of the sizing handles on the corners and sides of the text box until it is in desired size. To rotate the shape, drag the green handle. Some shapes also have one or more yellow handles that can be used to modify the shape. For example, with star shapes, you can adjust the length of the points. Changing to a different shape. Select the shape or text box. The Format tab will appear. From the Format tab, click the Edit Shape command. Click Change Shape to display a drop-down list. Select the desired shape from the list. Changing shape style. Select the shape or text box. The Format tab will appear. Click the More drop-down arrow in the Shape Styles group to display more style options. Move your cursor over the styles to see a live preview of the styles in the slide. Select the desired style. Changing shape fill color. Select the shape or text box. The Format tab appears. Select the Format tab. Click the Shape Fill command to display a drop-down list. Select the desired color from the list. Choose No File or choose More Fill Colors to choose a custom color. Changing shape outline. Select the shape or text box. The Format tab will appear. Click the Format tab. Click the Shape Outline command to display a drop-down menu. From the drop-down menu, you can change the outline color, weight, that is thickness, and whether it is a dashed line. Changing shadow effects. Select the shape or text box. The Format tab will appear. Click the Format tab. Click the Shape Effects command. A drop-down menu will appear. Hover the mouse over Shadow. You will see a list of shadow presets. Move your mouse over the menu options to see a live preview of the shadow effect in the slide. Click the desired shadow effect to add it to your shape. 3D effects. There are two types of effects you can apply to your shapes and text boxes to give them a 3D appearance: 3D rotation and bevel. 3D rotation gives the appearance that you are viewing the object from a different angle, and it can be applied to any shape. Bevel adds thickness and a rounded edge to shapes, but it doesn't work with every type of shape. 3D rotation effect. Select the shape or text box. Click the Format tab. Click Shape Effects from the Shape Styles group. Hover the mouse over 3D rotation. A drop-down menu will appear. Select the desired rotation preset from the drop-down menu. You can also click 3D rotation options if you would prefer to type custom values. Bevel effect. Select the shape or text box. Click the Format tab. Click Shape Effects from the Shape Styles group. Hover the mouse over bevel. A drop-down menu will appear. Select the desired bevel preset from the drop-down menu. You can also click 3D options if you would prefer to type in custom values. Inserting images. Adding clip art and pictures to your presentation can be a great way to illustrate important information or add decorative accents to existing text. You can insert images from your computer. Search Microsoft's large selection of clip art to find the image you need, or add a screenshot of your own. Once an image has been inserted, you can resize and move it to the location you want. Inserting an image from a file. Select the Insert tab. Click the Picture command in the Images group. The Insert Picture dialog box appears. Select the desired image file, then click Insert. The picture will appear in your slide. You can also select the Insert Picture from File command in a placeholder to insert images. Cropping an image. Select an image. The Format tab will appear. Select the Format tab. Click the Crop command. The black cropping handles appear. Click and drag a handle to crop an image. Click the Crop command to deselect the Crop tool. Cropping an image to a shape. Select the image. The Format tab will appear. Select the Format tab. Click the Crop drop-down arrow below the Crop command. A drop-down menu will appear. Select a shape from the drop-down menu. The image will take the shape you have selected. Adding a border to a picture. Select the picture. Select the Format tab. Click the Picture Border command. A drop-down menu will appear. From the drop-down menu, you can select a color, weight, that is thickness, and whether the line is dashed. Image corrections. Select the image. The Format tab will appear. Click the Format tab. Click the Corrections command. A drop-down menu will appear. To sharpen or soften the image, hover over the Sharpen and Soften presets. You'll see a live preview of the presets in the slide. Select the desired Sharpen and Soften preset. Click the Corrections command again. Hover over the Brightness and Contrast presets to see a live preview. Select the desired brightness and contrast preset. Adjusting the color in an image. Select the image. The Format tab will appear. Click the Format tab. Click the Color command. A drop-down menu will appear. From the drop-down menu, you can choose a preset from each of the three categories. Color saturation. This controls how vivid the colors are in the image. Color tone. This controls the temperature of the color, from cool to warm. Recolor. This controls the overall color of the image. Use this option to make the image black and white, grayscale, or to colorize it with a different color. Applying an artistic effect. Select the picture. The Format tab will appear. Click the Format tab. Click the Artistic Effects command. A drop-down menu will appear. Hover over the different presets to see a live preview of each one. When you have found a preset you like, click it to select it. To adjust the settings for the effect, click Artistic Effects again and select Artistic Effect options. Applying a picture style. Select the picture. The Format tab will appear. Select the Format tab. Click the More drop-down arrow to display all picture styles. Hover over a picture style to display a live preview of the style in the slide. Select the desired style. To refine the picture style, click the Picture Effects command to see the effects drop-down. The Format tab will appear. Click the Format tab. Click the Color command. A drop-down menu will appear. From the drop-down menu, you can choose a preset from each of the three categories. Color saturation. This controls how vivid the colors are in the image. Color tone. This controls the temperature of the color, from cool to warm. Recolor. This controls the overall color of the image. Use this option to make the image black and white, grayscale, or to colorize it with a different color. Applying an artistic effect. Select the picture. The Format tab will appear. Click the Format tab. Click the Artistic Effects command. A drop-down menu will appear. Hover over the different presets to see a live preview of each one. When you have found a preset you like, click it to select it. To adjust the settings for the effect, click Artistic Effects again and select Artistic Effect options. Applying a picture style. Select the picture. The Format tab will appear. Select the Format tab. Click the More drop-down arrow to display all picture styles. Hover over a picture style to display a live preview of the style in the slide. Select the desired style. To refine the picture style, click the Picture Effects command to see the Effects drop-down menu. Removing the background from an image. Click the image. The Format tab will appear. Click the Format tab. Click the Remove Background command. PowerPoint will try to guess which part of the image is the background, and it will mark that area with a magenta fill. It will also place a box around the image with selection handles. Drag the selection handles until all of the foreground is inside the box. After you do this, PowerPoint may readjust the background. At this point, you may need to help PowerPoint decide which part of the image are foreground and which parts are background. You can do this by using the Mark Areas to Keep and Mark Areas to Remove commands. If PowerPoint has marked part of the foreground magenta, click Mark Areas to Keep and draw a line in that region of the image. If part of the background has not been marked with magenta, click Mark Areas to Remove and draw a line in that region of the image. After you add your marks, PowerPoint will readjust the image. When you are satisfied with the image, click Keep Changes. all of the magenta areas will be removed from the image. You can adjust the image at any time by clicking the Remove Background command again. Smart Art Graphics. A smart art graphic is a fully customizable visual representation of your information. You can use Smart Art feature by first inserting the Smart Art graphic that you want and then adding text to it. Click the placeholder that you want to add a Smart Art graphic to. If you don't select a placeholder, or if you select a placeholder that cannot contain an image, the Smart Art graphic is inserted at the center of the slide. On the Insert tab in the Illustrations group, click Smart Art. In the Choose a Smart Art Graphic dialog box in the leftmost pane, click the type of Smart Art graphic that you want. In the center pane, locate and click the layout that you want, and then click OK. To see a preview of any layout, click that layout. The preview appears in the rightmost pane. Adding text to a Smart Art graphic. Select the graphic. A border will appear around it with an arrow on the left side. Click the arrow on the left side of the graphic to open the text pane. Enter text next to each bullet in the text pane. The information will appear in the graphic and will resize to fit inside the shape. To add a new shape, press Enter. A new bullet will appear in the text pane, and a new shape will appear in the graphic. Converting existing text to Smart Art. Select the list or paragraph you want to change to Smart Art. Then right-click. A drop-down menu will appear. Hover the mouse over Convert to Smart Art. Select the desired Smart Art graphic or click More Smart Art Graphics at the bottom of the menu to view more options. Changing the Smart Art layout. Select the graphic. The Design and Format tab will appear on the ribbon. Click the Design tab. In the Layouts group, click the More drop-down arrow to view all of the layouts. Hover the mouse over each layout to see a live preview. Select the desired layout. Changing the color scheme. PowerPoint provides a variety of color schemes to use with Smart Art. The color schemes use theme colors, so they will vary depending on the theme you are using. Select the graphic. The Design and Format tabs will appear on the ribbon. Select the Design tab. Click the Change Colors command. A drop-down menu appears, showing various color schemes. Select the desired color scheme. Inserting audio. In the pane that contains the Outline and Slides tabs, click the Slides tab. Click the slide to which you want to add a sound. On the Insert tab in the Media Clips group, click the arrow under Sound. Click Sound from File. Locate the folder that contains the file and then double-click the file that you want to add, or click Sound from Clip Organizer. Scroll to find the clip that you want in the Clip Art task pane, and then click it to add it to the slide. You can preview a clip before adding it to your presentation. In the Clip Art task pane, in the Results box that displays the available clips, move your mouse pointer over the clip's thumbnail. Click the arrow that appears, and then click Preview Properties. When you insert a sound, you are prompted with a message asking how you want the sound to start automatically, or when you click the sound icon, that is, when clicked. To automatically start the sound, when you show the slide, click Automatically. The sound plays automatically when you show the slide unless there are other media effects on the slide. If there are other effects, such as an animation, the sound plays after that effect. To manually start the sound when you click it on the slide, click when clicked. Multiple sounds are added on top of each other and play in the order in which they were added. If you want each sound to start when you click it, drag the sound icons off of each other after you insert them. You can play a sound continuously during just one slide or across many slides. To play a sound continuously for one slide, click the sound icon. Under Sound Tools, on the Options tab in the Sound Options group, select the Loop Until Stopped checkbox. When you loop a sound, it plays continuously until you advance to the next slide. Inserting video. PowerPoint allows you to insert a video directly into your presentation. You can even edit the video within PowerPoint and customize its appearance with a video style. Inserting a video from a file on your computer. From the Insert tab, click the Video drop-down arrow and select Video from File. Locate and select the desired video file. Then click Insert. The video will be added to the slide. There are other options you can set to control how your video plays. These are found in the Video Options group on the Playback tab. Volume. This changes the audio volume in the video. Start. This controls whether the video file starts automatically or when the mouse is clicked. Play full screen. This lets the video fill the entire screen while it's playing. Hide while not playing. This hides the video when it's not playing. Loop until stopped. This causes the video to repeat until it is stopped. Rewind after playing. This causes the video to return to the beginning when it's finished playing. Inserting hyperlinks. You can use hyperlinks to move from one slide to another, to a network or internet location, or even to another file or program altogether. Select the text that you want to click to activate the hyperlink. Alternatively, you can select an object, that is, a piece of clip art, for example, or a smart art graphic. On the Insert tab, in the Links group, click Hyperlink. In the Insert Hyperlink dialog box, click the appropriate button in the My Places box for the target of your link, that is, the place where the link takes you. To go to another slide in your presentation, for example, click Place in this document. Find and click the target location. Make any changes that you want in the text to display and address boxes, and then click OK. Inserting action buttons. Action buttons are built-in button shapes you can add to a presentation and set to link to another slide, play a sound, or perform another action. Inserting an action button. Click the Insert tab. Click the Shapes command in the Illustrations group. A drop-down menu will appear with the action buttons located at the bottom. Select the desired action button. Insert the button onto the slide by clicking the desired location. The Action Settings dialog box will appear. Select the Mouse Click or Mouse Over tab. Selecting the Mouse Click tab means the action button will perform its action only when clicked. Selecting the Mouse Over tab will make the action button perform its action when you move the mouse over it. In the Action on Click section, select Hyperlink to, then click the drop-down arrow and choose an option from the menu. Check the Play Sound box if you want a sound to play when the action button is clicked. Select a sound from the drop-down menu or select Other Sound to use a sound file on your computer. Click OK. Custom Animations. Animation is a great way to focus on important points, to control the flow of information and to increase viewer interest in your presentation. PowerPoint offers a variety of animations you can use to enhance your presentation. You can animate the text, tables, graphics, and other objects in your Microsoft PowerPoint 2010 presentation to give them visual effects, including entrances, exits, changes in size or color, and on movement. In this section, we will learn about timing, entrance effects, exit effects, emphasis effects, motion paths, using the animation pane, advanced animation. Command groups under Animations tab. The Animation tab consists of 4 groups of controls. Preview. This group has a single option, a preview button. When all animations are applied, you can preview the current slide by clicking on the preview command. Animation. This group lets you select one of several predefined animations for the selected object. To see all of the animation options, click on the up row, down row, or more arrows to the right of the animation group. The Effect Options command provides additional animation options for each animation command in the animation group. Advanced Animation. The controls in this group let you create custom animations with features the basic animations provided via the animation group. The animation pane enables you to modify each animation similar to the timing group and play the animations applied to the slide. The Add Animation command provides a visual of all of the animation options to animate text and graphics, same as the commands in the animation group. Timing. This group lets you set the timing of the animation. It allows you to modify the sequence and timing of the animation selected. You can decide if an animation should appear when the mouse is clicked or after a specified time. You can use any animation by itself or combine multiple effects together. To apply an animation effect, first select the text box that you want to animate. Then choose the animation style from the animation gallery on the Animations tab. Adding animation to text or object. Select the text or object that you want to animate. On the Animations tab, in the Animation group, click an animation effect from the gallery. To alter how your selected text animates, click Effect Options and then click what you want the animation to do. To specify the timing of the effects on the Animations tab, use the commands in the Timing group. Adding multiple animations to object. If you select a new animation from the menu in the Animation group, it will replace the object's current animation. However, you'll sometimes want to place more than one animation on an object, such as with an entrance and exit effect. To do this, you'll need to use the Add Animation command, which will allow you to keep your current animations while adding new ones. Select the object. Click the Animations tab. In the Advanced Animation group, click the Add Animation command to view the available animations. Select the desired animation effect. If the object has more than one effect, it will have a different number for each effect. The numbers indicate the order in which the effects will occur. Using Animation Painter. Sometimes you may want to apply the same effects to more than one object. You can do this by copying the effects from one object to another using the Animation Painter. Click the object that has the effects you want to copy. From the Animations tab, click the Animation Painter command. Click the object you want to copy the effects to. The effects will be applied to the object. Previewing animations. Any animation effects you have applied will show up when you play the slideshow. However, you can also quickly preview the animations for the current slide without viewing the slideshow. Navigate to the slide you want to preview. From the Animations tab, click the Preview command. The animations for the current slide will play. Using the Animation pane, you can view a list of the animations applied to a slide by opening the Animation pane. The Animation Task pane appears to the right of the slide and displays important information about the animations, such as the type of effect, the order of multiple effects in relation to one another, the name of the object affected, and the duration of the effect. Animation pane. To display the Animation Task pane on the Animations tab in the Advanced Animation group, click Animation pane. In the Task pane, numbers indicate the order in which the animation effects play. Timeliness represent the duration of the effects. Icons represent the type of animation effect. You can change when your animation starts to play. By default, it is on click. To change it, select the effect in the Animation pane and then choose one of the options from the Start drop-down list. With previous starts at the same time as the previous animation, and after previous starts after the last animation. Changing an effect start option. By default, an effect begins playing when you click the mouse during a slideshow. If you have multiple effects, you will need to click multiple times to start each effect individually. However, by changing the start option for each effect, you can have effects that automatically play at the same time or one after the other. From the Animation pane, select an effect. A drop-down arrow will appear next to the effect. Click the drop-down arrow. You will see 3 start options. Start on click. This will start the effect when the mouse is clicked. Start with previous. This will start the effect at the same time as the previous effect. Start after previous. This will start the effect when the previous effect ends. Select the desired start option. Using Effect Options dialog box. From the Animation pane, select an effect. A drop-down arrow will appear next to the effect. Click the drop-down arrow and select Effect Options. The Effect Options dialog box will appear. From here, you can add various enhancements to the effect. Sound. This adds a sound effect to the animation. After animation, this changes the color or hides the object after the animation is over. Animate text. If you are animating text, you can choose to animate it all at once, one word at a time, or one letter at a time. Changing the effect timing. From the Effect Options dialog box, select the Timing tab. From here, you can add a delay before the effect starts, change the duration of the effect, and control whether the effect repeats. Slideshow. PowerPoint has various options for setting up and playing a slideshow. Slideshow tab is helpful in setting up and starting a slideshow in presentation mode. Using it, you can view or show either the entire presentation or just a part of the presentation. It also helps you in planning, rehearsing, and automating an effective presentation to the viewers. Start Slideshow Group. Most of the options under this group are helpful in starting and configuring the slideshow view. Available options under this group. Start Slideshow Control Group. From beginning, it starts the slideshow from the first slide of the presentation. From current slide, it starts the slideshow from the active slide. Broadcast Slideshow. Broadcasts the slideshow to remote viewers who can watch in a web browser. Custom slideshow. A custom slideshow displays only the slides you select. Setup group. It provides options for setting up your slideshow for different purposes, such as a presentation by a speaker, browsing by an individual, or automatically run at a kiosk. Setup slideshow. Set up advanced options for the slideshow. Hide slide. Hides the selected or current slide from presentation. Rehearse timing. Starts a full screen slideshow in which you can rehearse your presentation. Record slideshow. Records audio narrations, laser pointer gestures, or slide and animation timing for playback during slideshow. Monitors group. This group provides options for how users want the show to appear on the monitor, including the resolution to be used, which screen the presentation should be displayed on if using two monitors, and the option to show the presentation in presenter view if using the two monitors option in extended display mode. Printing handouts and speakers notes. Printing handouts and speakers notes. You can print your presentation either as speakers notes or as handouts. Speakers notes show one slide at the top of each printed page, along with the content of the notes pane for that slide at the bottom of the page. Such handouts can be used by the speaker as a script or outline during the presentation. They can also be distributed to the audience so that each member has more complete information from the presentation. Handouts show 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 9 slides per printed page and are intended for cases in which it is not desirable to include the notes pane contents in the distribution to the audience. View tab. View tab. In this section, we will learn about various view options in PowerPoint 2010. Normal, Slide Sorter, Notes Page, Reading View, Slide Master, Handout Master, Notes Master. 3 other views which are accessible from other tabs of the ribbon or the PowerPoint interface are Slideshow, Presenter, Outline. Other than the View tab of the ribbon, you can also access most of these views by clicking the 4 small buttons towards the right side of the status bar. View buttons in PowerPoint. These 4 buttons, explained left to right, allow quick access to the same views. Normal, Slide Sorter, Reading, Slideshow. F5 shortcut key also works. If you shift-click any of these 4 buttons, the view options change. Slide Master, Handout Master does not bring up any view. Instead, it brings up the Setup Shadow dialog box. Also brings up the Setup Shadow dialog box. Normal View. Normal View is the default and most often used view. This view displays one slide at a time in the slide area and is used mainly for editing and creating slides, and shows PowerPoint's typical tri-pane interface that includes the slides or outline pane, the slide area and the notes pane. Slide Sorter View. Other than Normal View, you can choose Slide Sorter View for editing slides. This view does not let you edit individual slide objects on your slide, but the whole slide by itself. Any edits you make influence one or more slides, depending upon your selection. Slide Sorter View displays thumbnail-sized representations of all slides in your presentation. This view works best when you have to select multiple slides. In this view, you can quickly record, delete, or duplicate your slides. In addition, this view also displays hidden slides. To access the slide sorter view, you can choose either of these options. Click the Slide Sorter button on the status bar. Access the View tab on the ribbon. Locate the Presentation Views group and click the Slide Sorter button. Notes page. PowerPoint has several views that let you view your slides or edit them. Speaker notes associated with slides are typically visible in both normal and presenter views. In addition, the Notes page view also enables you to view your speaker notes in a view page. In a page view, each slide created contains its own note page. You can print these pages out to use as a reference while delivering the presentation. The notes do not show on the screen during slideshow view. To access the Notes page view, select the View tab on the ribbon. Locate the Presentation Views group. Click the Notes page button. This brings up the Notes page view. The large box on the top half of the page is a single slide that shows the same slide that you see in normal view. The slightly larger box located on the bottom half of the page is the Notes area. This contains the same notes that are available within the Notes pane of normal view. Reading view. In many views, Reading view is similar to slideshow view because in both views, the slide is shown in full screen. However, in Reading view, you also see the PowerPoint title bar and the status bar at the top and bottom of the interface respectively. The Windows taskbar is also displayed at the bottom of the screen. Reading view is not only useful to quickly navigate the slideshow, but also have easy access to the Windows taskbar at the same time to switch to other available open programs or windows. To access the Reading view, select the View tab on the ribbon. Locate the Presentation Views group. Click the Reading View button. If you want to edit the presentation, you can always switch from Reading view to one of the other views using the view buttons that you can see towards right on the status bar. Slide Master. The Slide Master view in PowerPoint 2010 provides you with access to the Slide Master. Any edits you make in the view influence all slides in the presentation. For example, if you need to show a company logo on all slides, you will make these edits in Slide Master. Or if you want the font size of your slide titles to be a little larger or smaller, then those edits also need to be made in the Slide Master. First, look at the pane on the left, and you will find one large slide thumbnail and several smaller slide thumbnails. The larger slide thumbnail represents the Slide Master, and changes made to the Slide Master influence all the slides contained within that particular Slide Master. The smaller slide thumbnails represent individual slide layouts. These are the same layouts that you see in the layout. Any changes you make to these individual slide layouts influences only the slides based on that particular layout. The active slide is the Slide Master itself. The two most important placeholders here are the title and the text placeholders. These represent the title and body text in your slides respectively. To access the Slide Master view, you can choose either of these options. Shift and click the Normal View button on the status bar. Access the View tab of the ribbon. Locate the Master Views group and click on the Slide Master button. Once you are in Slide Master view, you can edit the actual Slide Master or Slide Masters and its slide layouts. Handout Master. Handouts are documents you can print from within PowerPoint that include slide representations from your presentation. You can opt to include as many as 9 slides on each Hangout page, and then the slides look more like thumbnails. Of course, you can also choose to print just one slide on every handout page. Then your handouts will look like individual slides printed on a page. Most handouts are created to be printed, and to look and feel of these printed handouts is determined by the handout master. To access and make edits to the handout master, you need to get to the handout master view in PowerPoint 2010. Changes you make in this view influence the look and layout of printed handouts. You can change or edit the background, the header and the footer of printed handouts. Handout Master. To access the Handout Master view, you can choose either of these options. Access the View tab on the ribbon. Locate the Master Views group and click the Handout Master button. Shift-click the Slide Sorter View button on the status bar. Notes Master. Among the least used PowerPoint options is the ability to make changes to your notes pages. Of course, very few people print notes pages at all in the first place, and fewer than those numbers ever realize that the look of the printed notes pages can be modified in the Notes Master. To make any of these changes, you need to access the Notes Master view in PowerPoint 2010. Any changes you make within the Notes Master view affects how they appear in Notes page view and the layout of printed notes pages. Do note, though, that these changes do not affect the notes pane of your slides in normal view. Within the Notes Master view, you can select any element and delete it by pressing Delete button on your keyboard. You can reposition elements by dragging them, resize the elements and format them by using the tools on the ribbon or menus. You can even add pictures, smart art, clip art or any other kind of object that you want to display in the Notes view or when notes are printed. To display the Notes Master, choose View, Master, Notes Master from the menu bar. This will show the Notes Master. Slideshow view. Slideshow view. When your presentation has been created, it is time to show it in front of an audience. Typically, the view that plays your presentation in full screen mode is slideshow. Even slideshow view does have a subset of two similar but different views, and we tell you more about those similar views later in this tutorial. For now, we will explore slideshow view, which restricts itself to displaying only the slides. You use slideshow view to deliver your presentation to an audience. To access slideshow view, you can choose any of these options. Click the slideshow button on the status bar to play the presentation from the active slide. Access the slideshow tab of the ribbon. Choose one of the given options. From beginning, to start the slideshow from the first slide of the presentation, you can also use the F5 shortcut key. From current slide, to start the slideshow from the active slide, you can also use the Shift plus F5 shortcut key. To exit slideshow view, press the Escape key. You may also be able to right-click on the slide and choose the End Show option in the resultant menu. Remember that slideshow view is purely a display view and no editing can be done on slides at this point of time. However, slideshow view has some navigation and annotation options. If you hover your cursor over the bottom left area of the slide, you'll find 4 watermarked navigation icons. Previous slide. Click this icon to navigate to the previous slide. Pen. Click to bring up the context menu. Here you can choose properties for the cursor, such as hiding the cursor, showing an arrow, or changing the cursor to a pen. When you choose the pen option, you can actually scribble and annotate over your slide, almost like writing on a virtual whiteboard. Also, you can change the pen color through the ink color menu option. Menu. This icon, when clicked, opens a menu similar above. The only difference is that the pen options are not shown in this menu. Next slide. Click this icon to navigate to the next slide. By default, slideshow view works in full screen mode, but you can change that too. To do that, access the slideshow tab of the ribbon, locate the setup group, and click the setup slideshow button. Alternatively, you can shift and click the slideshow button on the status bar. Either of these options brings up the setup show dialog box. In the show type area, you can choose the browse on an individual window option. Turning on this option places your presentation in a window. This is the exact equivalent of the reading view. Also, within the setup show dialog box, you will find browsed at a kiosk, that is full screen option. Turning on this option displays the presentation in a full screen mode. But none of your navigation options, such as a mouse click or the keyboard, will let you move from one slide to another. You will have to add navigation options on your own using internal hyperlinks or action buttons. Presenter view. This view is a great PowerPoint feature that many users have heard about and want to use, but most don't know where to begin. Presenter view is a special view available only on your laptop or the computer you are presenting from. All the while, the secondary output, typically the projected slide, is in slideshow view. One warning though, do not start using presenter view for the first time in front of a live audience, even though they typically don't see that view. Always test it first and make sure you know how to change settings. When you are comfortable with all these options, you can then go ahead and use presenter view. If you have two display outputs such as two monitors or a laptop connected to a projector or LCD, you can opt to show presenter view in one of the displays, while the other continues to show slideshow view. To use presenter view, make sure that your computer has multiple monitor capabilities set to display an extended view. So, what is extended view? Extended view is where your primary display extends to your secondary display. Thus, both displays show different areas of your extended desktop. This is the opposite of mirrored view, in which both your primary and secondary displays show the same visual content. To turn on the presenter view, choose the Setup Slideshow option in the Slideshow tab of the ribbon. Presenter view is a great way for you to control the view of your presentation with slide thumbnails, navigation controls, and speaker notes at your disposal on one computer, your laptop for example, while the audience views the notes free full screen presentation on another display, that is normally the projection. Presenter view interface options are explained more precisely further. Audience view. This area shows the slide which will be displayed on the projected screen or the secondary display. Slide notes. This area displays the slide notes for the active slide. You can add slide notes in the notes pane. Navigation buttons. These are 4 navigation and annotation buttons. These individual buttons from left to right are for previous slide, pen, menu, and next slide. A description of these buttons is available on the slideshow view page. Information. Here you'll get info about how many slides are contained in the open presentation, the time spent since you started delivering the active presentation, and a clock. Zoom. Options in the area allow you to zoom in or zoom out in the slide notes. Slide thumbnails. Here you can see all the slides in your presentation as thumbnails. There is a scroll bar between the thumbnails that lets you navigate between slides. Any slide you click becomes the slide being shown to the audience. So, if you were running short of time, you could easily go from slide 8 to 11 and skip slides 9 and 10. The audience will not know that you skipped those slides. Chapter Review. In this chapter, we learnt about Introduction to MS PowerPoint 2010. How to start PowerPoint application. Navigating through user interface of MS PowerPoint 2010, which consists of various components like ribbon, tabs and command groups, slide tab, slide outline tab, file tab, backstage view, quick access toolbar. Chapter Review. Getting started. Skills learned. Creating a new presentation. Opening a presentation. Closing a presentation. Naming and saving your PowerPoint. Chapter Review. Working with slides. Slides. Every PowerPoint presentation is composed of a series of slides. Various options available in PowerPoint 2010 to make it visually attractive are slide layouts, which contains placeholders and formatting, themes, which are a combination of colors, fonts and effects, slide background, slide transitions, effects that appear when slide changes to next slide in a presentation. Chapter Review. Inserting objects in slides. Various objects that can be inserted in a slide are text, images, shapes, smart art graphics, audio, video, hyperlinks and action buttons. We learnt about inserting different objects on a slide and formatting the same using the various command groups. Chapter Review. Custom animations. You can add various animation effects to various objects in a PowerPoint slide. We learnt about adding entrance animation effects, adding exit animation effects, adding emphasis animation effects, adding motion paths using the animation pane. Chapter Review. Slideshow. You can view a presentation in full screen slideshow. Automatic or manual advancing of slides can be chosen. Various options to start a slideshow are keyboard shortcut F5, slide view option available in status bar, using slideshow command in ribbon. Chapter Review. Printing a presentation. You can print your presentation either as speaker's notes or as handouts. Speaker's notes show one slide at the top of each printed page, along with the content of the notes pane for that slide at the bottom of the page. Such handouts can be used by the speaker as a script or outline during the presentation. They can also be distributed to the audience so that each member has more complete information from the presentation. Handouts show 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 9 slides per printed page and are intended for cases in which it isn't desirable to include the notes pane contents in the distribution to the audience. Chapter Review. View tab. Various view options available in PowerPoint 2010 are Normal, Slide Sorter, Notes Page, Reading View, Slide Master, Handout Master, Notes Master. 3 other views which are accessible from other tabs of the ribbon or the PowerPoint interface are Slideshow, Presenter and Outline. Chapter 12. MS Access. Hello students, welcome to the class. In this chapter, we will learn various skills of Microsoft Access. This chapter will cover Introduction to Database Management System, Datum, Database Systems, Characteristics of DBMS, that is Database Management System, Advantages of DBMS. Disadvantages of DBMS. Instances and schemes. Internet options. Data models. Entity relationship model, that is ER model. Entity. Relational model. Microsoft Access 2010. Introduction. Starting access. Overview of the user interface. Navigation pane. Backstage view. Working with database and tables. Creating a new database. Data sheet view. Creating tables. Creating a table in data sheet view. Adding fields, columns by entering data. Renaming fields. Creating a table in design view. Defining fields. Setting a primary key. Saving table. Editing tables and databases. Adding field. Deleting field. Reordering field. Adding records. Deleting records. Closing databases. Opening databases. Working with database objects. Opening database objects. Open a table. Using data sheet view. Switching between views. Closing database objects. Remaining database objects. Deleting database objects. Sorting and filtering. Sorting records. Filtering records. Indexes. Create an index. Create a single field index. Create a multiple field index. Delete an index. View and edit indexes. Introduction to Database Management System. A database management system, that is DBMS, is a collection of a set of programs and interrelated data to access those data. This is a group of correlated data with an inherent meaning and hence is a database. In a simple manner, database is a collection of related data and data is a collection of truths and statistics that can be processed to produce information. The primary task of a DBMS is to provide a way to store and retrieve database info that is both suitable and efficient. For example, consider the name, mobile number, email and home address of the people user know. User may have recorded this data in an indexed telephone book, or user may have stored it on a diskette using a personal computer and software such as Microsoft Access or Excel. Datum. A datum, a unit of data, is a symbol or a superset of symbols which is used to represent something. This correlation between symbols and what they represent is the principle of what we mean by information. Knowledge denotes to the practical use of information. While information can be stored or shared without many complications, the same cannot be said about knowledge. Knowledge essentially involves a personal experience. Database systems. Database systems are designed and developed to manage large bodies of information. Management of data involves both defining structures for storage of information and providing mechanisms for the manipulation of information. In totaling, the database system must ensure the protection of the information stored, despite system crashes or attempts at unauthorized access. If data are to be shared among several users, the system must avoid possible anomalous results. Characteristics of DBMS. Friends, let's discuss various characteristics of DBMS one by one. Real entity. A DBMS is more realistic and uses real entities to design its architecture. It uses the behavior and attributes. For example, a college database may use applicant as an entity and their name as an attribute. Relation-based structure. DBMS allows entities and relations between them to form tables. A user can understand the architecture of a database just by seeing at the table names. Inaccessibility of data and application. A database system is totally different than its data. A database is an active entity, whereas data is supposed to be passive, on which the database works and organizes. DBMS also stores metadata, which is data about data, to ease its own process. Lowest redundancy. DBMS follows the rules of normalization, which splits a relation when any of its attributes is having redundancy in values. Consistency. Consistency is a state run where every relation in a database remains consistent. There exist techniques and methods which can detect attempt of leaving database in consistent state. Query languages. DBMS is equipped with query languages, which makes it more resourceful to retrieve and manipulate data. A user can apply as many and as different filtering options as mandatory to retrieve a set of data. RSCIT's properties. DBMS follows the concept of atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. These concepts are applied on transactions which manipulate data in a database. RSCIT properties support the database stay healthy in multi-transactional environments and in case of failure. Concurrent and multi-user access. DBMS supports multi-user environment and allows them to access and manipulate data at same time, though there are limitations on transactions when users attempt to handle the same data item, but users are always unaware of them. Multiple views. DBMS offers multiple views for different users. A user who is in the account department will have a different view of database than a person working in the production department. This feature enables the users to have a concrete view of the database according to their requirements. Security. Features like multiple view offer security to some extent where users are unable to access data of the other user and department. DBMS offer methods to impose constraints while entering data into the database and retrieving the same at a later stage. DBMS offers many different levels of security features, which enables multiple users to have different views with different features. Advantages of DBMS. Friends, let's have a brief look over various advantages of DBMS one by one. Data independence. Application programs will be as independent as possible from details of data representation and storage. The DBMS can provide an abstract view of the data to insulate application code from such details. Efficient data access. A DBMS utilizes a variety of sophisticated techniques to store and retrieve data efficiently. This feature is especially important if data is stored on external storage devices. Data security and integrity. If data is always accessed through the DBMS can enforce integrity constraint on the data. For example, before inserting payment information for a vendor, the DBMS can check that the department budget is not exceeded. Also, the DBMS can enforce access controls that govern what data is visible to different classes of users. Reduced development time. The DBMS supports many important functions that are common to many applications accessing data stored in the DBMS. This, in conjunction with the high-level interface to the data, facilitates quick development of application. Disadvantages of a DBMS. Friends, let's discuss various disadvantages of DBMS. Complexity. A database system creates additional complexity and requirements. The supply and operation of a database management system with several users and database is quite costly and demanding. Skilled personnel. The professional operation of a database system requires suitably trained staff. Without a qualified database administrator, nothing will work for long. Cost. Through the use of a database system, new costs are generated for the organization itself, but also for additional hardware and the more complex handling of the system. Lower efficiency. A database system is a multi-use software which is often less efficient than specialized software which is produced and optimized exactly for one problem. Instances and schemes. Database change over time as information is inserted, updated and deleted. The collection of information stored in the database at a certain moment is called an instance of a database. The overall design of the database is called the database schema. Data models. Data models define how the logical structure of a database is modeled. Data models are fundamental entities to introduce abstraction in a DBMS. Data models define how data is connected to each other and how they are processed and stored inside the system. Entity Relationship Model, ER model. Entity Relationship ER model is based on the notion of real-world entities and relationships among them. While formulating real-world scenario into the database model, the ER model create relationship set, entity set, general attributes and constraints. ER model is best used for the conceptual design of a database. Entity. An entity in an ER model is a real-world entity having property called attributes. Every attribute is defined by its set of values called domain. For example, in a college database, a student can be one of the entities. Student entity can have attributes like name, father's name, DOB, sex, class, etc. Relationship. The logical association among entity is called relationship. Relationships are drawn with entities in various ways. Just have a look over mapping cardinalities. It defines the number of association between two entities: one to one, one to many, many to one, and many to many. Relational model. The most popular and used data model in DBMS is the relational model. It is more scientific model than others. Informally, the relational model consists of a class of data structures referred to as tables, a collection of methods for building new tables starting from an initial collection of tables. We refer to these methods as relational algebra operations. A collection of constraints imposed on the data contained in tables. Microsoft Access 2010. Introduction. Microsoft Access 2010 is a powerful relational database management software that can be used to track, share and report data as well as information. It provides access to a huge library of professionally designed templates, wizards that automatically create tables, forms, queries and reports. Starting Access. User can start MS Access 2010 from the Start menu or by opening an existing MS Access file. When users start the program without opening a specific file of Access, the Backstage view open, prompting user to create a new database. To start MS Access 2010 from the Start menu, click the Start button. Click on All Programs. Click on Microsoft Office 2010 and then click Microsoft Access 2010. The new page of the Backstage view open, displaying thumbnails of the available template and template categories. Under Available Templates, click Blank Database. Click the Create button. A blank database opens in the program window and a blank table named Table 1 opens in Datasheet view. Overview of the user interface. All the MS Office 2010 programs share a common user interface. So, you can also apply basic technique that you learn in one program to other programs. The MS Access 2010 program window is easy to use and navigate. Title bar appears at the top of the MS Access window and displays the name of database file and file path. The buttons on the right side of the title bar are used to minimize, restore, and close the Access window. Quick Access toolbar appears on the left side of the title bar and contains frequently used commands that are independent of the tab displayed on the ribbon menu. Ribbon extend across the top of the Access window directly below and downline the title bar and consists of a set of tabs, each of which contains groups of related commands. Navigation pane appears on the left side of the Access window and displays list of all the objects in a current database. Object window appears below the ribbon and displays open database objects. Status bar appears at the bottom of the program window and displays information about the database and provides access to certain program functions. Navigation pane. The navigation pane is a central location from which user can easily view and access all users' database objects. By default, it appears on the left side of the Access window and displays all the objects in the database, grouped by object type and sorted by object name. When the list of object is longer, then can be displayed within the height of the navigation pane. Access also provides a scroll bar. User can expand and collapse the group in the list by clicking the section bar. User can also change the display in the navigation pane by clicking on the pane's title bar and selecting a different categories or filtering from the menu. The user can minimize the navigation pane to maximize the amount of screen area available to work with opened database objects. Clicking on the shutter bar close button in the upper right corner of the pane makes it appear as a thin bar on the left side of the Access window. Clicking on the shutter bar open button at the top of the minimized pane expanded. User can also drag the right edges of the navigation pane to the right or left to make it narrower or wider. Backstage view. The File tab is used to display the Backstage view, which contains all the options related to managing file and customizing the Access program. It provides a way to open, create, save, print and close files, view and update file property, find recently used file, set permission, set program option, get help and exit from the Access program. User can display the Backstage view at any time by clicking on the File tab on the ribbon. User can exit the Backstage view by pressing the Escape key or by clicking any tab on the ribbon. Creating a new database. A database needs to be created before a table is created in the database. When a user creates a new database, user creates a file that acts as a container for all objects in user database. MS Access 2010 comes with a variety of templates that can be leveraged to speed up the database creation process. A template is a ready-to-use database that contains all tables, forms, queries, and reports needed to perform a particular task. If none of the templates meet user needs, user can build a database from scratch by using and creating a blank database, and then adding users' own tables and other database objects. To create a new database, click on the File tab, then click on New. The new page of the Backstage view opens and displays thumbnails of the available template categories. Under Available Templates, click on Blank Database. In the File name box, type a required name for the database. Click on the Browse button next to the File name box. In the File New Database box, select the folder where user wants to save the database and click on the OK button. The path to the specific folder is displayed below the File name box. Click on the Create button. A blank database opens in the Access window and a blank table with name as named Table 1 opens in Datasheet view. See figure below. Click on the Close button in the upper right corner of the object window of MS Access. Useful tips. User cannot create any blank database without saving it. If user does not provide a file name and a location, MS Access saves the file with the name database followed by in sequence number in the Documents folder. File name cannot contain the following characters: greater than sign, less than sign, asterisk, question mark, quotation mark, forward slash, backslash, pipe symbol, and colon. If user closes table 1 at this point, MS Access will not prompt user to save the table because it contains no data and it has no structure of information. The simple way to make the table part of the database is to create at least one record by entering data into the table, which concurrently defines the table structure. Table. A table is a primary object of a database that user defines and uses to store data. A table contains information about a particular subject. A table consists of records and fields. Each record contains data about one instance of the table. Each record consists of one or more fields. Each field contains data about one aspect of the table subject, such as a student's first name or email address. In the Datasheet view in MS Access, a table looks very similar to an MS Excel worksheet where data is stored in rows, that is records, and columns, that is fields. The first row contains column header, that is field name. In this format, the tables are often simply referred to as a data sheet. When the active object of database is a table, the Table Tool Contextual tab, that is Field and Table, becomes available on the ribbon so that user can work with the table. Creating tables. When user creates a new table, the user has complete control over the number of fields, the name of the fields, and what sort of data and information they can store. User can create a new table in either Design View or Datasheet View. Regardless of which view user start in, user can always switch to the other view by using the View button on the ribbon or by clicking the various views buttons on the View Shortcuts toolbar. Creating a table in Datasheet View. In Datasheet View, you can enter data into a new table without first defining the table structure. On the Create tab, in the Tables group, click on the Table button. A new blank table opens in the Object window in Datasheet View. Adding fields, columns by entering data. Entering data in Datasheet View is similar to entering data in an MS Excel worksheet. The main restriction is that data must be entered in attached rows and columns, starting in the upper left corner of the data sheet. The table structure is created while user enters data. Anytime user adds a new column to a data sheet, a new field is defined in table. In each new table created in Datasheet View, MS Access automatically creates the first field called SID. In the left column of the data sheet, by default, this field is designated as the primary key and is planned to contain an entry that will uniquely identify the record. The data types of this field is set to auto number, which means that MS Access will automatically enter in sequence number in the field for each new record user adds. User can add a new field to the table by entering data in the Click on the Add column, that is the last column of the data sheet. MS Access will automatically assign a data type based on the data that user enters. Click in the first cell in the Click on the Add column. Enter the first item of data or information for the new record, and then press the tab or Enter key to move to the first cell in the column to the right. MS Access assigns the value 1 to the ID field, assigns the name field 1 to the second field, and moves on the click to add label to the third column. The icon on the row selector changes to a pencil to indicate that the record has been changed, but has not yet been saved, and the asterisk icon moves to the row selector of the next row. Click on the pencil icon in the row selector. This saves the first record with the value 1 assigned to the ID field. Subsequent IDs will have incremental, that is incremented by 1 values. Continue entering item of data in consecutive cell and pressing the tab or Enter key. When user finishes entering all the data for the first record, click anywhere in the row below to save the record. Renaming fields. When user adds a field by entering data or information in data sheet view, MS Access automatically assigns a generic name to the field. MS Access assigns the name field 1 to the first field, field 2 to the second field, and so on. See figure below. By default, a field name is used as its label wherever the field is displayed, such as a column header on a data sheet. It is important to rename these fields to more meaningful names so that a user can connect with these when the user view or edit the table. To rename a field in data sheet view, in the object window, double-click the field name. Type the new name as required and then press the Enter key. Creating a table in design view. When user creates a table in design view, user has more control over the database design. User first creates the new table structure in design view, and then user can switch to data sheet view to enter data. In the design view, the object window consists of 2 panes. The field entry pane, located at the top of the object window, is used to enter each field's name, data type, and description. The field properties pane, located at the bottom of the object window, is used to specify the field properties. The property available in the field property pane depends on the data type assigned to the selected field. On the right side of the field property pane is a box in which MS Access displays information about field or property. To create a table in the design view, on the Create tab in the Table group, click on the Table Design button. A new blank table opens in the object window in the design view. Defining fields. Every table consists of fields or columns. Each field has a set of property that controls the way it store, handle, and display data. For example, field size, input mask, format, default value. A field data type is the most important property because it determines what kind of data a field can store. In the design view, user creates a new field by entering the field name, specifying the field data type, and specifying its other properties. The field name uniquely identifies the field within a table. The field description indicates the field purpose and is optional. The field data type determines which other properties user can set. MS Access automatically assigns default field properties, which user can modify as needed. Data types. Dear friends, let's discuss various data types. Text. Text is the default data type in MS Access. Text fields accept either text data or numeric data, including delimited lists of items up to 255 characters. Memo user can enter large amount of text data and numeric data in this type of field up to 65,538 characters. Also, if the field is set to support the rich text format, user can apply the types of format that user normally finds in word processing programs such as MS Word. Number. User can enter only numbers and user can perform calculations on the values in a number field. Date. Time. User can enter only date and time. Currency. User can enter only currency values. User do not have to manually enter a currency symbol. By default, MS Access applies the currency symbols. By default, MS Access applies the currency symbol as specified in user's operating system regional settings. Auto number. User cannot enter or change the data in this type of field. MS Access increments the value in an auto number field whenever user adds a new record to a table. Data types. Yes, no. When a field is set to this data type, MS Access displays either a checkbox or a drop-down list, depending on how user format the field. If user format the field to show a list, user can select either yes or no, true or false, or on or off from the list, again depending on the format applied to the field. User cannot enter values in the list or change the values in the list directly from a form or table. OLE object. User use this type of field when user want to display data from a file created with another program. Hyperlink. User can enter any data in the type of field and MS Access adds to user's text. If user enters a valid web address, user link will work. Otherwise, user link will result in an error message. Attachment. User can attach data from other programs to this type of field, but user cannot type or otherwise enter text or numeric data. Calculated. This data type lets user create a field that is based on a calculation of other field in the same table. Lookup. Wizard lookup. Wizard is not a data type. Instead, user uses the wizard to create a lookup field. A lookup field displays either a list of values that is retrieved from a table of query or a set of table that user specifies when user creates the field. A lookup field allows user to choose values from a list during data entry, thereby reducing repetitive typing and eliminating typing errors. Setting a primary key. A primary key consists of one or more fields that uniquely identify each record in a table. There are several advantages to setting a primary key. First, the primary key is automatically indexed, which makes information recovery faster. Second, when user opens a table, the records are automatically sorted in order by the primary key. Finally, a primary key avoids the entry of duplicate data in a table. When user creates a new table in datasheet view, MS Access automatically creates a primary key for user and assigns it a field name of ID and the auto number data type. In the design view, user can change or remove the primary key or set the primary key for tables that does not already have one. To set a primary key, click on the row selector of the field user want to designate as the primary key. On the Design tab, in the Tool group, click on the Primary Key button. A key icon appears to the left of the field that user can specify as the primary key. Saving table. After user creates or modifies a table, user shall save it. When user saves a table for the first time, user shall give it a meaningful name. To save a table or tables for the first time, on the Quick Access toolbar, click on the Save button. The Save As option dialog box opens. In the Table Name box, type a name for the table. Click on the OK button. The table appears in the tables list in the navigation pane. Editing tables and databases. After creating a table, you can modify table structure by adding, deleting, or reordering fields. You can also modify tables data by adding new records, editing existing records, or deleting obsolete records. Adding field. To store a new part of data or information in an existing table, a user can add a field to the table. To add a field or fields, in the navigation pane, right-click on the table that user wants to edit and then click Design View on the shortcut menu. The table opens in the Design View. Click the row selector of the field above which you want to insert the new field. On the Design tab, in the Tool group, click on the Insert Rows button. MS Access inserts a blank row that user can use to define the new field. In the Field Name column, type a name for the new field. In the Data Type column, click on the down arrow and select a data type for the new field. Deleting field. If not required, a field can be deleted by the user. Deleting a field gets rid of all the data in that field. To delete a field or fields, in navigation pane, right-click on the table that user wants to edit and then click Design View on the shortcut menu. The table opens in Design View. Click on the row selector of the field that user wants to delete. On the Design tab in the Tool group, click on the Delete Rows button. Reordering field. While the order of the fields does not affect how the table functions within the database, it is a good practice to group fields together in some logical order so that they are easy to find. The primary key should be kept at the top of the list. To move a field or fields, in the navigation pane, right-click the table that user wants to edit and then click on Design View on the shortcut menu. The table opens in the Design View. Click on the row selector of the field that user wants to move and then drag the row selector to the desired location. A line appears to show where the field will be placed when user releases the mouse button. Adding records. Every table has a blank row that follows the last record in the table. The blank row displays an asterisk on the row selector at the left end of the row. As soon as user begins entering data into the new record row, the asterisk on the row selector changes to a pencil to indicate that the record is being entered or edited, and MS Access creates another new record row below it. If there is no data available in the table, only the new record row appears. To add a record, in the navigation pane, user can double-click the table that user wants to edit. The table opens in the Data Sheet view. On the Home tab, in the Record group, click the New button. The insertion point is placed in the first column in the new record row of the table. Enter the required data and then press the Tab or Enter key to move the insertion point to the next column in the same row. Enter the required data in the remaining columns, pressing the Tab or Enter key after each entry. To save the new record, press Shift plus Enter at any place in the record, or press the Tab or Enter key in the last column in the record, or on the Home tab in the Record group, click the Save button. Useful tip: if the data entered by a user violates a field validation rule, MS Access notifies user as soon as user attempts to leave the column. The user must provide a correct value before user can move to another column. Press the Escape key or click the Undo button on the Quick Access toolbar to undo the change to the current value. MS Access automatically saves a new record or changes made to an existing record as soon as user moves to another row. Also, MS Access saves records automatically when user closes a table. Deleting records. When user no longer needs a record, user can delete it from the table. Deleting record saves disk space and keeps user table smaller and manageable. To delete a record, in the navigation pane, double-click on the table that user wants to edit. the table opens in the data sheet view. Click the row selector of the record that user wants to delete. On the Home tab in the record group, click the Delete button. The selected record is removed from the table and a dialog box opens asking user to confirm. Click the Yes button. Closing databases. When user finishes working on a database, user shall close the file. If the database contains any unsaved objects, user will be prompted to save the objects before closing the file. To close a database, click on the File tab and then click Close Database. Opening databases. User can view or edit an existing database by opening it in MS Access. Once the database file is loaded into memory, user can open all the tables or other object within that database. To open an existing database, click on the File tab and then click on Open. In the Open dialog box, locate and select the file that user want to open and then click the Open button. Each time user starts MS Access, user opens an instance of it. In a single instance of MS Access, user can have only one database open at a time. Hence, to open two MS Access databases at the same time, start MS Access and open the first database. And then start MS Access again and open the second database. Each instance of MS Access runs in a separate window. When user opens a database that contains potentially unsafe active content such as macros, expressions, actions, queries, active X controls or VBA code, a security warning message is displayed on the message bar just below the ribbon. If user knows the content is from a reliable source, click the Enable Content button on the message bar. Opening database objects. User can open any object in a database by double-clicking it in navigation pane. Every open object appears on a tab in which the object window, the view in which the data appears, depend on the type of object user opens. Tables and queries appear in data sheet view. Forms appear in form view. Reports appear in report view. And macros and modules run program attached to the object. Using data sheet view. In the data sheet view, displaying different record or fields is simple. User can use the horizontal scroll bar to scroll through a tables field, or user can use the vertical scroll bar to scroll through a table's records. The record navigation bar located at the bottom of object window indicates how many records the table contains and which ones are active and enables user to navigate through the datasheet record. Click on the first record button to go to the first record in the data sheet. Click on the previous record button to go to the previous record in the data sheet. If user knows the record number, that is, the row number of a specific record, click in the current record box, enter the record number and then press the enter key. Click on the next button record to go to the next record in the data sheet. Click on the last record button to go to the last record in the data sheet. Click on the new, that is, blank record button to go to the new record row in the data sheet. Switching between views. Every MS Access object has two or more views. For tables, two most common views are datasheet view, that is, which allows user to view and modify the table's data, and design view, which allows user to view and modify the table's structure. Closing database objects. When user is finished working on a database object, user can close it but can keep database open to work on other objects. To close a table, in object window, select the table that user wants to close. Click the close button in the upper right corner of the object window. Renaming database objects. A user can rename the objects in a database. Before renaming objects, make sure that it is closed. To rename a table, in navigation pane, right-click on the table that user wants to rename and then click Rename on the shortcut menu. The table name is placed in edit mode. Type a new name and then press the Enter key. Post this change, tables in the list are reorganized in alphabetical order. If user enters the name of a table that already exists in the database, a dialog box opens asking whether user wants to replace the existing table. If user clicks the Yes button, MS Access deletes the old table before performing the renaming operation. Deleting database objects. The user can delete an object from a database if it is no longer needed. Before deleting an object, make sure that it is closed. To delete a table, in navigation pane, right-click the table that user wants to delete and then click Delete on the shortcut menu. A dialog box opens asking user to confirm. Click the Yes button. Sorting and filtering. Sorting and filtering features are used to organize your data. When you sort data, you are putting it in order. Filtering data lets you hide unimportant data and focus only on the data you are interested in. Sorting records. When you sort it, means you are arranging records in a particular order. You will normally group logical data together and show them together to read and understand them better and get some meaning out of data. By default, Access sorts records by their ID numbers. However, there are many other ways records can be sorted. You can sort both text and numbers in two ways: in ascending order and descending order. Ascending means going up. So, an ascending sort will arrange numbers from smallest to largest and text from A to Z. Descending means going down, or largest to smallest for numbers and Z to A for text. To sort records, select a field in the cell you want to sort by. In this example, we will sort by learner's city. Now, select Home tab on the ribbon and locate the Sort and Filter group. Sort the field by selecting the ascending or descending command. The table now will be sorted by the selected field, that is, city name. To save the new sort, click Save command on the Quick Access toolbar. After you save the sort, the records will stay sorted that way until you perform another sort or remove the current one. To remove a sort, simply click the Remove Sort command. You can also combine multiple fields to sort on the combination on fields. Filtering records. Filter allows you to view only the data you want to see and work on. When you create a filter, you set criteria for the data you want to display. The filter then searches all of the records in the table, finds the ones that meets your search criteria, and temporarily hides the ones that don't. Filters are useful because they allow you to focus in on specific records without being distracted by the data you are uninterested in. For instance, if you had a database that included learners and ITGK information, you can create a filter to display only learners studying within a certain city or only ITGKs that operate in a certain city. Viewing this data with a filter would be far more convenient than searching for it in a large table. To create a filter, click the drop-down arrow next to the field you want to filter by. We will filter by city because we want to see a list of learners who live in a certain city. Select and deselect items one at a time by clicking their checkboxes. Here, we will deselect all of the options except for Jaipur. Click Select All to include every item in the filter. Clicking Select All a second time will deselect all items. Click blank to set the filter to find only the records with no data in the selected field. Click OK. The filter will be applied. Our customers table now displays only learners who live in Jaipur. Toggling your filter allows you to turn it on or off. To view records without the filter, simply click the toggle filter command. To restore the filter, click it again. Filtering by selection allows you to select specific data from your table and find data that is similar or dissimilar to it. For instance, if you were working with a learners database and wanted to search for all learners whose name contains the word Shankar, you could select that word in one learner name and create a filter with that selection. Creating a filter with a selection can be more convenient than setting up a simple filter if the field you are working with contains many items. Indexes. You can use an index to help Access find and sort records faster. An index stores the location of records based on the field or fields that are part of the index, depending on the number of unique values on the indexed fields. An index can be much smaller than the table it describes, making it more efficient for Access to read. In Access, an index is like a list of field values that appear in a table. Each entry in the list shows the locations for the records that contain the field values. If you want to find a particular field value, an index makes it much faster than reading through the whole table. The larger the number of different field values in a table, the more an index helps improve search and select query performance. The more frequently a given field value appears in a table, the less improvement an index will provide. After Access obtains the location of the records from the index, it can retrieve the data from those records by moving directly to the correct location. In this manner, using an index can be much faster than scanning through all the records in the table to find the data. Dear friends, let's discuss indexes in more detail. When you append, delete, or update data, any indexes on the affected tables must be updated to reflect the changes. This can impede performance. Again, think of a book. If you make changes, the index must also change or it will be inaccurate. Changing the index takes time, and that is time that you would not spend if there were no index. Access works the same way. Indexes make changing your data take longer. You can create an index that is based on a single field or on multiple fields. You should consider indexing fields that you search frequently, fields that you sort, and fields that you join to fields in other tables in query. Indexes can help speed up searches and select queries, but they can slow down performance when you add or update data. When you enter data in a table that contains one or more indexed fields, Access must update the indexes every time a record is added or changed. Adding records by using an append query or by appending imported records is also likely to be slower if the destination table contains indexes. Create an index. To create an index, you first decide whether you want to create a single field index or a multiple field index. You create an index on a single field by setting the indexed property. Let's discuss the possible settings for the indexed property. No. Indexed properties setting means don't create an index on this field or delete the existing index. Yes. Duplicates OK. Indexed properties setting means create an index on this field. Yes. No duplicates. Indexed properties setting means create a unique index on this field. Unique index. If you create a unique index, Access doesn't let you enter a new value in the field if that value already is in the same field in another record. Access automatically creates a unique index for primary keys, but you might also want to prevent duplicate values in other fields. For example, you can create a unique index on a field that stores serial numbers so that no two products have the same serial number. Creates a single field index. In the navigation pane, right-click the name of the table that you want to create, the indexed in, and then click Design View on the shortcut menu. In the navigation pane, right-click the name of the table that you want to create the index in, and then click Design View on the shortcut menu. Click the field name for the field that you want to index. Under Field Properties, click the General tab. In the Indexed property, click Yes. Duplicates OK if you want to enable duplicates, or Yes, no duplicates to create a unique index. To save your changes, click Save on the Quick Access toolbar or press Ctrl S. Create a multiple field index. In the navigation pane, right-click the name of the table that you want to create the index in, and then click Design View. On the Design tab, in the Show Hide group, click Indexes. The Indexes window appears. Resize the window so that some blank rows appears and the index properties are shown. To create a multiple field index for a table, you include a row in the Indexes window for each field in the index and include the index name only in the first row. Access treats all rows as part of the same index until it comes to a row that contains another index name. To insert a row, right-click the location where you want to insert a row and then click Insert Rows on the shortcut menu. In the index name column, in the first blank row, type a name for the index. You can name the index after one of the index fields or use another name. In the field name column, click the arrow and then click the first field that you want to use for the index. In the next row, leave the index name column blank, and then in the field name column, click the second field for the index. Repeat this step until you select all the fields that you want to include in the index. Note: the default sort order is ascending. To change the sort order of the field's values, in the Sort Order column of the Indexes window, click Ascending or Descending. In the Indexes window, under Index Properties, specify the index properties for the row in the index name column that contains the name of the index. Set the properties according to the following table. To save your changes, click Save on the Quick Access toolbar. Keyboard shortcut, press Ctrl S. Close the Indexes window. Delete an index. If you find that an index becomes unnecessary or has too great an effect on performance, you can delete it. When you delete an index, you remove only the index and not the field or fields on which it built. In the navigation pane, right-click the name of the table that you want to delete the index in, and then click Design View on the shortcut menu. On the Design tab in the Show Hide group, click Indexes. The Indexes window appears. Resize the window so that some blank rows appear and the index properties are shown. In the Indexes window, select the row or rows that contain the index that you want to delete and then press Delete. Tip: make sure that you select the whole row. To save your changes, click Save on the Quick Access toolbar. Keyboard shortcut, press Ctrl S. Close the Indexes window. View and edit indexes. You might want to see the indexes for a table to weigh their effect on performance or to make sure that particular fields are indexed. In the navigation pane, right-click the name of the table that you want to change the index in, and then click Design View on the shortcut menu. On the Design tab in the Show Hide group, click Indexes. The Indexes window appears. Resize the window so that some blank row appear and the index properties are shown. View or edit the indexes and index properties to suit your needs. To save your changes, click Save on the Quick Access toolbar. Keyboard shortcut, press Ctrl S. Close the Indexes window. Chapter 13 Microsoft Outlook Basics. Hello students, welcome to the class. In this chapter, we will learn basic skills of Microsoft Outlook 2010. Key modules that we will study here are MS Outlook 2010, Overview and User Interface, Outlook Mail, Configuring an email account, composing and sending email, reply to or forward an email message, calendar, creating appointments, scheduling meetings, contacts, tasks and notes, exporting and importing items, backup, restore process, printing Outlook items. MS Outlook 2010 Overview. Microsoft Outlook is a personal information manager from Microsoft, available as a part of the Microsoft Office suite. Although often used mainly as an email application, it also includes a calendar, task manager, contact manager, note-taking, journal, and web browsing. From a redesigned look to advanced email organization, search, communication, and social networking features, Outlook 2010 provides you with a world-class experience to stay productive and in touch with your personal and business networks. MS Outlook 2010 User Interface. In Outlook 2010, The ribbon has replaced the former menus in the main Outlook window. Many Outlook settings that are not directly related to creating or managing Outlook items, such as print commands and account management options, are now shifted to Microsoft Office Backstage View. An improved conversation view is now available when you work with your messages. This view improves tracking and managing related messages, regardless of the folder that contains the messages. You can see the complete course of the conversation, including your responses, find the most recent responses, and more easily determine the message most important to you. You can also easily categorize or ignore a complete conversation. The Ignore button. The Ignore button added to Outlook is just what those of us who belong to lots of email discussion lists have been waiting for. It allows you to get rid of conversation threads that you are not interested in. Not only will it delete all messages in your inbox that belongs to the thread, but it will automatically delete any messages pertaining to that thread that come in later. Clean up conversation. Outlook 2010 also makes it easier to manage conversations. When you view messages in Conversation View, you can right-click a conversation title and select from a number of actions that you can perform. If you select Clean up Conversation, redundant messages in the conversation will be deleted. Quick Steps. Another great new Outlook feature is Quick Steps. This is a section on the ribbon's Home tab where you can create single-click links to perform tasks that normally require multiple steps. Instant search improvements. In Outlook 2010, it is easier to narrow your search results by using criteria such as sender, subject keywords, and other information such as the presence of attachments. The Search Tools Contextual tab includes a set of filters that efficiently focus your search to isolate the items that you want. Tip: MS Outlook 2010 is mostly used by business office users as it offers full compatibility with MS Office applications and syncs well with Windows operating systems. Mail. Add, configure an email account. Before you can send and receive email messages using Outlook 2010, you must add and configure an email account. If you have used an earlier version of Microsoft Outlook on the same computer where you have installed Outlook 2010, your account settings are automatically imported. About email accounts. Outlook supports Microsoft Exchange, POP3 and IMAP accounts. Your Internet Service Provider, that is ISP, or email administrator can give you the configuration information that you must have to set up your email account in Outlook. Email accounts are contained in a profile. A profile is made up of accounts, data files, and settings that specify where your email messages are saved. A new profile is created automatically when you run Outlook for the first time. Add an email account when you first start Outlook 2010. If you are new to Outlook or are installing Outlook 2010 on a new computer, the Auto Account Setup feature automatically starts and helps you configure account settings for your email accounts. This setup requires only your name, email address and password. If your email account can't be automatically configured, you must enter the required additional information manually. Start Outlook. When prompted to configure an email account, click Next. To add an email account, click Yes and then click Next. Enter your name, email address and password and then click Next. A progress indicator appears as your account is configured. The setup process can take several minutes. After the account is successfully added, you can add more accounts by clicking Add Another Account. To exit the Add New Account dialog box, click Finish. To add a personal Gmail account in addition to main account. Here's how you can easily add your Gmail account using POP, that is Post Office Protocol, to Outlook 2010. First step, log in into your Gmail account and go to your settings page. Under the Forwarding and POP IMAP tab, make sure POP is enabled. You can choose to enable POP access for all new mail that arrives from now on or for all mail in your Gmail account. On the second option, we suggest you to choose Keep Gmail's copy in the inbox so you can still access your email on the Gmail server. Second step, in Outlook, under Add Account section, manually enter. Choose Manual Configuration, your username, email address and login information. Under Server Information, enter in the following: Account type, POP3. Incoming mail server, pop.gmail.com. Outgoing mail server, smtp.gmail.com. Make sure to check Remember Password so you don't have to enter it every time. Third step, after the data is entered in, click on the More Settings button. Select the Outgoing Server tab and check My Outgoing Server, that is SMTP, requires authentication. Verify. Use same settings as My Incoming Mail Server is marked as well. Fourth step. Next, select the Advanced tab and enter the following information. Incoming server, POP3, 995. Outgoing server, SMTP, 587. Check. This server requires an encrypted connection, SSL. Set use the following type of encrypted connection to TLS. Fifth step. Click OK to close the window and then click Next to finish setting up the account. Outlook will test your account settings to make sure everything will work. Click Close when this is finished. Gmail will be all ready to sync with Outlook 2010. Enjoy your Gmail account in Outlook, complete with fast indexed searching, conversation view, and more. Composing and sending mail. Outlook 2010 enables you to communicate with one or more recipients with a rich set of features and customizations. In Mail, on the Home tab, in the New group, click New Email. Keyboard shortcut. To create an email message, press Ctrl, Shift and M. In the subject box, type the subject of the message. Enter the recipient's email addresses or names in the To, CC or BCC box. Separate multiple recipients with a semicolon. To select recipients' names from a list in the address book, click to CC or BCC and then click the names that you want. After you have composed the message, click Send. Adding an attachment in email message. Files can be attached to an email message. Also, other Outlook items such as messages, contacts, or tasks can be included with messages that you send. While Outlook doesn't have a preset limit, many internet service providers, that is ISPs, restrict the size of email messages that you can send, as well as the size of your email mailbox. For example, in Gmail, mailbox size is restricted to 15 GB. Attach a file to a message. Create a message. Or for an existing message, click Reply, Reply All, or Forward. In the Message window, on the Message tab, in the Include group, click Attach File. Browse to and click the file that you want to attach, and then click Insert. When composing a message, you can also attach files by using the commands on the Insert tab in the Include group, or drag files from folders on your computer and drop them on the Message window. Attach an Outlook item to a message. You can attach Outlook items such as other email messages, tasks, contacts, or calendar items to a message. This is the easiest way to forward multiple items or messages. Create a message. Or for an existing message, click Reply, Reply All, or Forward. In the Message window, on the Message tab, in the Include group, click Attach Item. Do any of these. Point to business card, and then click Other business cards. Click a contact and then click OK. To select multiple contacts, press and hold Ctrl as you click each contact. Click Calendar, select the calendar, date range and detail to include. For advanced options, click Show. Click OK to add the calendar to your message. Browse through your folder list to find the folder that contains the item that you want to attach. Drag files from folders on your computer and drop them on the Message window. Reduce the size of file attachments. The amount of reduction possible depends on the type of file format and content. For example, a notepad .txt file will compress considerably. A Microsoft Word 2010 document in the .docs file format is already compressed. Further compression will have little impact on the file size. Open Windows Explorer by clicking Start and then double-clicking Computer. Keyboard shortcut to open Windows Explorer. Press Windows logo key and E. Navigate to the folder that contains the file you want to send. Select a file. To select multiple files, press and hold Ctrl as you click each file. Right-click the selection, point to Send to, and then click Compressed, that is zipped folder. Select the newly created compressed file. The file name will match the original file's name but will have a different icon. If you have configured Windows to display file extensions, the file name will end with an extension of .zip. Point to Send to and then click Mail Recipient. a new Outlook message window appears. Open or save an email message attachment. You can open an attachment from the reading pane or from an open message. After opening and viewing an attachment, you may choose to save it to a disk drive. If a message has more than one attachment, you can save multiple attachments as a group or one at a time. To open an attachment, double-click the attachment. To save an attachment, click the attachment in the reading pane or the open message. On the Attachments tab, in the Actions group, click Save As. You can also right-click the attachment and then click Save As. Add an email signature to messages. You can create personalized signatures for your email messages that include text, images, your electronic business card, a logo, or even an image of your handwritten signature. To create a signature, open a new message. On the Message tab, in the Include group, click Signature and then click Signatures. On the Email Signature tab, click New. To add a signature in a new message, on the Message tab, in the Include group, click Signature and then click the signature that you want. Reply to or forward an email message. When you reply to an email message, the sender of the original message is automatically added in the To box. Similarly, when you use Reply All, a message is created and addressed to the sender and any additional recipients of the original message. Whichever you choose, you can change the recipients in the To, CC and BCC boxes. When you forward a message, the To, CC and BCC boxes are empty and you must enter at least one recipient. Reply to the sender or other recipients. You can reply to only the sender of a message or any combination of people who appear on the To and CC lines. You can also add new recipients. On the Home or Message tab, in the Respond group, click Reply, Reply All or Forward. To remove a name from the To and CC lines, click the name and then press Delete. To add a recipient, click in the To, CC or BCC box and enter the recipient. Compose your message and click Send. CC is shorthand for carbon copy. If you add a recipient to this box in an Outlook email message, a copy of the message is sent to that recipient and the recipient's name is visible to other recipients of the message. BCC is shorthand for blind carbon copy. If you add a recipient to this box in an email message, a copy of the message is sent to that recipient and the recipient's name is not visible to other recipients of the message. Tip: use your discretion when you click Reply All, especially when there are distribution lists or many recipients on your reply. It's often better to use Reply and then add only necessary recipients, or use Reply All but remove unnecessary recipients and distribution lists. Forward a message. When you forward a message, the message includes any attachments that were included with the original message. On the Home or Message tab, in the Respond group, click Forward. Enter recipients in the To, CC or BCC boxes. Compose your message and click Send. Tip: If you want to forward 2 or more messages to the same recipient as one message, in Mail, click one of the messages, press Ctrl and then click each additional message. On the Home tab in the Respond group, click Forward. Each message is forwarded as attachments in a new message. Setting an automatic reply. If you won't be able to answer your messages for several days, it's easy to set an automatic reply, also known as a vacation reply, which will automatically reply to any messages you receive. A vacation reply typically includes the date you plan to return and contact information while you are unavailable. To begin, click the File tab on the ribbon. Backstage view will appear. Locate and select Automatic Replies. The Automatic Replies dialog box will appear. From here, you can choose several options for your reply, including a time range and rules. Include a message for the reply and then click OK. Your reply will be automatically sent to any messages you receive. Tip: you can add as many personal accounts on your MS Outlook account. Advantages of adding other email accounts in Outlook are: one-stop shop access for all your important emails, all under one place, complete offline access of all downloaded emails, full MS Office compatibility, easy to insert tables, draft and update files using MS Office applications, full support of Microsoft tools. Calendar, appointments and meetings. Calendar, appointments and meetings. Outlook 2010 includes powerful scheduling features in Calendar View. From there, you can create appointments, arrange meetings, and manage your time. Calendar View makes it easy to schedule appointments and keep track of important dates, just like a desk calendar. But unlike a physical calendar, Calendar View allows you to quickly edit and rearrange your schedule whenever you want. While most frequently used in the workplace, Calendar View can also be helpful for managing a busy personal schedule on your home computer. To access Calendar View, locate and select the Calendar View tab in the lower left corner of the screen. Calendar View will appear. To create an appointment, locate and select the New Appointment command on the ribbon. The New Appointment dialog box will appear. Enter the desired information for the appointment. At the very least, you should include a subject, time, and location, but you can also include lots of other information such as reminder preferences and detailed notes. When you are done entering the appointment information, click Save and Close. The appointment will be saved and added to your calendar. Recurring appointment. If you have a standing appointment, for example, a weekly staff meeting or lunch date every Wednesday, you can create a recurring appointment that will appear on your calendar automatically. Simply click the Recurrence command when scheduling an appointment, and then choose how frequently the appointment should be scheduled. Appointment reminders. You can create reminders for your most important appointments, which can be easily helpful if you keep a busy schedule. For example, you might schedule a reminder for an important lunch date that would appear 30 minutes before the appointment. To create a reminder, simply set a reminder time on the ribbon when creating a new appointment. The reminder will appear in a pop-up dialog box at the scheduled time. Scheduling meetings. Once your calendar is shared with other users in your workplace, you can use your shared calendars to schedule meetings. To send a meeting request. A meeting is just like an appointment on your calendar, but with other attendees. To schedule a meeting, you must first send a meeting request. Locate and select the new meeting command on the ribbon. The new meeting dialog box will appear. Whenever you request a meeting, you'll actually be sending an email message to attendees. Enter attendees for the meeting into the To field as you would enter recipients in the Compose window of an email. Enter the information for the meeting. At the very least, you should include a subject, time, and location. You can also include a message as you would in an email. When you have finished entering meeting information, click Send. The meeting request will be sent to the selected attendees and the meeting will appear on your calendar. When your attendees accept the meeting request, the meeting will appear on their calendars as well. To accept a meeting request. When someone wants to schedule a meeting with you, you will receive a meeting request as an email message. You need to navigate to Mail View. Locate and select the meeting request. Click Accept at the top of the message and then choose your desired option from the drop-down menu. You can choose to either edit your reply or simply accept the meeting. The meeting will be added to your calendar. To set up a recurring meeting, on the Meeting tab in the Options group, click Recurrence. Choose the options for the recurrence pattern you want. And then click OK. When you add a recurrence pattern to a meeting request, the Meeting tab changes to Recurring Meeting. Tip: Outlook also offers Efficient Reminders utility. We suggest you also try to learn more about how to set meeting or appointment reminders on MS Outlook 2010. Contacts, Tasks, and Notes. Contacts view is the central place for all your contacts in Outlook 2010. Maintaining a detailed contact list will make sending emails and scheduling meetings much easier. The Contacts View interface. To access Contacts View, locate and select the Contacts View tab in the lower left corner of the screen. Contacts View will appear. Adding contacts. Contacts can be added by one of the following ways. You can manually enter information for each of your contacts. You can import existing lists of contacts from other accounts such as Gmail. If you already have several contacts saved with another account, this method can save you a lot of time and effort. To add a new contact manually. From Contacts View, locate and select the New Contact command on the ribbon. The Contact dialog box will appear. Enter the contact information. At the very least, you should enter a first and last name as well as an email address. However, you can also enter other information like phone numbers, alternate email addresses, and more. When you are finished filling out the contact information, click Save and Close. The contact will be added to your contacts list. To import contacts. In order to import contacts to Outlook, you must first export those contacts to a file. Most commonly, a comma-separated value file, also known as CSV. Most email applications will provide instructions on how to export your existing contacts. Once you have exported your contacts, you are ready to import them to Outlook. Click the File tab on the ribbon. Backstage view will appear. Select Open. The Open options will appear. Select Import. the Import and Export wizard will appear. Follow the instructions to import contacts into Outlook. Create task. In Tasks, on the Home tab, in the New group, click New Task. Keyboard shortcut. To create a new task, press Ctrl, Shift and K. In the subject box, type a name for the task. You can add more detail in the task body. On the Task tab, in the Actions group, click Save and Close. To assign tasks. If you want to use Outlook 2010 to manage projects and tasks, you can assign tasks, also known as to-dos, to your contacts. Your contact will receive a notification about the task, and you will be notified when the task is completed. Click the desired contact, locate and select the More command on the ribbon. Then select Assign Task from the drop-down window. The task window will appear. Enter a subject as you would for an email message as well as a due date for the task. When you are finished entering information about the task, then click Send. Create a note. Notes are the electronic equivalent of paper sticky notes. You can use notes to jot down questions, ideas, reminders, and anything you would write on a paper. You can leave notes open on the screen while you work. This is convenient when you are using notes for saving information that you might need later, such as directions or text you want to reuse in other items or documents. You can create a note from any Outlook folder. In Notes, on the Home tab, in the New group, click New Note. Keyboard shortcut for creating a note. Press Ctrl, Shift and N. Type the text of the note. The note saves automatically. To close the note, click the note icon image in the upper left corner of the note window and then click Close. You can leave the note open while you work and drag it to any location on your screen for easier viewing. Tip: in addition to tasks and notes, Outlook also offers Journal utility to track, record various actions. Journal automatically records actions that you choose which relate to specific contacts and puts the action in a timeline view. You can use Journal to track Microsoft Outlook items such as email messages or meetings. It can also track other Microsoft Office files such as Word documents or Excel workbooks. Exporting and importing items. Backup, restore process. You can export your email and mail folders, calendar appointments, tasks, notes, and additional content from Outlook as a .pst file and import everything in one go onto a different computer or into another mail profile. The .pst file can be saved to other media as well with any form of data. However, they can only be opened within Outlook. Other programs will not be able to open a .pst file. Exporting mailbox content to a .pst file. With Outlook open, select the File tab in the upper left. Then the Options link. In the Outlook Options window that appears, select the Advanced link on the left, then the Export button to the lower right. In the Import and Export wizard dialog box, select Export to a file. Then select Next. In the Export to a file dialog box, select Outlook data file, that is .pst. Then Next. In the Export Outlook Data File dialog box, select the desired heading, usually your full name. Then select Include Subfolders to include all folders for the account. Select the Next button. At the top of the Export Outlook Data File window, in the Save Exported File As field, Outlook names the file backup.pst by default and displays the path for saving the file in your computer's Documents folder in a subfolder called Outlook Files. Select Finish to accept these default settings. Importing mailbox content from .pst file. Importing a .pst file allows you to merge items into one mailbox list of folders. Steps to import merge items from a .pst. With Outlook open, select File, Open. Import in upper left corner. From the Import and Export wizard window, select Import from another program or file, then Next. In the Next window, select Outlook Data File, that is .pst, then Next. You may need to use the scroll bar on the right to find this option. In the Import Personal Folders window, select Browse and locate your desired .pst file, then select the Next button. At the Next window, make sure that the topmost heading of the Outlook data file is selected and that the Include Subfolders box is checked to include all items from the .pst file during the import. Leave the default import location selected. Import items into the same folder in Username. To merge email messages, tasks, etc. into the same folders of your current Outlook profile. Select Finish. Outlook imports the email, appointments, tasks, etc. into your current profile. Tip: Export and import is critical for backup and restore process in case of any issue with PC or network. Printing Outlook items. You can print individual items such as email messages, contacts or calendar items or larger views such as calendars, address books or content lists of mail folders. The procedure for printing is the same in Mail, Calendar or any other folders in Microsoft Outlook. All printing settings and functions are found in the Backstage view. Click the File tab to open the Backstage view. A print preview view is automatically provided to help you choose the settings and options that you want. Click an item or folder in Outlook that you want to print. Click the File tab. Click Print. Select the styles and options that you want. Under Settings, click the style that you want. A preview is shown in the preview pane unless you are printing multiple items. In this case, you are prompted to click Preview in the preview pane. When you are ready to print, click Print. To change the font, heading or other settings of the style that you want, under Printer, click Print Options and then on the Print dialog box under Print Style, click Define Styles. In the Define Print Styles dialog box, click Edit or double-click a style. In the Page Setup dialog box, you can update the font, heading or other settings. On the Print dialog box, click Print. If you want to specify individual pages or set of pages to be printed. Under Printer, click Print Options and then on the Print dialog box. Under Print Range, click the options that you want. Click Print. Tip: Printing is an integral part of Outlook as it is with all other MS Office tools. You must try various print styles and options during your practical class. Latest trends in IT. Dear friends, in this chapter, you will be explained regarding the information about current happenings and future trends in IT, communication and networking sectors, and how IT can help you to be more productive in daily life. This chapter also explains some common computer uses like how to write a CD or how to protect your computer for virus, etc., with a special focus on Windows 10 operating system features. In this chapter, you will explore about latest trends in IT, DVD writing, burning, virus protection, getting more productivity from computer, latest terms and technologies, device types and form factors, mobile operating systems, types of app stores, mobile communication technologies, latest processor technologies, DVD writing, burning. If your computer includes a CD or DVD recorder, you can copy files to a writable disk. This process is called burning a disk. In Windows 10, you can write DVD in Windows Media Player. This method is free, but your files must be in the format that Windows Media Player supports. You will not be able to add menus or graphics to customize the DVD disk. Also, DVD making, that is, writing process, is a little bit long. So wait enough time before DVD making is finished. Steps to burn DVDs. Here we will discuss basic steps of CD DVD burning. The steps to write or burn a DVD CD using Windows 10 inbuilt utility is: open Windows Media Player. In the Windows Media Player library, tap or click the Burn tab. Tap or click the Burn Options button and then tap or click Data DVD. Insert a blank disk into your DVD driver. If you see the list from your last selection and want to start a new list, tap or click the Clear List button to remove the previous one. Find the items in your player library that you want to burn to the disk. Drag items from the Details pane in the middle of the player library to the List pane on the right side of the player library to create a burn list. If you want to change the order of the items in the burn list, drag the item up or down in the list. If you want to remove an item from the burn list, double tap or right click the item and then tap or click Remove from list. When you are happy with the list, tap or click Start button. Virus protection. Windows Defender. Windows 10 has built-in real-time antivirus, just as Windows 8 did. It automatically runs in the background, ensuring all Windows users have a baseline level of antivirus protection. This basic inbuilt product is named Windows Defender. Like other anti-malware applications, Windows Defender automatically runs in the background, scanning files when they are accessed and before you open them. It will only pop up and inform you when it finds a malware. It won't even ask you what you want to do with the malicious software it finds. It will clean it up and quarantine the files automatically. You'll see a malware detected notification saying Windows Defender is taking action to clean detected malware or detected threats are being cleaned. It will appear in the notification center too. Antivirus definition updates will automatically arrive through Windows Update and be installed like any other system update. These types of updates don't require rebooting your computer. You don't need to worry about updating Windows Defender. You can turn off real-time protection temporarily by selecting the Start icon button and then selecting Settings, Update and Security, Windows Defender. Windows Firewall. Windows Firewall filters info coming into your PC from the internet, blocking potentially harmful programs. To turn it off, go to the search box and type Firewall. Then select Windows Firewall. Turn Windows Firewall on or off. Getting more productivity from computer. With respect to Windows 10 operating system and keeping in mind the most useful inbuilt features of operating system that can be put to use by a normal user, we will explore major productive uses of Windows 10 computer. The more you use Cortana, the more personalized your experience will be. To get started, type a question in the search box on the taskbar or select the microphone icon and talk to Cortana. Typing works for all types of PCs, but you need a mic to talk. Backup and restore. It's always good to have a backup. Keep copies of your files on another drive in case something happens to the originals. Select the Start icon button. Then select Settings. Update and Security. Backup. Add a drive and choose an external drive or network location for your backups. Restore your files. If you are missing an important file or folder, here's you will be explained how to get it back. Search for Restore Files from the taskbar and select Restore Your Files with File History. Look for the file you need and then use the arrows to see all its versions. When you find the version you want, select the Restore button to save it in its original location. To save it in a different place, right-click or press and hold the Restore button. Select Restore to and then choose a new location. Screencast. Miracast is the technology Microsoft uses in Windows to wirelessly push or mirror your screen and audio to a remote screen or monitor. To make it work, you need a wireless receiver attached to the remote screen like Microsoft Wireless Display Adapter. In Windows 10, all device connection actions, including projecting your screen, is now part of the Connect settings. To get to it quickly, just tap or click the Action Center and locate the Connect button. Now, let's understand the Microsoft Smart Screen Filter. Smart Screen Online Services, that is, feature of Edge browser, help to protect you and your device from unsafe web contents or malicious software. Smart Screen Filter helps detect phishing websites. Smart Screen Filter can also help protect you from installing malicious software or malware, which are programs that demonstrate illegal, viral, fraudulent, or malicious behavior. File sharing. Share button. If you are browsing through your photos in File Explorer, when you see an adorable picture of your baby that you absolutely must upload to Facebook right now, on Windows 10, you can share directly from the File Explorer with the new Share button. You can share any file type, although you cannot share any file type with any app. Windows Store for apps. You can get free mobile apps, that is mobile applications and games in Windows Store. To find the store, select the Start icon button. Then select Store, Windows Store logo or select it from the taskbar. You'll need an internet connection and Microsoft account for this. Use search to quickly find what you are looking for or browse top charts, categories and custom collections. When you find something you want, choose it and then select free if it is free, the price or try if it is a paid app. Buy once, enjoy anywhere on any compatible device, phone, laptop, desktop or Xbox. Windows Hello. Windows Hello is more personal way to sign into your Windows 10 devices with just a look or a touch. You'll get enterprise grade security without having to type in a password. Windows Hello, part of Windows 10, is a new way to sign into your devices, apps, online services and networks. Windows Hello works with a credential technology called Microsoft Passport that's easier, more convenient and more secure than using a password because it uses biometric authentication. You sign in with your face, iris, that is thin, circular structure in the eye, or fingerprint or a pin. Windows Passport. Microsoft Passport will work by having you authenticate your identity and that you have the device in your possession. If the device has Windows Hello compatible hardware, then it will use biometrics to verify your identity on that device. Once that is done and you are properly authenticated, then you can sites and services that use the same validation technology. Microsoft Passport also enables Windows 10 mobile devices to be used as a remote credential when signing into Windows 10 PCs. Skype integration. Do you want to send quick messages from your PC to your family while you are working? Need help cooking at home and want to show your sister exactly what you are seeing with a couple clicks? Now you can connect with them straight from your PC's taskbar. Microsoft has built selected Skype video calling and messaging features like one-to-one messaging, calling and emoticons into native Windows 10 apps to make communicating from your desktop quick and easy. OneDrive, cloud-based file sharing. Get to your files from anywhere on any device with Microsoft OneDrive. Share and work together with anyone in your work and life. OneDrive has become an important part of Microsoft's platform, and in Windows 10, it's baked right into the operating system. You are set up for it when you log in with a Microsoft account, and you'll find the storage available in File Explorer. There is no app to open, download or install. It's just there from the start for you to use. OneDrive's major benefit is that it syncs across platforms and integrates with the services and applications you already use, including Windows, Office, Outlook, Cortana and more to follow. Wi-Fi Sense. Windows 10 comes with a new feature called Wi-Fi Sense, which lets your PC automatically connect to Wi-Fi networks that your friends and acquaintances have previously connected to, even if you don't know the network password. By default, it will not share Wi-Fi passwords with anyone else. For every network you join, you'll be asked if you want to share it with your friends or social networks. As per Microsoft, Wi-Fi Sense only shares your passwords with direct friends, contacts and not friends of friends. For example, if Rahul shares a passkey with Vikram via Wi-Fi Sense, Vikram cannot then use Wi-Fi Sense to share Rahul's passkey with his friend Narendra. Maps. Maps is your guide to everywhere. Find your way with voice navigation and turn-by-turn driving, transit and walking directions. Search for places to get directions, business info and reviews. As the Maps app is shipped along with Windows 10, you just have to launch the app from Start menu or searching for Maps using the search functionality. If you are launching the Map app for the first time, you need an active internet connection in order to download maps which are relevant to your location. The new Maps app can run on all Windows 10 devices, from PCs to mobiles and everything else in between. Snap Assist. With Windows 10, you have the option to place up to 4 windows on a single screen. If you have a multiple monitor setup, this also means you can have up to 4 windows running on each screen. But getting the hang of using Windows 10 Snap Assist takes practice. The ability to have multiple apps running on a single screen allows you to be more productive. You can write a document in one window, watch your Twitter feed in another, and so on. Speech recognition. Windows Speech Recognition lets you control your PC with your voice alone without needing a keyboard or mouse. There's a wizard to help you get started. Just plug in your microphone and then in the search box on the taskbar, type Speech Recognition and select Windows Speech Recognition. After you complete the wizard, you can walk through a tutorial to learn voice commands and train your PC to recognize your voice. For additional options, type Control Panel in the search box on the taskbar and select Control Panel. Then select Ease of Access, Speech Recognition. Latest terms and technologies. In this section, we have shortlisted some latest terms and technologies from the areas of IT, electronics technology, and communication areas, so that you can have a basic overview, updated of industry trends and buzzwords. 3D printing. 3D printing, also known as additive manufacturing, that is AM, refers to various processes used to synthesize a three-dimensional object. In 3D printing, successive layers of materials are formed under computer control to create an object. These objects can be of almost any shape or geometry and are produced from a 3D model or other electronic data source. A 3D printer is a type of industrial robot. Using the power of the internet, it may eventually be possible to send a blueprint of any product to any place in the world to be replicated by a 3D printer with elemental inks, capable of being combined into any material substance of any desired form. 4K and 8K display, UHD, ultra high definition. The latest development in TV display field is ultra high definition television, also known as Ultra HD, UHD and UHD TV. Two resolutions are defined as UHD TV. 4K UHD TV, that is 2160 pixels, is 3840 pixels wide by 2160 pixels tall, that is 8.29 megapixels, which is 4 times as many pixels as 1920 into 1080, that is 2.07 megapixels. 8K UHD TV, that is 4320 pixels, is 7680 pixels wide by 4320 pixels tall, that is 33.18 megapixels, which is 16 times as many pixels and 4 times the special resolution of current 1080 pixels HD TV. Artificial intelligence, defined as the part of computer science concerned with designing systems that exhibit the characteristics associated with human intelligence, understanding language, learning, reasoning, solving problems, etc. For example, robotics, Apple's Siri and Google Now. AR, augmented reality. Augmented reality, that is AR, example Google Glass, Microsoft HoloLens, etc., is a live, direct or indirect view of a physical, real-world environment whose elements are augmented or supplemented by computer-generated sensory input such as sound, video, graphics or GPS data. In this, a view of reality is modified, possibly even diminished rather than augmented by a computer. As a result, the technology functions by enhancing one's current perception of reality. Augmentation is conventionally in real time and in semantic context with environmental elements, such as sports scores on TV during a match. With the help of advanced AR technology, artificial information about the environment and its objects can be overlaid on the real world. Google Glass. Google Glass is a headset or optical head-mounted display that is worn like a pair of eyeglasses. It was developed with the mission of producing a ubiquitous computer. Google Glass displays information in a smartphone like hands-free format. Wearers communicated with the internet via natural language voice commands. Smart wearable computer. Use of BAN. Wearable computers, also known as body-worn computers or wearables, are miniature electronic devices that are worn by the wearer underneath or on the top of clothing. This class of wearable technology has been developed for general or special purpose information technologies and media development. One of the main features of a wearable computer is consistency. There is a constant interaction between the computer and user. That is, there is no need to turn the device on or off. Another feature is the ability to multitask. For example, Apple Watch, Samsung Gear, Fitbit Activity Tracker, Google Glass. Smart wearable computer typically uses BAN, that is, Body Area Network, to communicate. BAN devices or sensors may be embedded inside the body. Implants may be surface mounted on the body in a fixed position. Big data. Big data is a term that describes the large volume of data, both structured and unstructured, that inundates a business on a day-to-day basis. But it's not the amount of data that's important. It's what organizations do with the data that matters. Big data can be analyzed for insights that lead to better decisions and strategic business moves. You can take data from any source and analyze it to find answers that enable cost reductions, time reductions, new product development and optimized offerings, smart decision making. Drone, unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV. An unmanned aerial vehicle, that is UAV, commonly known as a drone and also referred by several other names, is an aircraft without a human pilot aboard. The flight of UAVs may be controlled either autonomously by onboard computers or by the remote control of a pilot on the ground or in another vehicle. Unmanned aerial vehicles have mostly found in military and special operation applications, but also are increasingly finding uses in civil applications, such as policing, logistics, surveillance, and firefighting, and non-military security work, such as inspection of power or pipelines. Tip: for Windows and Android operating systems based devices, recommended browser is Google Chrome. You should set it as your default browser as it is much more convenient due to seamless integration with other Google-based services. For Mac and iPhone devices, Safari is the most recommended browser. IoT, Internet of Things. The Internet of Things, that is IoT, is the network of physical objects or things embedded with electronics, software, sensors, and network connectivity which enables these objects to collect and exchange data over the cloud. The Internet of Things, that is IoT, is an environment in which objects, animals, or people are provided with unique identifiers and the ability to transfer data over a network without requiring human-to-human or human-to-computer interaction. IoT has evolved from the convergence of wireless technologies, micro-electromechanical systems, that is MEMS, and the Internet. The Internet of Things really comes together with the connection of sensors and machines. The Internet of Things basically revolves around increased machine-to-machine communication, that is M2M. Li-Fi. Li-Fi is the use of the visible light portion of the electromagnetic spectrum to transmit information at very high speeds. This is in contrast to established forms of wireless communication, such as Wi-Fi, which use traditional radio frequency, that is RF signals, to transmit data. It is so far measured to be about 100 times faster than some Wi-Fi implementations, reaching speeds of 224 gigabits per second. VR, virtual reality. VR, that is immersive multimedia, involves using computer technology to create a simulated 3D world that a user can manipulate and explore while feeling as if he were in that world, used in games, training, etc. Typically, a VR experience includes the following three components: 3D images that appear to be life-sized from user perspective, ability to track user's motions, particularly his head and eye, so as to adjust the images on user's display to reflect change in perspective. Few examples are Oculus Rift, HTC Vive, PlayStation VR, Google Cardboard. Wireless charging, also called inductive charging. Wireless charging is just what it sounds like, a way to charge your phone, tablet, or other device without using any wires. Wireless charging is as simple as placing your device on a charging pad and letting the magic happen. The charger itself is of course connected to a power source, but your device doesn't have to be physically plugged in. More and more Android devices are supporting wireless charging, and it's likely that soon all Android devices will support this method. Wireless charging is still less efficient and more costly than standard charging over a wire. Smartphones, mobile operating systems, app stores, mobile communication technologies. Under this section, we will learn about the basics of smart devices, different form factors of phones, smartphones, types of mobile OS, app platforms, and also latest mobile communication technologies. Device types and form factors. Based on various factor and use cases, mobile communication entertainment devices can be broadly classified into following major categories. Feature phone. A feature phone is a class of mobile phone to describe low-end mobile phones which are limited in capabilities in contrast to a modern smartphone. Feature phones typically provide voice calling and text messaging functionality, in addition to basic multimedia and internet capabilities and other services offered by the user's wireless service provider. Feature phones are marketed as a lower cost alternative to smartphones, especially in emerging markets. Smartphone. A smartphone is a mobile phone with an advanced mobile operating system which combines features of a personal computer operating system with other features useful for mobile or handheld use. They typically combine the features of a cell phone with those of other popular mobile devices such as Personal Digital Assistant, that is PDA, media player and GPS navigation unit. Most smartphones can access the internet, have a touchscreen user interface with a Gorilla Glass protection, can run third-party apps, music players, and have camera phones. Most recent smartphones also have high-speed mobile broadband 4G LTE internet, motion sensors, and mobile payment options. iPods. iPod is a line of portable media players and multipurpose pocket computers designed and marketed by Apple Inc. Like other digital music players, iPods can serve as external data storage devices. Tablets. A tablet computer, commonly shortened to tablet, is a mobile computer with a touchscreen display, circuitry and battery in a single device. Tablets come equipped with sensors, including cameras, a microphone, and an accelerometer, and the touchscreen display uses the recognition of finger or stylus gestures, replacing the usage of the mouse and keyboard. They usually feature on-screen pop-up virtual keyboards for typing. Tablets may have physical buttons for basic features, such as speaker volume and power, and ports for network communications and battery charging. Tablets are typically larger than smartphones with screens 7 inches, that is 18 centimeters, or even larger. Measured diagonally, examples include Apple iPad, Microsoft Surface, etc. Mobile operating systems. A mobile operating system, also called a mobile OS, is an operating system that is specifically designed to run on mobile devices such as mobile phones, smartphones, PDAs, tablet computers, and other handheld devices. The mobile operating system is the software platform on top of which other programs called application programs can run on mobile devices. Google's Android OS. Android OS is owned by Google and powered by the Linux kernel, which can be found on a wide range of devices. Android is an open-source operating system which allows developers to access unlocked hardware and develop new programs as they wish. Android is currently the dominant smartphone platform due to its tremendous traction with a wide spectrum of users. Some of the best features of Android include the ability to customize multiple home screens with useful widgets and apps that give you quicker, easier access to the content and functions you most care about. It also has an excellent capacity for multitasking, with the ability to close programs by simply swiping them away. Last but not least, the Android market, which is the Android equivalent of the Apple App Store, is home to millions of apps, many of which are completely free. Apple's iOS. The Apple iOS Multi-Touch Multitasking Operating System is what runs the Apple's iPhone, iPad and iPod. A special version of the software is what powers the Apple Watch 2. iOS responds to the user's touch, allowing you to tap on the screen to open a program. Pinch your fingers together to minimize or enlarge an image, or swipe your finger across the screen to change pages. The Apple iOS is not allowed to be used in third-party systems, so you will only be able to use it on products made by Apple. It comes with the Safari web browser for internet use, an iPod application for playing music, and Apple's Mail for managing your emails. Microsoft Windows 10 Mobile. Windows 10 Mobile is from Microsoft. It is closed source and proprietary. It has the third largest installed base on smartphones behind Android and iOS. Phone includes a user interface inspired by Microsoft's Metro design language. It is integrated with Microsoft services such as OneDrive and Office, Xbox Music, Xbox Video, Xbox Live Games and Bing, but also integrates with many other non-Microsoft services such as Facebook and Google accounts. Types of app stores. A mobile app is a computer program designed to run on mobile devices such as smartphones and tablet computers. Most such devices are sold with several apps bundled as pre-installed software such as a web browser, email client, calendar, mapping program and an app for buying music or other media, or more apps. Some pre-installed apps can be removed by an ordinary uninstall process, thus leaving more storage space for desired ones. Apps that are not pre-installed are usually available through distribution platforms called app stores. Some apps are free while others must be bought. Usually they are downloaded from the platform to a target device. The term app is a shortening of the term application software. With reference to three major mobile operating systems as discussed in last section, we will discuss three major app stores. Google Play Store. Google Play is an international online software store developed by Google for Android devices. It opened in October 2008. It serves as the official app store for the Android operating system, allowing users to browse and download applications developed with the Android SDK and published through Google. Google Play also serves as a digital media store, offering music, magazines, books, movies, and television programs. Apple's App Store for iOS ignited the mobile revolution and was opened on July 10, 2008. The service allows users to purchase and download new apps for their device through either the App Store on the device or through the iTunes Store on the iTunes desktop software. Windows Store. Windows Store is an app store for Microsoft Windows 10 Mobile. It is the primary means of distributing Metro-style apps, although traditional desktop apps can also be listed on it. Both free and paid apps can be distributed through Windows Store. Now let's see how to install an app. With above backdrop, we will take example of Google Play Store and show you how to easily install an app on your Android smartphone. The primary way you'll install apps on Android is by firing up the inbuilt Play Store app on your phone or tablet. You'll find the Play Store in your app drawer and likely on your default home screen. You can also open it by tapping the shopping bag-like icon at the top right corner of the app drawer. Once in the store, browse or search for an app and tap the install button to install it. The process to install a gaming app is depicted below. Mobile communication technologies. In this section, we will learn latest wireless communication technologies for mobile devices. 3G. Third generation. This generation set the standards for most of the wireless technology we have come to know and love. Web browsing, email, video downloading, picture sharing and other smartphone technology were introduced in the third generation. 3G should be capable of handling around 2 megabits per second. 4G, fourth generation. The speed and standards of this technology of wireless needs to be at least 100 megabits per second and up to 1 gigabit per second to pass as 4G. It also needs to share the network resources to support more simultaneous connections on the cell. As it develops, 4G could surpass the speed of the average wireless broadband home internet connection. Few devices are capable of the full throttle yet. Coverage of true 4G is limited to large metropolitan areas. For now, 4G is simply a little faster than 3G. 4G LTE. This buzzword is a version of 4G that is becoming the latest advertised technology, but still not true 4G as the standards are set. When talking about 4G, things can get a little confusing. Basically, there is 4G and 4G LTE. Many people consider LTE to be true 4G technology. Generally, if a cellular provider describes a 4G network without mentioning LTE, they are probably talking about a high-speed packet access, that is HSPA network. The HSPA network is a faster version of the 3G GSM network. While not as fast as an LTE network, it is still faster than a 3G network. Since LTE is still relatively new, the cellular providers have not fully built out their LTE network. NFC. Near Field Communication. Use of Android Beam. Near Field Communication, that is NFC, is a set of wireless communication protocols that enable two electronic devices, one of which is usually a portable device such as a smartphone, to establish communication by bringing them within 10 centimeters, that is 4 inches, of each other. NFC allows you to share small payloads of data between an NFC tag and an Android-powered device or between two Android-powered devices. NFC-equipped Android smartphones and other devices can exchange information with each other with a simple tap or wave. It can be enabled under Settings menu of your latest Android smartphone. An Android Beam utility can be used to share the files. NFC is really a newer version or extension of RFID. RFID waves can have very long ranges, while NFC limits the range of communication to within 4 inches. This makes NFC perfect for more secure applications like paying for things or securely logging in at a location. Mobile Wi-Fi hotspot and tethering. A hotspot is a physical location that offers internet access over a wireless local area network, that is WLAN, through the use of a router connected to a link to an internet service provider. Hotspots typically use Wi-Fi technology. Many Wi-Fi adapters built into or easily added to consumer computers and mobile devices include the functionality to operate as private or mobile portable hotspot, sometimes referred to as MiFi. The use of a private hotspot to enable other personal devices to access the WAN, usually but not always the internet, is a form of bridging and known as tethering. After Wi-Fi hotspot tethering and connecting to the mobile phone data network, the smartphone can distribute its internet connection to several clients via Wi-Fi connection. Any Wi-Fi enabled computer or tablet can connect to it. And the real bonus is that the Wi-Fi router is inside your phone, so there is no extra stuff to carry with you. Latest processor technologies. A processor is the logic circuitry that responds to and processes the basic instructions that drive a computer. The term processor has generally replaced the term central processing unit, that is CPU. The processor in a personal computer or embedded in small devices is often called a microprocessor. Computer processors, in fact, form the fundamental backbone of all the computing power and cutting-edge features that we see nowadays in smart devices. The processor technology advancement is mostly based on Moore's law. Moore's law takes its name from former Intel CEO Gordon Moore, who predicted in 1965 that the number of transistors on integrated circuits would continue to double every other year, which in other words means computing power doubles every 18 months. Intel Corp. In this section, we will only talk about current and upcoming Intel, since Intel Corp is world's largest and most popular semiconductor chip maker based processor technologies as applicable to desktop or PC devices. Since 1974, Intel has been making different class and generations of processors. But with the success of PC or desktop class of devices and association with Microsoft, Intel processors became very popular among the masses. In terms of future, Intel is expected to launch Cannon Lake class of processors, that is, first 8-core CPU by 2017, featuring 10 nm manufacturing process. Chapter 15, Computer Administration. Hello students, welcome to the class. In this chapter, we will learn various skills of computer administration system. This chapter will cover Introduction to Control Panel, Working on Control Panel, System and Security, Security and Maintenance, System, Administrative Tools, Network and Internet, Internet Options, Hardware and Sound, Power Options, Programs, User Accounts, Appearance and Personalization, File Explorer Options, Taskbar and Start Menu, Clock, Region and Language Options, Ease of Access Center, Software Installation, to install from a CD or DVD, to install from Internet, to install from Windows Store, installation process of a program, managing resources, computer management, creating user accounts, working on firewall, turn on Windows Firewall, turning off Windows Firewall. Introduction to Control Panel. Control Panel is the main tool for configuring the computer system. Most of the tools to configure the system come with the normal installation of Windows. However, others are placed in the control panel by other software or hardware installation programs. In Windows 10, Settings app available is substitute for Control Panel. But both control panels as well as Settings app have been kept as there are few configurations which can be done using Control Panel only. To open Settings and Configuration Options, let's discuss these settings and configuration options. To open Settings, select Start, click on Settings. Window will appear. Various configuration options in Settings menu are System, Display Notifications, Apps and Power Options, Devices, Bluetooth, Printers and Mouse, Keyboard, Network and Internet, Manage Wi-Fi, Airplane Mode and VPN. Personalization, change background images and colors. Accounts, settings for user accounts on this PC. Time and language, region, speech and time options. Ease of access, tools for the vision of hearing impaired. Privacy, control what your computer knows about you. Update and security, backup, restore or update Windows. Accessing Control Panel using Search and Winx menu. Friends, let's discuss how to open Control Panel using Search. Traditional Control Panel menu can be accessed by typing Control Panel keyword into Run window. Then press Enter. Control Panel will be opened in front of you. Category view of Control Panel. Various configuration options in Control Panel menu are System and Security, Manage Firewall, Encryption, Storage and more. User accounts, change system access permissions for users. Network and Internet. Modify local network, Internet or sharing options. Appearance and personalization. Tweak screen resolution and fonts. Hardware and sound. Device manager and system sounds menu. Clock, language and region. Add a second language or input method. Programs. Manage desktop programs and default file handlers. ease of access, adjust visibility, audio options, and tooltips. The control panel is a part of the Microsoft Windows graphical user interface, which allows users to view and manipulate basic system settings and controls via applets such as adding hardware, adding and removing software, controlling user accounts, and changing accessibility options. Additional applets can be provided by third-party software. In recent versions of Windows, the control panel has two views, Classic View and Category View. And it is possible to switch between these through an option that appears on either the left side or top of the window. Many of the individual control panel applets can be accessed in other ways. For instance, display properties can be accessed by right-clicking on an empty area of the desktop and choosing Properties. Working on control panel. Friends, let's start to discuss the main components of the Microsoft Windows control panel, which allows users to define a range of settings for their computer, monitor the status of devices such as printers and modems, and set up new hardware, programs, and network connections. Security and maintenance. It gives the user access to the inbuilt Windows security components, as well as providing information about any existing antivirus software such as McAfee or Quick Heal. It includes access to Windows Update, where users can specify whether the computer should check for updates regularly, also available through the Windows Update panel, and options for managing Internet security settings. It also includes links to Internet articles about PC security and current virus threats, and notifies the user when the PC security is compromised. System. This is used to view and change core system settings. A user can, for instance, display general information on the user's machine such as the amount of RAM, CPU speed and type, the version of Windows the system is using, and the manufacturer. Edit the computer name in a network workgroup. Manage and configure hardware devices and view information such as the manufacturer, user access and driver version of any hardware device installed on the system via Device Manager. Enable disable system features such as automatic updates and system restore monitoring. Specify advanced features such as performance logs, virtual memory settings, and roaming profiles. Administrative tools. It contains tools for system administration, including security, performance, and service configuration. These are links to various configurations of the Microsoft Management Console, such as the local services list and the event viewer. Network and Internet. Internet options. Displays and allows the user to edit or create network connections such as local area network, that is LAN, and Internet connections. It also offers troubleshooting functions in case the computer has to be reconnected to the network. Internet option allows the user to change the way the computer manages Internet connections and browser settings for Internet Explorer. It has several tags specifying different attributes. General. This specifies the home page and color schemes and allows the user to delete Internet usage history. Security and privacy. These specify whether the computer should allow websites to undertake certain processes and download cookies. This panel also gives access to the inbuilt pop-up blocker, that is Windows XP SP2 and later, and the phishing controls, that is Internet Explorer 7. Content allows the parental controls and autocomplete to be configured and also specifies how to deal with certificates. Connections, programs, and advanced. These give access to other aspects of Internet settings, such as the default modem connection and email client, proxy settings, and other advanced configurations. Hardware and sound. Devices, printers, and sound settings can be managed in this menu. Power options. These options include options to manage energy consumption, such as specify how long it takes to switch off the display and hard drives and how long it takes for the system to enter standby, if at all, to decide what to do when the computer's on-off button is pressed, such as whether to shut down or to enter standby, whether to allow hibernation, because some systems become unstable when restarting, allows the user to configure UPS, if available, programs. This selection allows the user to uninstall, repair software installed on the system in a number of ways. Allows user to uninstall and change existing software packages, as well as indicating how much space individual programs take and how frequently they are used. Allows user to manually install software from a CD-ROM or floppy disk and installed add-ons from Windows Update. Allows users to change which Windows components are installed via the Windows Setup Wizard, which includes Internet Explorer, Windows Media Player, and Windows Messenger. User accounts. This allows the user to configure their account and other accounts used in the system, should they have sufficient privileges. They can change their username and password, their picture if enabled. If the current user has an administrator's account, they can also add, delete, and modify other user accounts as well as make changes to core system settings. This panel also specifies whether the guest account should be active and whether to use the welcome screen while Windows loads. Appearance and personalization. This option allows the user to change the display characteristics of their computer. Allows users to change the desktop background, that is wallpaper, to a picture of their choice, and specifies how it should be shown. Allows the user to change or disable the screensaver and specify how long it takes to activate and whether to ask for a password on resume. Allows the user to specify the color styles of all elements within the system, primarily whether to use the Windows XP Vista styles, that is blue by default in XP, or to use the classic Windows 98 Me styles. This also allows the user to change the My Computer and Recycle Bin icons. Allows the user to change the screen resolution and color quality and provides troubleshooting advice for displays. File Explorer options. This item allows for configuration of how folders and files are presented in Windows Explorer. More specifically, it allows the user to specify general settings like whether folders open in a new window or the existing window and whether the common task pane is shown. as well as more advanced tasks such as whether Windows should hide critical system files and whether to show file extensions. It is also used to modify file type associations in Windows. That is, which program opens which type of file, and other settings like actions for each file type and the file extension. Taskbar and Start menu allows the user to change the behavior and appearance of the taskbar and Start menu. Specifies whether to use Windows XP, Vista or Classic 9X Me styles on the taskbar and Start menu. Whether the taskbar should auto-hide, whether to show the clock in the notification area. Allows the user to manage the tray icons. Advanced options such as whether to show printers and faxes in the Start menu and whether to display My Documents as a menu or as a link to a new window. Clock, region and language options. Allows user to change the date and time stored in the machine's BIOS, change the time zone, select language, change location and specify whether to synchronize the date and time with an internet time server and which server to use. Ease of Access Center. This option allows users to configure the accessibility of their PC. It comprises various settings primarily aimed at differently abled users or hardware problems. Using these settings, narrator and magnifier may be enabled. On-screen keyboard and contrast setting may be changed. The behavior of the keyboard can be modified. This is aimed at people who have difficulty pressing key combinations or pressing a key just once, like sticky keys, filter keys and toggle keys. Software installation. You are capable of doing a lot with the programs and features included in Windows 10, but may want to install other programs. In Windows 10, typically programs are installed from a CD or DVD from the internet or from Windows Store. If you want to uninstall or make changes to a program already installed on your computer, you can do it through Control Panel or Settings app. To install from a CD or DVD. Friends, now let's discuss how to install a software from a CD or DVD. First, you insert the disk into your computer and then follow the instructions on your screen. If you are prompted for an administrator password or confirmation, type the password or provide confirmation. Many programs installed from CDs or DVDs open an installation wizard for the program automatically. In these cases, the autoplay dialog box appears and you can choose to run the wizard. If a program doesn't begin installation automatically, check the information that came with the program. This information will likely provide instructions for installing the program manually. If you can't access the information, you can also browse through the disk and open the program setup file, usually called setup.exe or install.exe. If install doesn't start automatically, check your autoplay settings. In search, enter autoplay settings and select autoplay settings. Make sure autoplay is on. You can also choose default actions for removable drives and memory cards. To install from internet. Now let's see how to install a software from internet. First, you should download and install programs only from trusted publishers and retail websites. In your web browser, select the link to the program. Select Save or Save As to download the program. Most antivirus programs like Windows Defender will scan the program for viruses during download. To install the program immediately, click Open or Run and prompt it for an administrator password or confirmation. Type the password or provide confirmation. To install the program later, click Save and then download the installation file to your computer. When you are ready to install the program, double-click the file and then follow the instructions on your screen. This is the safer option because you can scan the installation file for viruses before you proceed. The programs designed to work with Windows are usually very easy and methodical to install. To install from Windows Store. To install a program or application through Windows Store, go to Store using Store tile, which looks like a shopping bag, on taskbar or Start menu. Search for required program and install. Installation process of a program. The programs designed to work with Windows are usually very easy and methodical to install. Take an example of VLC Media Player in installing as software. Let's see how we can install this VLC Media Player program. First, you should right-click on VLC Media Player Installer exe and click on Run as Administrator to install it. Now, process of installation will begins, and after it, we should follow all steps appear in front of us. Setup extraction window will appear. Setup wizard of VLC Media Player screen will appear in the screen. Click on Next button to go forward. Language selection option will display, then choose an appropriate language and click on OK button further. A license agreement of VLC Media Player will appear on screen. Click on Next to go forward, then a Choose Install Location screen appear. Specify the location of installation and click on Install button. Completing the setup screen will appear. Then click on OK button. Finally, you have completed the installation process of VLC Media Player program. Now friends, go ahead and let's see some useful information about managing resources. Managing resources. You can manage resources using administrative tools. Administrative tools is a folder in control panel that contains tools for system administrators and advanced users. The tools in the folder might vary depending on which version of Windows you are using. Open Administrative Tools by clicking the Start button picture of the Start button and then clicking Control Panel. In the search box, type Administrative Tools and then click Administrative Tools. Many of the tools in this folder, such as Computer Management, are Microsoft Management Console MMC snap-ins that includes their own help topics. To view specific help for an MMC tool, or to search for an MMC snap-in that you don't see in the following list, open the tool, click the Help menu and then click Help Topics. Some common administrative tools in this folder include Component Services. Configure and administer Component Object Model, that is COM components. Component Services is designed for use by developers and administrators. Computer Management. Manage local or remote computers by using a single consolidated desktop tool. Using computer management, you can perform many tasks such as monitoring system events, configuring hard disks, and managing system performance. Creating user accounts. Windows 10 allows you to create multiple user accounts so that each user can have a separate user account with unique settings and preferences, such as a desktop background on screensaver. User accounts control which files and programs users can access, and what types of changes users can make to the computer. You can have a single account on your computer that everyone could use, but having multiple accounts has some advantages. If each user has his or her own account, then each person will have his or her own desktop for organizing files and folders. Each person also will be able to choose a specific desktop background along with other personalization features. In addition, parents will be able to set parental controls for each child's account. Before you start making new user accounts, it's important to understand the two types of accounts. Standard accounts are the basic accounts you use for normal everyday tasks. As a standard user, you can do just about anything you would need to do, such as running software or personalizing your desktop. Also, parental controls can be placed on standard accounts. Administrator accounts are special accounts that are used for making certain changes to system settings or managing other people's accounts. They have full access to every setting on the computer. Every computer will have at least one administrator account. Managing multiple accounts. Let's see how to manage the multiple accounts. First, you go to your User Accounts option. Then, go to Control Panel. Click Change Account Type or go to Settings app. Click Accounts. The Accounts pane will appear. You will see all of the user accounts here, and you can add more accounts or managing existing ones using various links available. Click on Family and Other Users for adding new user accounts. To create a new account. Friends, now we will learn how to create a new account. From the Accounts pane, click Family and Other Users. Select Add someone else to this PC. At the bottom of the page, select I don't have this person's sign-in information. At the bottom of the next page, select Add a user without a Microsoft account. Enter a name for the new account. If you want this person to sign in with a password, enter and verify the password. Add a password hint, then select Next. Select Finish. Once you have created a new account, you may want to add a password or make other changes to the account settings using Setting app. Similarly, picture, sign-in options, etc. can also be changed for the account. Turn on Windows. A firewall can help prevent hackers or malicious software such as worms from gaining access to your computer through a network or the internet. A firewall can also help stop your computer from sending malicious software to other computers. Firewall is a device that filters packets either coming into or going out of a device. Filtering can be based on IP, TCP, UDP, and other criteria relating to a packet as well as authentication. Types of firewall. Firewalls have several types like packet filtering, stateful, proxy. Packet filtering makes each filtering decision on a packet by packet basis without regard to previous packets in any direction. Stateful firewall keeps track of packet flows and filters based on flow information. Proxy firewall works on a per application basis. User sends to proxy, proxy creates new packets sourced from proxy. Firewall can be network-based or host-based. Network-based runs a router, multi-layer switch or dedicated firewall. Host-based firewall runs on computer running OS such as Windows 10 or Unix. Firewall can be hardware or software firewall. Hardware firewall chassis designed for specifically to operate as a firewall. Highest performance. You can customize 4 settings for each type of network location in Windows Firewall. To find these settings, follow these steps. Open Windows Firewall by clicking the Start button and then clicking Control Panel. In the search box, type Firewall and then click Windows Firewall. In the left pane, click Turn Windows Firewall on or off. If you are prompted for an administrator password or confirmation, type the password or provide confirmation. Note: if your PC is connected to a network policy settings might prevent you from completing these steps. Turn on Windows Firewall. This setting is selected by default. When Windows Firewall is on, most programs are blocked from communicating through the firewall. If you want to allow a program to communicate through the firewall, you can add it to the list of allowed programs. Turning off Windows Firewall. You shouldn't turn off Windows Firewall unless you have another firewall turned on. Turning off Windows Firewall might make your computer and your network, if you have one, more vulnerable to damage from hackers and malicious software. You can modify the firewall settings for each type of network location. Chapter 16, Computer Networking. Hello students, welcome to the class. In this chapter, we will learn various skills of computer networking. This chapter will cover Introduction to Computer Networking, Overview, Basics of Computer Networking, Network Connections or Links, Wired Physical Network Link, Wireless Links, Network Protocols, Layers of Networking, Network Access Layer, Internet Layer, Transport Layer, Application Layer, Network Types, PAN, Personal Area Network, LAN, Local Area Network, Wireless LANs, WLAN, MAN, Metropolitan Area Network, WAN, Wide Area Network. Communication, sharing resources, sharing software, data sharing, centralized support and administration, network security issues, types and sources of network threat, security risks to home users, software and hardware issues in networking, initial configuration, credential, permission and rights problems, network performance, TCP, IP and other protocol problems, general security concerns. Introduction to Computer Networking. Overview. A computer network or data network is a telecommunications network which allows computers to exchange data. In computer networks, networked computing devices exchange data with each other along network links, that is, data connections. The connections between nodes are established using either cable media or wireless media. In other words, a computer network is basically a set of computers connected together for the purpose of sharing resources. The most common resource shared today is connection to the internet. Other shared resources can include a printer or a file server. The internet itself can be considered as a computer network. Basics of computer networking. Dear friends, in this section, we will cover the major basic components of computer networking, which can be classified into 7 parts. Network connections or links, network protocols, layers of networking, network types, network topology, network strategy, organizational scope of network, network bandwidth classification, network connections or links. The transmission media, that is often referred as the physical media, used to link devices to form a computer network, primarily includes electrical cable, that is Ethernet, power line, optical fiber, that is fiber optic communication, and radio waves, that is wireless networking. Let's have a look on major types, which are a widely adopted family of transmission media used in local area network, that is LAN technology, is collectively known as Ethernet. The media and protocol standards that enable communication between networked devices over Ethernet are defined by IEEE 802.3. Ethernet transmits data over both copper and fiber cables. Wireless LAN standards, example those defined by IEEE 802.11, use radio waves, or others use infrared signals as a transmission medium. Power line communication uses a building's power cabling to transmit data. Coaxial cable, a type of wire that consists of a center wire surrounded by insulation and then a grounded shield of braided wire. The shield minimizes electrical and radio frequency interference. Coaxial cabling is the primary type of cabling used by the cable television industry and is also widely used for computer networks, such as Ethernet. Although more expensive than standard telephone wire, it is much less susceptible to interference and can carry much more data. Optical fiber. This technology uses glass or plastic threads, that is fibers, to transmit data. A fiber optic cable consists of a bundle of glass threads, each of which is capable of transmitting messages modulated onto light waves. Fiber optics has several advantages over traditional metal communications lines. Fiber optic cables have a much greater bandwidth than metal cables. This means that they can carry more data. Fiber optic cables are less susceptible than metal cables to interference. Fiber optic cables are much thinner and lighter than metal wires. Data can be transmitted digitally, that is, the natural form for computer data, rather than analogically. T1 and T3 lines. The Tier 1 or T1 is a digital line that is usually private and used for businesses. The businesses that use T1 tend to have more control over their line than other options. It also is considered more reliable. Its speeds are roughly the same or lower than cable and DSL, reaching up to 1.5 Mbps upload and download. Though upload and download isn't amazing, still T1 lines do well for smaller businesses. Tier 3 is a bigger, faster, more expensive version of T1. It can get up to 44 Mbps upload and download speeds. It is great for medium or large businesses as it provides a good deal of bandwidth. T1 and T3 are two common types of leased lines used in telecommunications. Both T1 lines and T3 lines are reserved circuits that operate over either copper or fiber optic cables. Wireless links. Modern age has given rise to information junkies. People normally want to be online all the time. For these mobile users, traditional wire media is of no use. They need to get their hits of data for laptop, palm top or mobiles without being tethered to the terrestrial communication infrastructure. For all such users, wireless communication is the answer. Use of electromagnetic spectrum. When electrons move, they create EM waves that can propagate via space, even in vacuum. When an antenna of appropriate size is attached to an electrical circuit, the EM waves can be broadcast efficiently and received by a receiver some distance away. This is the basic principle of all wireless communication. The radio, microwave, infrared and visible light portions of the spectrum can all be used for transmitting information. Ultraviolet light, X-rays and gamma rays would be even better, but due to their complex nature and harm to living beings, not used. Let's discuss the various types of wireless links in detail. Terrestrial microwave. Terrestrial microwave communication uses earth-based transmitters and receivers resembling satellite dishes. Terrestrial microwaves are in the low gigahertz range, which limits all communications to the line of sight. Relay stations are spaced approximately 48 kilometers, that is 30 miles apart. Microwave radio is used in broadcasting and telecommunication transmissions because, due to their short wavelength, highly directional antennas are smaller and therefore more practical. Microwaves are widely used for point-to-point communications because their small wavelength allows conveniently sized antennas to direct them in narrow beams, which can be pointed directly at the receiving antenna. This allows nearby microwave equipment to use the same frequencies without interfering with each other. Another advantage is that the high frequency of microwaves gives the microwave band a very large information carrying capacity. The microwave band has a bandwidth 30 times that of all the rest of radio spectrum below it. One disadvantage is that microwaves are limited to line of sight propagation. They cannot pass around hills or mountains as lower frequency radio waves can. Typically, microwaves are used in television news to transmit a signal from a remote location to a television station from a specially equipped van. Communication satellite. Satellites communicate via microwave radio waves, which are not deflected by the Earth's atmosphere. The satellites are stationed in space, typically in geosynchronous orbit, which is 35,400 kilometers, that is 22,000 miles above the equator. These Earth orbiting systems are capable of receiving and relaying voice, data, and TV signals. A communication satellite is an artificial satellite that relays and amplifies radio telecommunication signals via a transponder. It creates a communication channel between a source transmitter and a receivers at different locations on Earth. Communication satellites are used for television, telephone, radio, internet, and military applications. Radio waves. Wireless local area networks use a high-frequency radio technology and a low-frequency radio technology. Wireless LANs use spread spectrum technology to enable communication between multiple devices in a limited area. Radio waves are a type of electromagnetic radiation with wavelengths in the electromagnetic spectrum longer than infrared light. Radio waves have frequencies from 300 GHz to as low as 3 kHz and corresponding wavelengths ranging from 1 mm, that is 0.039 inches, to 100 km, that is about 62 miles. Artificially generated radio waves are used for fixed and mobile radio communication, broadcasting, radar, and other navigation systems, communication satellites, computer networks, and innumerable other applications. Cellular network. The cellular systems divide the region covered into multiple geographic areas or cells. Each area or cell has a low power transmitter or radio relay antenna device to relay calls from one area to the next area. The cellular network is typically distributed over land areas called cells, each served by at least one fixed location transceiver known as a cell site or base station. This base station provides the cell with the network coverage, which can be used for transmission of voice, data, and others. In a cellular network, each cell uses a different set of frequencies from neighboring cells to avoid interference and provide guaranteed bandwidth within each cell. When joined together, these cells provide radio coverage over a wide geographical area. This enables a large number of portable transceivers, for example, mobile phones, pagers, etc., to communicate with each other and with fixed transceivers and telephones anywhere in the network via base stations, even if some of the transceivers are moving through more than one cell during transmission. Infrared. IR that is infrared wireless, is the use of wireless technology in devices or systems that convey data through infrared, that is IR radiation. IR wireless is used for short and medium range communications and control. Some systems operate in line of sight mode. This means that there must be a visually unobstructed straight line through space between the transmitter, that is source, and receiver, that is destination. Other systems operate in diffuse mode, also called scatter mode. This type of system can function when the source and destination are not directly visible to each other. Main characteristics of this kind of wireless optical communication is physically secure data transfer, line of sight, that is LOS, and very low bit error rate, that is BER, that makes it very efficient. The main reason for using IR has been wireless data transfer over the last 1 meter using point and shoot principles. Thus, it has been implemented in portable devices such as mobile telephones, laptops, cameras, printers, medical devices, TV remote controls. Bluetooth is a wireless technology standard for exchanging data over short distances, using short wavelength UHF radio waves in the band from 2.4 to 2.485 GHz from fixed and mobile devices, and building personal area networks, that is PANs. It can connect several devices, overcoming problems of synchronization. Bluetooth is basically a standard wire replacement communications protocol primarily designed for low power consumption, with a short range based on low-cost transceiver microchips in each device. Because the devices use a radio, that is broadcast communication system, they do not have to be in visual line of sight of each other. Range is power class dependent, but effective ranges vary in practice. Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is a local area wireless computer networking technology that allows electronic devices to connect to the network, mainly using the 2.4 GHz, that is 12 centimeters, UHF, and 5 GHz, that is 6 centimeters, SHF radio bands. The Wi-Fi Alliance defines Wi-Fi as any wireless local area network, that is WLAN product based on the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, that is IEEE 802.11 standards. Many devices can use Wi-Fi, example personal computers, video game consoles, smartphones, digital cameras, tablet computers, and digital audio players. These can connect to a network resource such as the internet via a wireless network access point. Such an access point or hotspot has a range of about 20 meters, which is about 66 feet indoors, and a greater range outdoors. Hotspot coverage range can vary. RFID, Radio Frequency Identification. Radio Frequency Identification, that is RFID, is the wireless use of electromagnetic fields to transfer data for the purpose of automatically identifying and tracking tags attached to objects. The tags contain electronically stored information. Some tags are powered by electromagnetic induction from magnetic fields produced near the reader. Some types collect energy from the interrogating radio waves and act as a passive transponder. Other types have a local power source, such as a battery, and may operate at hundreds of meters from the reader. RFID tags are used in many sectors like logistics, shopping malls, manufacturing assembly lines, etc. GPRS, General Packet Radio Service. GPRS is a data service technology that enables 2G telecommunication networks to provide services other than voice calls. These services include access to email, multimedia messaging, and a somewhat limited access to the internet. It was mostly used by old mobile sets. GPRS communicates with terrestrial cellular towers. GPS, Global Positioning System. GPS is simply navigation that your phone can use to get you from place to place through a wireless provider's network. GPS is Global Position System which uses timings from satellites to determine location. It has no relation to GSM or GPRS except in the case of AGPS, that is Assisted GPS, which might use mobile data provided via GSM, that is GPRS, to quickly get data needed to calculate your position that would take 1 to 2 minutes to receive from the GPS satellites directly. WiMAX, Worldwide Interoperability for Microwave Access. It is a family of wireless communication standards designed to provide 30 to 40 megabit per second data rates, with the 2011 update providing up to 1 gigabits for fixed stations. WiMAX is a standards-based technology enabling the delivery of last-mile wireless broadband access as an alternative to cable and DSL. Network protocols. 4 layers of networking. The Internet Protocol Suite is the computer networking model and set of communications protocols used on the Internet and similar computer networks. It is commonly known as TCP/IP, Transmission Control Protocol, that is TCP, and the Internet Protocol IP. TCP/IP provides end-to-end connectivity specifying how data should be packetized, addressed, transmitted, routed, and received at the destination. This functionality is organized into 4 abstraction layers, which are used to sort all related protocols according to the scope of networking involved. Layer 1. Network Access Layer. Network Access Layer defines details of how data is physically sent through the network, including how bits are electrically or optically signaled by hardware devices that interfere directly with a network medium, such as coaxial cable, optical fiber, or twisted pair copper wire. Layer 2. Internet Layer. Internet layer packs data into data packets known as IP datagrams, which continue source and destination address, that is, logical address or IP address information that is used to forward the datagrams between hosts and across networks. The Internet layer is also responsible for routing of IP datagrams. Its job to allow hosts to insert packets into any network and have them to deliver independently to the destination. Layer 3. Transport Layer. The purpose of Transport Layer is to permit devices on the source and destination hosts to carry on a conversation. Transport Layer defines the level of service and status of the connection used when transporting data. Layer 4. Application Layer. Application Layer defines TCP/IP application protocols and how host programs interface with Transport Layer services to use the network. Application Layer includes all the higher level protocols like DNS, that is Domain Naming System, HTTP, that is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, Telnet, FTP, that is File Transfer Protocol, SNMP, that is Simple Network Management Protocol, SMTP, that is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, DHCP, that is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, etc. Network Types. There are several different types of computer networks. Computer networks can be characterized by their size as well as their purpose. The size of a network can be expressed by the geographic area they occupy and the number of computers that are part of the network. Networks can cover anything from a handful of devices within a single room to millions of devices spread across the entire globe. Let's discuss some major kinds of networks based on size and span. PAN, Personal Area Network. Such networks let devices communicate over the range of a person. It's used for data transmission among devices such as computers, telephones, and personal digital assistants. For example, Bluetooth, Embedded Medical Device Operations, RFID. LAN, Local Area Network. It is privately owned network that operates within a nearby a single building like home, that is home network, office or factory. LANs are widely used to connect PCs and consumer electronics to let them share resources. Example, printers, and exchange information. Example, Wi-Fi. Wireless LANs. WLAN. WLAN are very popular these days at places where it is too much trouble to install cables. Compared to wireless networks, wired LANs exceed them in all dimensions of performance. It is just easier to send signals over a wire or through a fiber than through the air. The topology of many wired LANs is built from point-to-point links. The most common type of wired LAN is known as Ethernet, that is IEEE 802.3. MAN, Metropolitan Area Network. Such a network covers a city, for example, cable TV network. WiMAX, WAN, Wide Area Network. Such a network spans a large geographical area, often a country or continent. For example, VPN, that is Virtual Private Network. ISP, that is Internet Service Provider. Cellular Telephone Network, 3G Satellite Communication. Network Topology. Network topology is the arrangement of various elements, that is links, nodes, etc. of a computer network. Physical topology is the placement of the various components of a network, including device location and cable installation. While logical topology illustrates how data flows within a network, regardless of its physical design, distances between nodes, physical interconnections, transmission rates, or signal types may differ between two networks, yet their topologies may be identical. Overall, we will discuss 6 types of network topologies one by one. Bus topology. In local area networks, where bus topology is used, each node is connected to a single cable by the help of interface connectors. The central cable is the backbone of the network and is known as the bus, thus the name. A signal from the source travels in both directions to all machines connected on the bus cable until it finds the intended recipient. Because the bus topology consists of only one wire, it is rather inexpensive to implement when compared to other topologies. Additionally, because only one cable is utilized, it can be the single point of failure. Star topology. In local area networks, with a star topology, each network host is connected to a central hub with a point-to-point connection. So, it can be said that every computer is indirectly connected to every other node with the help of the hub. In star topology, every node, that is computer, workstation, or any other peripheral, is connected to a central node called hub, router, or switch. The switch is the server and the peripherals are the clients. All traffic that traverses the network passes through the central hub. The hub acts as a signal repeater. The primary disadvantage of the star topology is that the hub represents a single point of failure. Ring topology. A network topology is set up in a circular fashion in such a way that they make a closed loop. This way, data travels around the ring in one direction, and each device on the ring acts as a repeater to keep the signal strong as it travels. Each device incorporates a receiver for the incoming signal and a transmitter to send the data onto the next device in the ring. The network is dependent on the ability of the signal to travel around the ring. When a device sends data, it must travel through each device on the ring until it reaches its destination. Every node is a critical link. In a ring topology, there is no server computer present. All nodes work as a server and repeat the signal. The disadvantage of this topology is that if one node stops working, the entire network is affected or stops working. Hybrid topology. Hybrid networks use a combination of any two or more topologies in such a way that the resulting network does not exhibit one of the standard topologies. For example, bus, star, ring, etc. For example, a tree network connected to a tree network is still a tree network topology. A hybrid topology is always produced when two different basic network topologies are connected. Two common examples for hybrid network are star-ring network and star-bus network. Mesh topology. A mesh network is a network topology in which each node relays data for the network. All mesh nodes cooperate in the distribution of data in the network. Mesh networks can relay messages using either a flooding technique or a routing technique using self-healing algorithms. Self-healing allows a routing-based network to operate when a node breaks down or when a connection becomes unreliable. As a result, the network is typically quite reliable, as there is often more than one path between a source and a destination in the network. Network strategy. Architecture types. Strategy is a way of coordinating the sharing information and resources. There are various major network strategy types to which we will explain one by one. Terminal server. A central computer, that is terminal server, stores all your important programs which are necessary for users. You connect your applications by end machine other than the terminal server. There is no need to install your programs on all your machines. A solution with terminal server, you only need a computer with monitor, keyboard, mouse and network adapter. In a terminal server network, processing power is centralized in one large computer with capacity to handle a large number of connections. The nodes connect to this host computer are either terminals with little or no processing capabilities or microcomputers running special terminal emulation software such as Windows Remote Desktop. Client-server describes the relationship between two computer programs, in which one program, the client, makes a service request from another program. The server, which fulfills the request. In a network, the client-server model provides a convenient way to interconnect programs that are distributed efficiently across different locations. P2P, peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer, P2P computing or networking is a distributed application architecture that partitions tasks or workloads among peers. Peers are equally privileged, equipotent participants in the application. They are said to form a peer-to-peer network of nodes. Peer makes a portion of their resources, such as processing power, disk storage, or network bandwidth, directly available to other network participants without the need for central coordination by servers or stable hosts. Peers are both suppliers and consumers of resources. In contrast to the traditional client-server model, where only servers supply, that is send, and clients consume, that is receive. Peer-to-peer networks are generally simpler, but their performance usually decreases when there is heavy load. Organizational scope. Computer networks in organizations have evolved over time. Most large organizations have a complex and wide range of different network configurations, operating systems, and strategies. Integrating or connecting all of these networks is a big task. There are various types of internet technologies which are deployed by organizations. Let's discuss them one by one. Organizational scope. Computer networks in organizations have evolved over time. Most large organizations have a complex and wide range of different network configurations, operating systems, and strategies. Integrating or connecting all of these networks is a big task. There are various types of internet technologies which are deployed by organizations. Let's discuss them one by one. Intranet. It is simply the organization's own private internet version. Extranet. It is a private network that connects more than one organization. It functionally provides outside access to an organizational intranet. Firewall. It is a special security system designed to protect an organization's network against external threats. It consists of hardware and software that control access to a company's intranet or other internal networks. Proxy server, that is running either on dedicated hardware or as software on a general purpose machine, may act as a firewall by responding to input packets in the manner of an application while blocking other packets. A proxy server is a gateway from one network to another for a specific network application, in the sense that it functions as a proxy on behalf of the network user. Network bandwidth classification. Transmission channels. A transmission or communication channel is the link or path between sender and receiver. Let's discuss major categories. Narrow band. These channels range in speed from 45 to 300 bps, that is bits per second. This channel is mainly used for telegraph line and low-speed terminals. Voice band. These channels can transmit data at speeds up to 9600 bps. Its main use is in ordinary telephone voice communication. Broadband, wideband. These are used when large volumes of data are to be transmitted at high speed. Data transmission rate of this channel is 1 million bps or more. These channels are used for high-speed computer-to-computer data communication. For example, cable TV, DSL, and fiber optic. Uses of computer networking. Let's discuss the benefit of computer networking. Communication between individual communications is one of the biggest advantages provided by the computer networks. Different computer networking technology has improved the way of communications. People from the same or different organization can communicate in minutes for collaborating work activities. In offices and organizations, computer networks are serving as the backbone of the daily communication. Sharing resources. In a computer network, resources such as printers, scanners, fax machines, and modems can be shared among different users. Sharing software. In a computer network, Usually, application programs and other software are stored on the central computer. Users connected to a network can access these softwares. Data sharing. Another wonderful advantage of computer networks is the data sharing. All the data, such as documents, file, accounts information, reports and multimedia, etc., can be shared with the help of computer networks. Network security issues. Security over the internet and over various networks is becoming a very serious concern at this point, since an increasing amount of information is traversing many more points of access. The stage is thus set for unbelievable information sharing on both levels, and so the need for network security is paramount to prevent against countless threats. Security is the ability of a system to protect information and system resources with respect to confidentiality and integrity. Confidentiality. Ensuring that information is not accessed by unauthorized persons. Integrity. Ensuring that information is not altered by unauthorized persons in a way that is not detectable by authorized users. Types and sources of network threat. Attacks are often maliciously used to consume and destroy the resources of a network. In order to properly identify and deal with probable threats, one must be equipped with the right tools and security mechanisms. Attacks are generally classified into two types. Passive attacks. Passive attacks are those attacks in which the attacker's main aim is to obtain the information which is passing over the network. In this, the attacker does not modify the content. Active attacks. It is just opposite to passive attacks. In this, the attacker modifies the original message in some manner. The content of the original message is modified and then the modified message passes over the network. Security risks to home users. The home computer user is often said to be the weakest link in computer security. They do not always follow security advice, and they take actions which leads their trap into threats that compromise themselves. There are a number of pieces of malicious code spreading on the internet through email attachments, known as software vulnerabilities. Information security is concerned with three main areas. Confidentiality. Information should be available only to those who rightfully have access to it. Loss of confidentiality is known as interception. Integrity. Information should be modified only by those who are authorized to do so. Loss of integrity is called modification. Authentication. It helps to prove the identity of the sender. It ensures that the origin of the electronic message or document is correctly identified. Absence of authentication is called fabrication. The most common methods used by hackers to gain control of home computers are Trojan horse programs, backdoor and remote administration programs, denial of service, unprotected Windows shares, mobile code, cross-site scripting, email spoofing, email-borne viruses, chat clients, packet sniffing, etc. Software and hardware issues in networking. A network is defined as a group, which is two or more of systems such as Windows desktop and server platforms that connect together for the purpose of sharing resources. Networks are used to give centralized access, that is secure access to networked resources, and generally the entire network, whether it be a home-based office or a corporation's infrastructure, all connect up to the biggest shared resource in use today, the World Wide Web. Let's discuss few major issues one by one. Initial configuration. The first problem that comes to mind is glitches that occur when configuring your network, your systems, and resources for use. There are many components to a typical network, and as size and use grows, so do its complexities and the possibility for problems to arise. There are various ways of doing things, and so the best practice should be considered and followed. When setting up your systems, the biggest things that cause disruption are loss of your main power source, incorrect cabling or wireless configuration, lack of or misconfigured protocols such as IP, and problems with Windows systems such as misconfigured network services. Network performance. This is by far the most common issue with networking in general. If network performance is impacted, either the network is too slow, that is very common term, or the application was not developed with the network in mind. It can be confusing to solve this type of issue and normally requires advanced analysis of the problem to solve. Speed and latency issues can be the result of slow connections or from a network that is saturated with data. Also, using a hub instead of a network switch that keeps a switching table in memory can cause major issues with speed and latency. Other issues that relate to performance or security that tie up your system's resource or purposely cause your services to fail. Internet browsers can also cause an issue, especially if they are infected with a virus. So make sure that this is not the case, or that your system's browser settings are not restricting sites. TCP/IP and other protocol problems. Here are some reasons why this can be an issue. To name a few ISP-based protocol issues: DHCP, DNS, IP addressing, and or using a different protocol suite other than TCP/IP within your network. You can solve most of your TCP/IP related problems by having an updated document of your topology, even if it is a few systems. Being able to view a graphic is extremely helpful when trying to resolve a network issue or to quickly add a new host to your network without causing an issue. At a high level, usually corporate networks, IP packets are routed over multiple devices and links, which takes the problem, that is packet loss, and multiplies it times the amount of gear you are using.